Good evening, everyone. We are going to start our 5 o'clock regularly scheduled city council meeting. Anne Marie, could we please do a roll call?
Councilmember Jones. Here. Councilmember Kemp.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Orgill.
Here.
Mayor Renagi.
Here. Okay. Councilmember Jones will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Attorney, do we have any closed session announcements?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 3 items listed on the agenda. There were no public comments in advance of closed session. With respect to items 1A and item number 2, no reportable action was taken. With respect to item 1B, that item was continued to the August 12th meeting and was not discussed this evening.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, are there any additions or deletions to the council agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor, they're not.
Good. Okay. So we have 2 items of extraordinary business, and we are going to start with Alexis Braun will be presenting is that what you plan to do? Oh, I thought you were.
A combination of the mayor and
Okay,
the
I'm
park
coming down then.
and rec team.
So we'll be presenting the Parks Make Life Better Month proclamation. That'll be the first item. So we'll come down here. We have the resolution. This is the other one. I don't have the resolution. I think it's a resolution.
We could just take a picture.
Do we have? Here, why don't we start? Let's take our second one first.
Okay.
Okay. So this one will go better. So we have an Olympian in the house, Nigel Houston. Do you want to come up here? Okay, so
We put this.
we'll.
This is actually one of the graphics that I skated in the Olympics, so we got to sign one for Alex
Cool.
right here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect. Look at that. Let's put this here. You'll just stand here and I'll read this to you.
All right.
And then and then we'll do some pictures. Okay. So, and this was kind of a fun one to write because it's very rare to have, someone like Nigel living in your town and being a world-class athlete. So proclamation honoring Olympic medalist Nigel Houston. Whereas Nigel Imani Houston, born November 30th, 1994, has been a long-term resident of Laguna Beach. Whereas he began skateboarding at age 5, turned professional by age 11, and has sustained a competitive career spanning over 20 years. Whereas he is the most decorated contest skateboarder in history, having earned 15 X Games gold medals and 6 Street League Super Crown World Championship titles. 15, that's a lot. And on July 29, 2024, at the Paris Olympic Games, Houston earned the bronze medal in men's street skateboarding. Let's give a round of applause for that. Becoming Laguna Beach's first Olympic skateboarding medalist. Hopefully not the last, right? And hopefully more, right?
Definitely
That you
not.
have. He now prepares as a leading American hopeful for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympic Games with the overwhelming support from the Laguna Beach community. And we amended our flag policy, so we'll be able to fly the Olympic flag when that's happening. And outside of competition, he has significantly influenced skate culture through his brand Disorder Skateboards, right there, iconic video parts, and co-founding the Let It Flow Foundation to provide clean water worldwide. Whereas Nigel Houston exemplifies the bold, creative, inspirational spirit of Laguna Beach, breaking boundaries, motivating youth, and championing social good. So therefore, I, Alex Renagi, as the mayor of Laguna Beach, am proud to recognize Nigel Houston for his extraordinary achievements in skateboarding and his representation of our community on the global stage. So we're very proud of you.
Thank you so much.
So we'll do, let's do a photo and we'll do it again. Let's do that.
That's my first time with one of these things.
Want to see the whole council and then see the family as well. Want to do that?
Yeah.
Here? Family and friends, whoever wants to know. Yes. Family first, then council. Okay. Here, you go right there. I can put it separate. One off of that, maybe. And then let's count one. Good. I'm going to come for one more. Cool. That'll be the last time. Of course.
Thank you. Hey, Mark. Nice to meet you. Stop around with Laguna Beach. That's what you have.
Okay. Good job. And then now we have so why don't we let's do this at the next meeting when we have the proclamation, so we can present something. Right? It'll still be July then.
No,
No, this is our last July meeting. Okay.
Remind me which is the month? July.
Okay, never mind. It's not gonna be July next meeting. Okay, so let's just we'll summarize this. So July 2025 is the Parks Make Life Better month. And so whereas parks promote physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity, whereas they strengthen our community identity and they remain versatile and innovative in providing vital services through the community. And so I, as Alex Renagi, as the mayor of Laguna Beach, am proud to recognize the importance of local access to parks, trails, and open space and facilities for the health, wellness, development, inspiration, and safety of all Californians, and therefore resolve that we declare the month of July 2025 as Parks Make Life Better month. So let's do a picture. We have Alexis Braun. Oh, okay, good. Perfect. So let's get the whole team up there and we'll do a picture.
Yes.
There were some committee members too.
Uh-oh.
Play with pickleball.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Claudia.
Yes, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good, good, good.
It's better to just not hold that.
Is there any not worrying about proclamation presentation?
Hey, so now at this point, we are going to take public comments on non-agendized items, which are items that are not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Laguna Beach City Council. So who would like to speak on public comment? Do you want to just raise your hand so I get a show of hands because we have 45 minutes? Okay, so we'll do 3-minute public comment. So who wants to start us off? Please head up to the mic. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Nordholm, and I live at 2200 South Coast Highway. I have lived here 7 years. I'm here to raise an issue pertaining to the Tenant Protection Act in Laguna Beach. 9 households are being kicked out, and only 7 notices were provided to the city and put on the portal even after 8 days. On July 14th, all units received termination of tenancy due to substantial remodel notices. They are defective according to the California Tenant Protection Act. The scope of work in the letter far exceeds the scope of work in the permit and includes items that were not permitted at all. Scope of work and permit does not take 30 days. Bathroom fixture replacements, no structural changes, no walls, windows, or plumbing connection changes. Value of $500 per unit. I immediately went to City Hall and spoke to planning, building, code enforcement, and even made a public comment to the Planning Commission. I was advised it is a civil matter and to get an attorney. I did. My attorney cannot override the city's decision to allow this notice. I do not want an unlawful detainer on my record. My attorney sent a demand letter notifying the owner that their notice was defective, deceptive, and unlawful, and asked for monetary relief. Only then did the owner admit that they made a, quote, clerical error and agreed to reissue termination of tenancy letters reflecting updated permits pulled last week and a clear description of the scope of work. Our new letters dated July 21st are to supersede the prior ones, and the owner admitted the July 14th letters were, quote, served in error. None of the new letters have been submitted to the city and uploaded. 2 of the units do not have letters posted on the city's portal at all, even after over 7 days. This law is new to Laguna Beach, and this may be the first time it is being pressure tested. It did not hold up. There's clearly no process to ensure that, number one, the content and veracity, not legal interpretation, of the scope of work in the letter matches against the permit pulled, and to ensure the letters submitted to the city are in alignment with the number of units being told to vacate. According to the city, the intent of the ordinance is to monitor compliance with state law. It should not just be a checkbox. And the law should protect all residents, not just ones who have the means to hire lawyers for $400 an hour. Fair Housing Council and legal aid services do not take all requests, and in the meantime, we are up against a hard deadline of an unlawful detainer. As I stand here today, there are no revised letters submitted to the city and posted online for the 9 units, and, only 7 of the prior letters were ever submitted, despite our letter being dated July 14th. One of the units whose letter was not submitted to the city is disabled, over 60, and has lived here 30 years. You will hear from her tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jewel Sawinski, and I live at 2200 South Coast Highway, Unit 1. I have lived here for 29 years. I support everything Lisa Nordholm shared. I am disabled and losing my home of 30 years, and the city is not protecting me despite my letter of 60-day notice to vacate not being submitted to the city or posted online. I'm being pushed out of my home and having to leave Laguna, and it's been my home for 30 years. I've been a working citizen in this town and been disabled like the last 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Salimi, and I lived in 2200 South Coast Highway, Apartment A for the past 3 years. I support everything that Lisa Nordholm has shared. Also, I would like to share that we have not received any of the any of this in the letter. That is, sorry, just give me a second to enlarge this without the glasses. So the owner has not shared. Lisa, can't see it. It's too, okay. Here. The owner of the residential real property shall, in the notice to the tenant, inform the tenant that the copy of the tenancy termination notice will be provided to the city of Laguna Beach and shall become a publicly reachable record on the city of Laguna Beach website. So here we are asking for your help to help us. It's 9 families that live there that we need to be relocated and pay way more, as you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
All right, good evening, city council members. My name is Greg Viviani. My
Hold on.
family.
Hold on. So we're not going to throw any trash. You can just show us, but you're not going to throw any trash on the floor.
But it's on a tarp and it's part of my presentation. It's a visual aid. And last time we did it, I did not go over my 3 minutes, nor
on.
did I disrupt
Look-
the,
Let's pause this time. Madam City Attorney, do you want to weigh in? Because I want to make sure that Greg's constitutional rights are protected while still creating a, not an environment where we have trash thrown on the floor.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So anything that disrupts the meeting, so within your 3 minutes, if your presentation is to show us however you want to do it, but 3 minutes, trash cleanup, everything.
yep, that's what I did last year.
That's
Same thing.
okay.
Okay.
All right, so we're good. You set my 3 minutes. Go. Okay. Good evening, or it's at 2:44. Okay. Good evening, city council members. My name is Greg Viviani. My family has deep roots in Laguna Beach, and I was lucky enough to be born and raised here. That's why I'm so passionate and frustrated by the direction of our city, direction of our city is heading. It doesn't reflect who we are as a community or our responsibility to protect the coastal environment and the quality of life for our residents who live here, raise families here, and care deeply about this unique town. Sue, I sincerely appreciate you picking up trash that day. I was glad to see you out and about, but that was at around 10 a.m. after many residents had already done their part during their morning walks and after city trash services had come through, and even after all that effort, there was still plenty of trash on the sand. And in fact, this trash was collected by an older gentleman, and he and his wife asked me to present this to city council. I said I absolutely would. This was collected from Aliso Beach. I'm calling on the California Coastal Commission to step in because, in my honest opinion, I feel our local leadership has failed to completely grasp the reality on the ground. This is beyond neglect. And no, we are not like surrounding cities. Laguna Beach is small, uniquely accessed by just 3 roads, and cannot be managed the same way as larger coastal areas. And one more thing. The so-called stewardship initiative is mismanaged, just like Visit Laguna Beach. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Just days ago, a sitting board member of Visit Laguna was arrested on suspicion of allegedly raping a minor, selling cocaine and firearms, and sending obscene messages to a minor. This is not just shocking, it's a leadership failure. Maybe Visit Laguna didn't know, but that's part of the problem. How do you not know what kind of people you're sitting on your board unless you're not managing it responsibly? The whole contract must be canceled and the arrangement must be voided because Visit Laguna puts Laguna Beach in a very bad light. This is per the moral turpitude clause, and the city attorney can advise you. Repeat, it's time to now cancel and void the relationship with Visit Laguna and Laguna Beach and bring the TOT to the city to help fund the arts. And why is this not being reported by the local media? Is this really trying to be swept under the rug? Thankfully, Laguna Beach Unfiltered Instagram page is showing the truth and letting the residents speak anonymously, and they're capturing the reality that the official marketing and local news are refusing to show. Residents deserve the truth, not just beach glamour, social media posts, and empty website promises. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for cleaning it up. We appreciate it. Okay, next speaker, please.
Would you pass these? Hi, Council. Laura Parisi, City Treasurer. I wanted to, since we've talked about in the past, give you a copy of the purchases that have been made by the outside investment firm. They've completed that $25 million of purchases. They completed it last week. And the July is the anniversary. It's the 1-year anniversary of outsourcing long-term investments. To date, Meter has purchased a par value of $38 million. I'm wondering if we could put a copy of the chart that I'm handing out up on the screen. There we go. Hopefully the public can see it. But they purchased $38 million in securities, and all of their purchases have been in treasury bills and some corporates. A lot of corporates are in there, and it's interesting that they're callable corporates. Most of them are callable corporates and one agency bond. You know, we're in an odd market right now with interest rates. Short-term rates are actually higher than long-term interest rates right now. So Right now, these investments are not in the money when you compare them to the most recent quarterly local agency investment fund rate. They're not doing better, but who knows? The markets may go down, they may go up, and these gains or losses may change as markets change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sherry Morgan. I currently sit on the school board, but I'm also a 34-year resident, and I am coming here tonight before you to follow up on my last time before you 2 weeks ago. I spoke at the last council meeting, and afterwards it was brought to my attention that a comment I made was inflammatory and possibly insulting to the council. I respect our citizens that protect our boards and council tremendously, and I also respect accountability in myself and others. So I wanted to come before you to clarify and expand on my comment rather than assume that everybody knows what I'm talking about. The topic on the agenda was the undergrounding project, and I currently live in a neighborhood that is being underground. Trenches are being done, big tractors are there. I'm surprised there's not a parade of little kids coming to look at all the big equipment that's all over the place because it's pretty cool. My comment, "It's a nightmare," was a comment that I made that was commented on and needs clarification for context and clarification. Given you all are trying to, are working to move this project throughout the town, I thought it was really important. When I referred to the fact that the undergrounding is a nightmare, it's referencing the construction element. Construction, we all know, is messy, it's dirty, it's inconvenience, and it displaces you. That can be a nightmare. And that was what I was referring to. This project is absolutely necessary. It's no longer an aesthetic issue, it's a safety issue. We can see the devastation on the electrical wire fires that have been started. And of course, once these wires come down, the vast beauty that it's going to create is going to make our town even that much more magical. The vendors you selected are doing an amazing job. They're very good communicators. They have signs up all the time. We know where we can park, where we can't park. They start at 7:30 and say they're going to be done at 4:30. And I believe every day so far they've been early, and I appreciate that. The process is lengthy because they minimize that time that they're in the neighborhood, and they're very specific on what they work on. But cars are dirty. Everything does have dust. I'm allergic to dust. So again, hence my comment, nightmare. And so for that, I wanted to clarify, this is a necessary project, and I encourage every neighborhood to find solutions. I encourage you all to continue pursuing the solutions to help bring the whole town's wires underground. And I thank you for that. And so I wanted to come before you today to clarify nightmare. And lastly, I wanted to add one comment to the fire mitigation that you also had on the agenda last week. And I had mentioned this to Mayor Renagi at one point at a lunch a while back, but I wanted to repeat it for reference in the future. I would love to see our city create a program where all new construction that includes a pool is fitted with some kind of a fire hose / pump that can use that body of water to help defend the immediate area. Perhaps those citizens that have a pool could go through a fire training. They could be part of your volunteer program, but it would help support your fire mitigation efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. I have a PowerPoint. So I've spoken with a couple of you about this, and I know that a couple of you share my views, and I thought it was probably time to raise it at the council. Excuse me. This is a property at 432 Ocean Avenue, which has had its windows replaced with the kind of cheapest, most bottom of the barrel interior grid vinyl windows, the bane of my existence. Next slide, please. And I had emailed the city, and I did tell Anthony, and Anthony and I've talked about it. I told him I was going to be doing this tonight, and he sent me the building permits. But it also said, because I was like, how do we allow these kind of windows in the downtown? They look so cheap and bad. And the response was that this was exempt from design review, and they do have guidelines in the DSP, but they only apply to projects that are subject to design review. And it's up to the design review authority to determine the appropriate window design and materials for a project. I don't know how any project would not have to comply with our design guidelines for the downtown specific plan, whether it needs to go through design review or not. Next slide, please. I also wanted to point out, I had pointed out that these permits appear to have expired. And I have not been able to find another permit in the portal. That does not mean that they had not been renewed. And I also wanted to point out that the project was to replace windows within the same openings and the same style. There is no way, sorry, next slide. You can see that these were wood fixed windows. Interior grid vinyl and single hung windows are not the same windows. They are not replacement in kind or in style. And then the next slide, please. And this is the view from Broadway. And this is the work that was ongoing in April 2025. So it's sort of hard to figure out the exact address for this project. Anthony helpfully told me it was 432 Ocean for the Oceanside building. I think this is the same building. And if the permit is from 2020, expired in 2023, and the work is happening in April 2025, there seems to be something wrong here. And the larger issue is, I think that there needs to be clarification that, you guys are really interested in beautifying downtown. These windows look terrible. And I know Sue agrees with me. And if we have design guidelines that allow us to require better windows, we should just not be satisfied with things that look like this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council. So nice to be here. I love having platforms like this where people in the community can come together and share what's on their mind and their hearts. My name is Emily. I like to sparkle different. And in case you didn't know, I love lavender as well. And I brought you some because I feel like after the fire that we experienced 2 weeks ago, we need a little bit more lavender around here to make us happy. So I hope that this gift can be a token of the love that's in my heart for the community, for differences, and for people that live at 2200. Frankly, when they were speaking, I couldn't help but think about housing issues. And I know that, Alex, you're into housing and you want to help with low-income housing, at least from what I've read. I'm not as well versed in all of the issues presently, but this was meant to just be a thank you. But it just made me think of my time in public supported housing and how I was able to bridge differences for people and make changes that helped myself sparkle more and others. And I think that there's sometimes too many words in the world. So I don't want to take up all this time with words. And I literally just want us to breathe, to just enjoy the last minute and a half. And if that's just thinking about your loved ones and how grateful you are you have them, or that we have an Olympian living in our city. Is it Nico? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Nika?
Nija.
Excuse me, I'm not online or the internet much or TV. And I know that's hard to believe. And I'm the mom. It's not my kids. But he took me back because I have a cousin who was in the '84 Olympics and he got 3 gold medals. And so it made me just think about, I just was at a family reunion over the weekend and think about my fond memories with my dear cousin that was in LA in '84. So, I hope patriotism and I hope the love of peace can unite us and not divide us. And all we have is our stories. So thank you for your time. Thank you for letting me share my story today as a social worker that I am. I was a social worker before I had the degree. So anyways, hope you're doing well. And here's some lavender to make it a little bit better for you.
Thank you.
Thanks for keeping us safe in those fires.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Next speaker, please. And good job with everyone who's doing the hand waving instead of the clapping. I see that. We
Please.
appreciate it. Okay, John, go ahead.
While we're on a lighter note, I'm John Thomas, and I'm here on behalf of South Laguna Civic Association.
Oh, hold on. Let's restart the,
Thought that was fast.
go ahead.
Okay, I'm here on behalf of South Laguna Civic Association to express our support for the presentation you just had about July being Parks Make Life Better Month. We sent a letter in support of Parks Make Life Better Month. I hope you've seen it, and I think we got a slide, hopefully. And I'm here to also remind you that you could make life even better in South Laguna if the city were to acquire the 2 lots across from the Village Green for use as an additional park. There is a slide, if you could bring it up, or it's that photograph I'm sending around. If the slide comes up, what you could see is from a birthday party in the Village Green this morning. South Laguna is experiencing a bit of a baby boom, and these small citizens will be needing park space to help them grow. Council members have been quoted as saying, we don't do enough for the kids. And another was quoted as saying, I think as leaders of a city, our first obligation is to the children. So here's a chance to do something for the children. And there has been some important changes regarding that property recently. And we hope the city will engage with the owner who is willing to talk to you. And if you'd like, we could be happy to facilitate that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
And Christoph, I also want to support the Parks Make Life Better initiative. And I was just thinking when I was talking to John earlier, how much activism has contributed to the parks that we have in Laguna Beach. Bluebird Park was, the Women's Club pioneered that. Heisler Park was fought for when Mr. Heisler was going to go back on his promise. Main Beach Park, we had votes and lots of discussion. In South Laguna, the Village Green was completely citizen generated. And we had to make petitions and try to educate the Board of Supervisors why we needed a children's play park. And their first reaction was, well, you've got the beach. Nobody at the beach needs a park. And so we started at ground zero with the Board of Supervisors. And it took a couple of years to raise awareness and to get their support for buying that property for $80,000 in 1975. And so again, we are being activists. We're asking you to help us with the South Laguna Community Garden Park, and we're asking you to help with the acquisition of this addition to Village Green. And hopefully you will be easier to convince than the Board of Supervisors was. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, City Council. I wasn't planning on speaking of this, but then I heard it was Park Month in July. And South Laguna has a great opportunity to buy 2 empty lots, put some kind of an open space park there for all the kids. We do have lots of children, lots of people that like to walk around. We have people with dogs, and it would be a great addition because South Laguna doesn't have that much open space compared to the rest of the city. If you look at park space, we just have the Village Green, and it is used quite often for birthdays. So it would be a great addition. It would be great. Like we said, this is mental health, good for your mental health, good to get out and walk. And I just agree with Ann and John. And like I said, I wasn't planning on speaking of it, but if you can think about that and the owner's willing, South Laguna really does need some more open space because we only have 1 park. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there any other speakers on public comment? Now is your last chance until the next 2-week meeting. Okay, so what we will do is close public comment on non-agenda items. We're going to bring it back to council and staff. Let's start with our city manager. Do you have any updates to provide?
I do have a couple of things, Mr. Mayor. Let me call that up.
And eventually, Anne Marie, one thing for it, we're going to put a slide up on the board if you got it. Okay, but firstly, business license tax bills are out. Yay. Sorry, I know that's no fun. There's a change in what you would typically see. So we now use HDL as our contractor. This is a respected contractor to collect the tax. So you'll see their office address and different email address on the bill. The office is in Fresno. So kudos to all the scam-aware folks who are concerned and asked about it. There was also a QR code that was for internal use at HDL, which if you were accessing by a non-HDL user, it would have turned up random links like ways to purchase shoes. So I know people like to purchase shoes, but we'd rather have you pay your business license tax. So to avoid this, please look on our social media and the website for 3 ways to pay your business license tax. We appreciate that. Second item, Anne Marie's put this up on the screen. I made a commitment to the council that every second meeting of the month, we'd talk about the year-to-date police enforcement stats. So this is through June, so last month, comparing with 2025 to 2024. And you can see a couple of things. Note the almost 20% increase in parking enforcement. 13,000 is a lot of tickets. I know folks would like to see more, but hopefully folks that don't think we're doing enough will recognize that 13,000 is still quite a bit. We had a nearly 60% increase in our speeding enforcement. Hopefully that doesn't mean more than 60% of people are going faster, but that we were enforcing that better. So, over 1,000 tickets year to date. And then note the loud exhaust jump. So we're really being aggressive with our partners about citing people for loud exhaust. And then finally, the drinking and smoking in public, almost 700 citations this year, up from 331 last year. So I appreciate all the good work from the police department to keep abreast of this. And we'll have July's numbers, I hope, by your August 12th city council meeting. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Oh,
Am I allowed to ask a question?
yeah, of
City
course.
Manager?
Go ahead.
One of the many public comments that I am hearing a lot out in the community is just a question around how effectively we're enforcing our laws, particularly with the summer surge of visitors. What can you share about that and how that's reflected in those numbers?
And I might ask Chief Calvert to come up and answer this with me. We added 2 park rangers to the enforcement team. We're up to 10. They're really busy this time of year. So, but I know the chief can talk about just a redirect on the rest of the team's efforts to really focus on quality of life issues. So I won't go any further. Welcome, Chief Calvert.
Thank you. I don't understand your question, actually.
So I hear from a lot of people who say, why aren't we enforcing our laws? And when I look at numbers like what the city manager just put up, it seems to me like we are. And I think that there's been a concerted effort, particularly in the summer months, to address some of these quality of life issues that our residents are concerned about. So I was hoping you might take that opportunity to share a little bit about how we are increasing enforcement of these laws.
Yeah, it's just a shift in culture coming out of COVID, and really the city council supporting the additional ranger staff who are primarily focused in the beaches and parks. That's why you're seeing the increase in these quality of life violations. But we can't be everywhere at once. We have 7 miles of beach. Linear miles of beach. We have over 700 intersections in town. So we're deploying our resources the best that we can using data. And so we examine, for instance, where are traffic accidents occurring in our town. And we're redirecting our motor officers, which we've increased from 2 officers to 4 officers, including a dedicated traffic sergeant now, into those locations. And, with the increased enforcement from not only the rangers, the traffic enforcement officers, but our patrol officers are out there, dealing with quality of life issues day in and day out, including, as you can see, removing DUI drivers from the roadways, and an increase in overall arrest. But if you look at those stats, you're also seeing an increase in calls for service. So not only is there increased calls for service, the productivity from the PD team has increased as well. So they're extremely busy. They're out there. They understand the mission, and from my perspective, they're doing an outstanding job.
I agree. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wanted to add too, just remember there are things that you can do at home to help us. One is to use the non-emergency line, certainly use 911 in an emergency, but the chief was explaining and his team was explaining how important it is to call stuff in, just so we know where trends are, even if we can't get there right away. If you see something going on that shouldn't be going on, and then use the Ask Laguna app. That's available on our website. You could download it on your phone, and that's for more the traditional non-momentary things, like if you see graffiti or if you see a trash can that's overflowing, call that in. That's monitored 7 days a week. And it gets to them faster than pinging the city council, and then pinging me, and then the public works director. Gets right to the public works team that's working that day. So use that. And again, I really appreciate, Chief, you and what your team are doing for the community. There's a lot of pressure. We'll never be able to do enough. I know that, but there's a lot of good effort going on.
Thank you. It's public safety is a shared responsibility, and our expectation is that if there's concerns, we want to hear about them. But to the city manager's point, it slows our response down if you're calling city council members, so that they're sending their text messages down the chain of command. Call the non-emergency line so we can get out there as soon as possible. I'll just add on to that. One of our rangers, Colin McNamara, he has an eye for graffiti, and he is out there tracking down graffiti all the time. So it's very rare that you'll see graffiti in our town, but if you do overnight, please put it on the Ask Me app so we can get out there right away. We got a great relationship with Public Works, who gets out there right away to clean it up if it's on public property.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Madam City Attorney,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no report tonight.
Councilmember Jones.
Just a couple meetings to report on. I met with David Browning with OCMTBA, and I also met with Mary Fagris and Scott Thomas with Laguna Canyon Foundation. We had a Laguna Canyon Foundation board meeting, which is always fun. I had the honor of taking our mayor pro tem on a little tour of Crystal Cove, which is my day job. That was really fun. And I met with Wendy Berube with Orange County Coastkeeper.
Thank you. Councilmember Kemp.
Yeah, I have a few things this evening. So on Sunday, the 13th in the afternoon, I did a ride along with Park Ranger Oscar Perez, and I just want to let everyone know that guy's he's quite a professional, and I spent about 4 hours with him. So we went to Aliso Beach, we went to Woods Cove, we went to Moss, and we walked Heisler. And so what they do is, so they're primarily, trying to keep things under control. For example, at Aliso, they're involved in, so we have 10-foot easy ups, they're not allowed. So telling people to shrink those down. He looks for people who may be drinking, and in particular, I saw him write a cite for somebody smoking pot, just blatantly smoking pot, got a criminal cite for that. So these park rangers, they know people's behavior pretty well now, especially this guy who was working last summer, when I think we had more visitors last summer than this summer. It's a lot less chaotic, even though it's always chaotic in July. It was a lot less chaotic this year than last year. But what he does is, so we did a first pass, and that took us, I don't know, 3.5 hours. Then he takes a second pass, because he said the drinking starts, particularly on these cove beaches. They're harder to access, like 1,000 steps. He'll go back through there, and that's when he catches people drinking. So, and he's quite good at it. So I wanted to reassure people that these park rangers are very, very helpful. They also kind of take the pressure off the lifeguards, because the lifeguards, we want their eyes on the water. And, knock on wood, we haven't had any big incidents this summer, thanks to Kai and his team. They're doing an excellent job. It's always impressive. Kai, you guys have a great team. So anyway, it was a really, really good visit. We had the park rangers, we started hiring them in 2020 in response to the pandemic. And that's, if you remember, we got a lot of visitors during the pandemic all over the place, in the trails and the beaches. And so we brought these people on to basically be quality of life officers, and do quite a good job. On July 14th was a Monday. Public Works and Marine Safety and the Police Department, Dave and Mark, Mayor Pro Tem Orgel and I met with residents at Woods Cove. And they had a number of concerns. They're pretty typical concerns that everybody has, but they feel it more keenly because these cove beaches, they have, there's basically a capacity problem because they're not very big. And also, the surf washes out, so it kind of closes out the beaches. But their concerns, were pretty much the same concerns across the board in town. But one thing we are going to do is, I want to mention one thing about graffiti too, what I learned from Oscar Perez when I was walking around with him, is that when they see graffiti, they take a picture of it right away. It goes to Public Works, and Public Works takes it right off. So we're pretty responsive when it comes to graffiti. So anyway, we're at West Street. One of the things that they asked us to do, and Dave has been working on this, is, we have these brown signs at the beaches, and they're just wholly ineffective because they have a long list of things not to do. It's brown, and you don't really see it. And at the bottom is a little logo with a, I don't know, wine glass and a circle with a line through. So, okay, that's not quite what we're looking for. So we're going to craft a new sign, which is going to go on the Cove beaches, and it's going to be temporary, but it's going to be pretty bold, where it says, here's all the things you can't do. At the top of the list, drinking, for example, and it has the fines. So we're going to be putting those up in temporary fashion through the summer, and then we're going to revamp our sign program for next year, which I think will be helpful. And then, following that visit and along with my ride-along, I made a list of things Mark and I did for Dave to consider. Some of these are code changes, some of these are legal considerations, some are coastal commission related, and things that we need to work on. We're going to be talking about those hopefully in September. We're going to bring these forward with some, the requisite research. And then finally, I've been doing a lot of walking. I started walking around town at the end of June, and I've been picking up trash. I do it almost every single day. And the reason I'm doing it is it really helps me understand, like, okay, for example, South Laguna. From West Street on the ocean side, from West Street along the sidewalk to Eagle Rock, there was a ton of trash there. There was no trash cans. So it was on the weekend. I called Public Works. They were great. They came out and they had Spectrum clean it all up. And we put some trash cans there. I also noticed in areas in South Laguna where there's propensity for more trash, the vacant lot on Catalina at the top. There's some, I don't know, whatever, landscaping that's out of control, and people throw stuff in there. But by and large, it's better now. We're really trying to concentrate on these areas that are, proximate to Coast Highway, where it really impacts residents. I've also been walking in Woods Cove. I do it sometimes in the evening, Woods Cove, Moss Street, and I've been walking in Heisler, where I've seen a number of things that I think the city does a pretty good job of keeping it clean, but, people who want to smoke, they'll go to the pop-out lookout areas, and you'll find cigarette butts there. You can really learn about people's behavior when you pick up trash. I mean, I never really thought about that, but I was really watching that. And as I pick it up, I'm like, oh, okay, maybe in these picnic areas where they smoke while they're doing their barbecuing, maybe we may need to make some changes there. So anyway, it's been interesting. I'm going to keep doing it throughout the summer. I get to meet a lot of residents, and they clue me on other things. And I usually give a report to Dave after a couple days, which I'm sure he half appreciates. But anyway, that's my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Whalen.
A couple things. One, with respect to the comments that we had from the three renters who had received notices about displacement, and I see Cody Ingles back there, we worked on this issue as a council to enhance what the state requirements are. Now, we didn't, we had this discussion, we didn't put in any active city enforcement aspect to it. It just creates a civil remedy for those individuals. But I do think it's important, and I'd like to encourage staff to take this as an example. We did require certain notices, and they are our permits, and we need to make sure they're the correct permits. So I think to the extent it involves city-issued items, I'd like to see us following up and make sure the notices are proper. We don't have to pursue a legal action to enforce it. That's not the role we took on. But I would like to see us, be more proactive and make sure people are getting the benefit of what we as a council enacted. So I'd appreciate that. And maybe somebody can reach out to those individuals and tell them we'll follow up on that. We had a meeting last week. Gavin was there running it, city manager Mark Orgel and I. It was a meeting on survey. We're going to be conducting a community-wide survey in September. We wanted to get input from residents as to what should be on the survey, what kind of questions we should ask, what kind of areas we should explore. There is a second one via Zoom, so for people who couldn't make it last week. I think August 14th, is that right?
August 13th.
We had some date issues
It's
there.
Wednesday, August 13th.
Wednesday, August 13th. Okay, so look for that, and you can join by Zoom if you want to give input on what the community survey is going to look like, which will take place sometime in September. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Briefly, before I get started on my list, Sue, when we were down meeting at the beach with the residents, along with the police department and Marine Services and Dave Kiff, we put together what we called a pilot program, and you were going to actually implement that over a variety of different coves. Could you give a brief description of what that might include?
The main thing we were focusing on was a different signage program that would involve some enforcement too, but at least the signage. So I've been exchanging sign concepts with the team from Woods Cove, the resident team, and hopefully going to meet with them tomorrow to go over the final signage. They had some good ideas.
Okay. And then anything else to report on? We did talk about, and Sue mentioned the signage, and thank you, Sue. I just wanted to touch base on the pilot program. We talked about the coverage from Marine Services and the police department, how that could be looked at. We talked about some additional trash pickup from the trash service, right? Some of the
Right. Some additional
potential.
frequency of the trash
Right.
pickup. Make sure the locations are right, especially in the coves. And then I know Jeremy's been helping work on to kind of restroom relief for certain places.
So at a point in the not too distant future, we'll have that, what comes out of that pilot program.
I'm
that we can
hoping
share
we'll
with
be
the
able to
public.
start it up with all the signage and everything by the 1st of August. We'll miss part of the time, but it takes a little while to get it going.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, as far as my list, Bob mentioned that we did have the meeting regarding creating the survey for the revenue enhancement. We just discussed the meeting that we had at Woods Cove with the neighborhoods down there, and developing a pilot program, which Dave just mentioned. We could have some information to share on that at a later date. Dave did attend a South Laguna Civic Association with me, and I think that we had a very proactive conversation around a variety of topics at that meeting. Dave also arranged a meeting with the interim city manager at Irvine, and we discussed the Great Park and what the future of that holds for us. The reason I wanted to have that conversation is it's only a partial way done today, and today it receives 6 million visitors a year. Within the next couple of years, it's going to increase to 15 million visitors. It's supposed to be built out over 7 to 10 years. My concern and the reason I want to have this conversation, not just with the Great Park, but also with Dana Point and the new harbor renovation, is that there's a potential for serious impacts on this community. And the sooner we get these conversations going, how we can mitigate those impacts, the better. So in a couple of years, the Great Park, again, for instance, is could potentially hit 15 million visitors a year at the Great Park, currently at 6 million. I took a tour of the high school makerspace, and they've recently expanded it. That was very educational and exciting to see them expanding that program. They had 140 students attempt to enroll in the program. This year, they only had room for roughly half of that. I attended, on behalf of our mayor, I attended the Festival of the Arts Board meeting and gave them an update on the city. We had a Coastal Greenbelt Authority meeting last week. That went very well, and Mary Fragers is working hard on updating some documents for the future of the organization. Had a Vector Control Facilities ad hoc meeting up at their facility last week. We had a Laguna Canyon property update. These are the properties that we're currently, the city's looking at up the canyon that are currently occupied by artists in town. The city is considering if there's an option, an acquisition option on those properties. Met with Jeremy regarding an update on those. We had a land trust, Bob and I had a land trust meeting where we, I guess you could say, finalized the bylaws for the land trust. Hallie mentioned the tour that we did at Crystal Cove, and she gave me an update on the Crystal Cove's future on their stewardship plans, and that was exciting to hear those updates and receive that tour. As far as personal meetings, I met with Carrie Reynolds, Diane Armitage, Kathy Yurka, Drake, Dan Quest, Christy Miller, George Dubin, and I discussed the various procedures for the Planning Commission and how they could better address certain issues pertaining with the Planning Commission. Chris and John from Casa Loma, Paulette Adams, Jay Kramer, we met and discussed the future of arts in Laguna. Sue Whiting and Megan met with me, myself, Norm, and Scott from Laguna Canyon Foundation to discuss the open space element as well as a potential trail above the golf course, the ranch golf course. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a few things to report on my end. I attended the ribbon cutting for the Le Petit Poly, which is the new hotel across from the Montage, and I think it's a great example of the kinds of projects that we want to see in Laguna Beach, where it's just done very well, and it contributes to our TOT tax base. I think it was also a good process from what the applicant said. He said it was the easiest city to work with, which was very refreshing to hear. So I know we need to do a lot better in many respects, but it's good to celebrate victories when we have them. And then this weekend, on Friday, Councilmember Kempf and I attended the Santa Barbara Bowl with a group of residents to watch a concert. And we also had an opportunity to meet with the leadership of the bowl and just to understand how they go about dealing with, sound policies, what kind of equipment, technology, facilities, all the above, to have world-class live music. And, this was not something that of course, I want to make it clear that the taxpayers had no role in paying for us going to a concert. That would be an abuse. So, but it was a very productive and worthwhile trip for us. And, as part of the council recommendation, it has informed our report that we're going to be putting together with this group of residents who have an interest in having more live music at the Irvine Bowl. So very excited about that, and looking forward to next steps there. And then finally, this is sort of a fun thing, but on June 30th, I'm participating in it's called, July 30th, on the Motorhome Madness and Figure 8 Demolition Derby, competing against Mayor John Stevens in Costa Mesa, Joe Stapleton of Newport Beach, and then somehow they got 3 Newport Beach council members who are also participating. So, and then our fire chief will be there participating, and he won last year in the demolition derby, and then our police chief as well as Jason Ferris. So it's good that we have our members from our first responders in Laguna in case I get injured as part of the demolition derby.
Hold on. You're actually driving in the demolition
Yes.
derby?
And so tickets are on sale, and I'm going to send it out in my newsletter. So if you want to, all the money goes towards chalk, so it's a really good cause. But yeah, I'm participating in that, so that'll be an interesting one. I don't know.
Get a videographer on this thing.
So anyway, that'll be a fun event to raise money for a really good cause. And so in our newsletter, we'll include information about how to buy tickets with all the money going to charity. So looking forward to that, kind of. And then that wraps up council and staff comments. So now let's go to our consent calendar. We'll start with We'll give the public a chance to pull items, but we'll start with any council members who want to pull items from the consent calendar.
Number 8 and 13.
Yeah, and I have 7 and 17.
Any other council members want to pull items from the consent calendar? No? Okay, do any members of the public want to pull an item? Yeah, John? 10, we'll pull 10. Any other items to be pulled from the consent calendar? I don't see any. Okay, so I'll make a motion that we move items 1 through 6, 9, and then 11 and 12, and then 14 through 16.
Second.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, just to clarify, for item number 15, there was a supplemental report in a revised resolution posted to the agenda. So I just want to make sure that you're adopting the revised resolution on that item.
Okay, so I would make my motion as with the revised what was attached to the agenda. Good. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we're gonna start with item number 7. I think Sue, you pulled this.
Yeah, just a quick question for Public Works. Here it comes.
So let's bring Public Works up here.
Hey, Reza, thank you.
Good evening.
I don't need unless the council wants a staff report. I just had a couple questions. First of all, I think Spectrum's doing a really good job. And I think you're doing a good job managing them. They cleaned up all that trash, by the way, that's on the Coast Highway on the inland side from West Street all the way through Lisa. There's a lot of trash, they're all gone. They did a great job. But my question is, just on the pricing, so what is our cost? So we pick up 3 times a day in the summer, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so what is the cost for that? Is it the extra 122? I'm just trying to figure out.
So you're asking what's the cost for the summer enhanced program?
yeah.
If I could just clarify, so we service all public trash and recycling receptacles once daily, and there's a fixed cost for that, a monthly rate. And then we provide a summer season enhanced service to provide a second and third pickup of a day for approximately 400 out of the 500 public receptacles. And that additional cost for the second and third pickup it's a total of $156,000, which provides that enhanced service from approximately middle of May through the end of September.
Okay. And do they actually, so they pick up from the trash cans, right?
Yes.
And they do some of the street cleaning up too, I noticed that.
So part of a separate item is the on-call litter crews. And during the summer season, in addition to servicing public trash receptacles, we also activate our litter crews, which is basically a team of 3 individuals on Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights during the summer season, and also 1 person the following morning. So Saturday morning, Sunday morning, Monday morning, to try to attack all portions of Coast Highway and into certain neighborhoods where visitors tend to park, such as in the Wesley District or other areas, districts near Heisler Park. We send these crews to look for litter that didn't make it into the trash cans, illegally dumped, or things like coolers that people don't want to pack up and put in their car. They may leave it by their car and drive off. And then these crews are aimed at collecting those and disposing.
Okay, so they go up the perpendicular streets from Coast Highway, maybe a block or 2.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, I go up Wesley a lot and well, you guys added that other trash can. I think that's going to help. Okay, that's what I wanted to know, how we split it out.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
Further questions of staff?
No, can we get Sue one of those vests so she's safe when she's walking around?
I'm not walking on coast. Walking
We'd be happy to provide a vest and a litter picking claw.
helmet.
Further questions of staff? Seeing none, let's open this up for the public to weigh in. Do any members of the public want to provide testimony on this item? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing. When I'm out walking the dog, I've seen, they do a good job. Spectrum does a good job. They work real hard. And I was out walking the dog where Sue doesn't want to walk along Coast Highway, and one of the women working there, she's walking along. I mean, she's picking up stuff. And I said something like, you know, you guys do a great job, thanks. And she points at the cars going by and she goes, no respecto. And I mean, that's what you're dealing with. I mean, anyway, one other comment. It also looks to me like they're picking up the trash out of the recycle and the trash. And I think they're putting them in bags that look the same, and they're putting them in the same truck. So I don't know if they're processing them separately or not.
Thank you for the question. So.
Hold on.
I apologize.
Okay, any other public testimony on this item? Okay, we'll answer the question after. Go
Are
ahead.
you guys able to pick up trash off the sand and the actual beaches?
Hold on, so we'll wait on that question. Any further, you're good, Greg? Okay, any other testimony on this item? Seeing none, okay, so I'm gonna close public comment. Let's answer those two questions.
Thank you. So about the way we collect the trash bags out of the trash and recycling cans, oftentimes there are trash and recycling can that are side by side. Sometimes we even have combo cans that contain both the trash and recycling receptacle. And if they're being serviced properly, we put a black or opaque trash liner in the trash receptacle and a clear liner in the recycling receptacle. So even though our service vendor is collecting bags from both, they are throwing them in the same truck. When they come to our disposal facility at the corporation yard, we have separate dumpsters, roll-off dumpsters, and so they are manually throwing the black trash bags in the trash dumpster, and they are throwing the clear recyclables in the recycling dumpster. They use one truck to be more efficient in their operations. They're just sending one truck and a couple of guys to be able to service these quickly. Many of these locations are located along Coast Highway, and they're, stopping quickly in a way to not impede traffic, but by only having one truck, it improves our efficiency. But they are being separated at our corporation yard, which is our transfer facility. I hope that answers your question. And then the question about can we pick up trash off the sand? So Spectrum currently has a few contracts with us. This contract is for the servicing of the public trash cans that are at downtown, along Coast Highway, and other locations, including in certain parking lots. Spectrum also provides a different service for us. They provide a day porter service for us, which we employ at Aliso Beach and the other I shouldn't call them new, but the newer county beaches that we've taken over that are further south. We have a day porter service, which at Aliso is all day. And yes, they should be litter picking along the sand in addition to these litter crews. So that's if that's not happening as often as it needs to, then I can work with the Spectrum on that. But that's a service that's through a separate contract, not for this contract that's before you.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Are there further questions from council for city staff on this item? Councilmember Jones.
I would only comment, I think you guys, your teams are doing a great job. So thank you. And I know it's sometimes thankless, and I would definitely support making sure that Spectrum is doing what they can, particularly at Aliso Beach.
I have one question. So could we get to the point where we have, because I'd imagine there's situations where sometimes they're doing the 2 visits and it could be a trash can that's not filling up, right? But where there's other situations where maybe it needs to be 5, where we have the technology where the trash can tell us when it's at the point of capacity, and then, gear. Is that something that we've looked into in the past, or something that we could look at in the future as we move forward with this?
It's certainly something we're looking into. We actually have deployed a couple of trash cans that we call the big belly system.
Okay.
We have these, I believe, at the south end of Main Beach, and we also have a couple of these units in the Aliso East parking lot, the inland parking lot. And it was kind of a pilot program for us a few years ago, and we've been testing it out. And it does have a reporting function where it reports to us that it's full or reports to us that it has an issue. So it is something we're looking into. And hopefully we will be able to employ that technology all around.
Thank you.
Rez, I don't know if these are the ones you're talking about, but at the boardwalk all the way down by Hotel Laguna, they're actually wrapped with caution tape and saying out of service. So I don't know, what's the status on those?
We've had some service issues with them, and that's why it's still sort of in a pilot program phase now, but I will look into why it's been out of service for a little while.
Good. Okay. Any other questions or comments from council? No, does someone want to make a motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second that. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Reza. Okay, item 8, red flag fire safe parking restrictions on Bluebird Canyon and Canyon Acre Drive neighborhoods. I don't know who
I
pulled.
pulled this,
Do you want a
this one.
staff
So,
report or?
I don't really need a staff report, but I do, it's great that Chief King and Chief Hill are here. So this came out of the updated, wildfire safety plan that we all took a look at and improved. So it's terrific. I mean, we're moving ahead with Bluebird and Canyon Acres. Nobody is obviously going to have a concern about that. We had an EDPC meeting last Monday, I think it was, and Sarah reported that there may actually be some other neighborhoods that are interested in going through the process. And I think this is, and I don't know if you have anything to share on that, but could you just describe a little bit how the program operates and the frequency, and if there are other neighborhoods that are interested, how they might go about approaching you guys on that?
Yeah, thank you, council member. Mr. Mayor, Council, Andrew Hill, Acting Deputy Fire Chief. The way the program came about was actually back in 2014 at the encouragement of the council. We created an ordinance that would allow the police department to issue citations and tow vehicles that were in a designated red flag parking area, and that was in the Diamond Crestview area. And that's been going on since 2014. At the revised Wildfire Mitigation Committee, the new ad hoc committee, it was suggested that we expand that parking. And so we used the 2021 wildfire evacuation study, which called out 3 specific neighborhoods. That was the Diamond Crestview, the Bluebird Canyon, and the Canyon Acres neighborhoods as being impaired access. And so with Diamond Crestview already covered, we are coming to you tonight for the Bluebird and the Canyon Acres. There is interest in other neighborhoods, and we can look at those. And I think the process would be the same as if we had interest in other neighborhoods. We would go through the same process of taking that to PTC, proposing some changes in those parking, and then bringing it to council once PTC agreed to it. The only caution we have, and I would allow the city attorney to speak to that, is several of the streets that we were approached as wanting to be added are city streets that the city does not currently maintain. And so there is a little added difficulty in that. As far as frequency, over the last 5 years, we've averaged, I believe the actual number is 1.1 days a year that we would have red flag restrictions in place. So it's not high frequency, it's very low frequency. It's focused mostly in the late fall, early winter. And I believe over the last 5 years, with the exception of this year, the very beginning of December, all of our red flags were in the month of November.
Thank you, Chief.
Sue.
I just want to thank Sarah Lamonis, I see her back there, and our team on our wildfire committee for getting going on this, because after the fire, I know a lot of people in Bluebird because they used to live up there. A lot of people said, oh, thank God the city widened the road. We're so thankful that you did that. And then I think the red flag parking is just what they need. And I also thank personally. I think we should take the speed bump out. If we're going to widen the road and we're going to put in red flag parking, we shouldn't be hindering anybody getting up and down the hill in an emergency. So I want to,
Throwing a whole thing at
Could-
yeah,
Could,
I'd like to add that in because I think it's ridiculous personally, but.
So just question, because you said apparently on the private streets, I don't know if Pat Donegan, you want to weigh in on that? Because we do have private streets in Bluebird, Old Top of the World, South Laguna, so around town. Can you just briefly describe the issue there?
Sure. Thank you very much, Councilmember Whalen. Like any private property, a private street, has to be treated slightly differently. They, of course, are free to implement their own parking regulations. Of course, the city will be very, very accommodating in doing what we can to help facilitate that. But it is a slightly different process than, of course, a city-owned public right-of-way where the vehicle code allows us to implement various parking restrictions. Private road is under private ownership, so it would be a different process.
Further questions of staff? None. Okay, let's go to the public and provide 3 minutes of testimony for anyone who wants to speak on this item. So who wants to? Okay. Mr. Lawson.
The godfather of red flag days. Right here.
Quite literally so. Back in March of 2014, then Fire Chief Jeff Latendress and Jim Barris of PD and Sandy Kane, a fellow ADPC member, and I literally spent the better part of a day with the tape measure walking around Diamond Crestview to see where we needed to put those in. And in Diamond Crestview, you cannot, the only legal street parking are the off-street parking spaces that individuals put in when they build their homes. And we were trying to figure out how many of those we could preserve and how many of them had to go away to maintain the critical dimension, which is 20 feet of unobstructed travel. And the reason for that is very simple, because if you're fighting a brush fire, and again, I defer to our fire department, but my understanding is if you're fighting a brush fire, you use a technique called bump and run, which requires 10-foot wide pieces of apparatus to pass each other going in opposite directions at some degree of speed. And the bottom line is, too, you want to be able to get apparatus flow resources in to do structure protection and life safety, as well as getting people out. This is not a quality of life issue. This is a quantity of life issue. Because if you look at the fire incidents that occurred in Pacific Palisades, in Paradise, and in Lahaina, roughly 200 people were cremated alive as they tried to leave. They weren't able to because of various road street conditions. They just weren't able to get out. And traffic calming in Paradise was a major issue. So yes, to get rid of the bump in Bluebird Canyon, that would be a very, very good thing to do. I think I can say as a 22-year resident of Diamond Crestview, and I had no role in selecting that neighborhood, that was Chief Latendress's call. The bottom line is that it's been a very effective program. I understand it's been very helpful to the fire department, and it has not been unduly inconvenient to residents. There will always be some degree of inconvenience. We can't kid ourselves about that. Parking is a very fraught issue, as we know here in Laguna Beach. But I think the public safety benefit of this and the importance of protecting both our lives and our homes and our neighborhoods is so overwhelming that I would strongly urge that these two other neighborhoods be implemented as soon as possible, and that this be implemented on a wider basis as soon as possible. And that, I believe, came out of the Standards of Cover report that was done about a year and a half ago. So please get this done as soon as possible. We're never going to have teeny little bitty fire engines. We're not going to get help from Osaka, where they do have them. And the apparatus that's going to be coming in to help us out on mutual aid is going to be at least as large as ours. And if they can't get in, if they can't get out, they're not coming in. So it's very important that we get this done and be realistic about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Penelope Milne, president of Can Do. So I think the Canyon neighborhoods really appreciate this addition in safety. We have no opposition to it. We did at the PTC meeting have what I think are useful comments about basically like supports around implementing this, not a pushback on it. And those were that we guesstimate that if you can only park on the street in one direction, that there will be not enough street parking room for all the cars in the neighborhood. So, and there's no other immediately obvious good place to park. So, for example, you couldn't go park in Sarah Thurston, right? That's difficult parking and already a sign. And the next residential bit north is far, far north. So we suggested, there were a variety of different suggestions about where cars would go, some of which I think pose their own problems. Our preference was that there would be, we could reserve a certain number of parking meters on Laguna Canyon Road for those days. Often that wouldn't be a problem. They wouldn't need to be reserved, but you can picture there are times of the year where if you needed them, they wouldn't be there. So we could maybe work with the fire department to figure out, that handful of spaces. I do also think either on our own or with the really valued help of the fire department, we'd like to have some inter-neighborhood chat, because some of my neighbors have pointed out to me that if you live at the far end of Canyon Acres, if you're an elderly person or a person evacuating with small children or animals, a lot of all of the above live at that end of Canyon Acres, trying to get the whole way out to Laguna Canyon Road, right, with your pygmy goats and your toddler is not realistic. So we need to think about, how is that organized? So again, support the plan, but would like help with some of the details. I think just two more things quickly about that. One, I know that Lewis and Llewellyn, the other two streets in the Canyon Acres neighborhood, are not included because they're not city streets. And I understand that, and the parking on them is pretty limited because the residences on them are very limited. But maybe they would be anyway, but I'd love to see those people informed. Like if we're going to get advance notice that a red flag day is coming, our neighbors should get a notice that red flag day is coming, even if it doesn't change their parking. Does that make sense? And then the final thing is some neighbors have expressed interest and concern about the gate to Ganal lumber that is at the far end of Arroyo and could potentially provide another escape route if power lines down or other things were blocking access from Arroyo to Canyon Acres. So we would like to have the city's help in investigating whether that's a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further speakers on this item?
One more, Ruben Flores. It just so happened that Diane and I were on the radio station, our very own Laguna Beach radio station during the fire, and we were able to report and support notifying people via the radio station about what was going on. We were getting the Nixle text into us, also the watch text into us. We were able to tell people to stay in their homes or evacuate their homes, get their cars off the roads. And I just want to emphasize the need of the radio station for alerting people for whatever reason it might happen, but it was important. And I really do appreciate this radio station, and it needs to be supported by the city. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for helping to report out what was going on, Ruben. We appreciate that. Any other speakers on this item? I don't see any speakers, so we're going to close public comment and bring it back to council. Further questions, Bob?
No further questions. I just think some of Penny Milne's suggestions for that neighborhood really make a lot of sense. So perhaps in the implementation phase, we could try to incorporate some of that. The only other, and this is sort of just a technical thing on the resolution itself, the definition of red flag, it says a red flag condition shall be in effect when declared by the San Diego Office of the National Weather Service for the coastal Orange County area, which I understand is currently, who declares it. It just seems to me, and maybe the city attorney could weigh in here too, but I think that's a change, right, from what it used to be. So I was thinking maybe could we add to that to say something like, or another governmental agency responsible for making such declarations as determined by the fire chief? I mean, just so we don't have to amend the resolution again. I mean, I'm good with the fire chief, determining who the source of that red flag is.
Councilmember, that's a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
And then back to what Penny was saying about, informing people on Llewellyn and about red flag days. But we sent out a citywide Nixle, don't we, on red flag days? Yeah, I think people just need to, if they're not signed up, they need to get signed up, but I think should do it.
And additionally, Councilmember Kemp, our intent is to have a sign at the entry to each of the neighborhoods that will be opened, indicating that it's a red flag day. So folks on Llewellyn, even if they don't sign up for Nixle or do any of the other social medias, just driving into the neighborhood, their attention should be grabbed by that sign that will be opened by city staff, indicating that it is a red flag day.
Okay, that's good.
Good. Any other comments?
So I would move the recommended action and with the modification to section 2 that I read into the record.
Good. I'll second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Good. Thank you both for your work on this. Okay. Now we have, we're going to consider item 10, Laguna Beach Amnesty Accessory Dwelling Unit Program to legalize unpermitted ADUs, meeting certain conditions. And I think John Thomas pulled this item. Do any council members want a staff report or present or have any questions for staff before we go to the public on this? No? Okay. So why don't we let's open public comment on this item.
I asked that it be pulled just to make a suggestion. If the purpose of California's ADU laws is to address the housing crisis by increasing the housing stock available for lease, and if Laguna Beach is interested in increasing the housing stock available for lease, then why not, as a component of the proposed amnesty program, simply modify the current sections of the Laguna Beach Municipal Code that prohibit renting of guest houses and guest rooms in Laguna Beach? As is, you can rent an ADU, you cannot rent a guest house or guest room. And yet, to me, as a layman, there's a very minor difference between an ADU and a guest room or guest house. It's essentially the cooking facilities. But as I understand the distinction, it's really it is a cooktop. You can have a refrigerator, you can have a dishwasher, you can have a sink, you can have a microwave, you can have a toaster in a guest house. You can't have a cooktop. That's, as I understand it, basically the difference. I've tried to get a number from community development about how many guest houses and guest rooms there are, and I've never been able to get an answer. So I don't know how many you could add, but it just seems to me that however many there are, if people are obeying the law and not renting them because they're a guest room and not an ADU, why not simply change the municipal code to allow them to be rented? You could probably pick up some number of additional housing units.
Thank you. Are there further speakers on this item? Mr. Engel?
Yes, Cody Engel, I urge the council to approve this excellent first step in beginning to recognize the unknown number of permitted units. The guesses are 200 or more, and the major objective of this effort is safety. And I think our liaison, Councilman Whalen, has been very helpful to the committee to bring this forward, and we appreciate also Megan's efforts in figuring out how to make it work. So please approve. Thank you.
And thanks for your work on this as well, Cody. Any other speakers on this item? I don't see any. Let's close public comment and bring it back to the council. Further questions of staff? Bob?
Could we get a staff's take on John Thomas's question on the guest houses? Is there any thoughts on that?
Sure. So the city currently prohibits renting guest houses within the city because while they provide habitable space, they do not provide space for occupation of habitants. And so I really think it's an issue of habitable conditions for tenants. And so guest houses in particular are good candidates for ADU conversions and likely could be accomplished with very minimal changes based on the building code's existing standards. Once a guest house, if converted to an accessory dwelling unit, is converted, then a property owner would be free to rent that to a tenant.
Okay, further questions of staff on this item? Any comments? I appreciate Councilmember Whalen and the Housing and Human Services Committee for bringing this forward. I think it makes a lot of sense. So any other comments?
Well, this brings us almost up to current state law, but I mean, I think as you see in the report, you know, we can only do it, state law now allows anything permitted or anything constructed prior to January 1, 2020, but the Coastal Commission has said for now, you can only do it to 2018. And then our permanent ordinance, which is pending with them, I guess, takes us to 2020. Anthony, any thoughts on time frame for that review? I know we never know exactly, but roughly, do you have any idea?
I do not, Councilmember Whalen. The LCP amendment application has been submitted to the Coastal Commission. There have been some delays because, excuse me, coastal staff did not confirm receipt of our hard copy transmittal. We also followed up with an electronic transmittal, but I think the lack of a hard copy delayed their review. We have since reprinted and resent the hard copy submittal. And we've also reached out to coastal staff on a couple of occasions to ask who our coastal planner would be, and also to encourage their staff to connect with us. We're more than happy to meet with them, to provide a presentation overview of the LCP amendment, and also make ourselves available to answer any questions. And we'll continue to check in with them every other week or so.
Thank you.
Is this the LCP amendment from like earlier this year?
Correct. I believe the city council adopted its second reading back in March of this year.
Got it. Okay. Further comments? If not, is there a motion on this item?
To move the recommended action.
Okay. Seconded by Mark. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item 13, this is the city council resolution related to last meeting's city council review of a planning commission approval of design review approval related to the exterior paint colors. So I think, was this pulled by a member of the public, or did you
No,
pull this?
it was pulled by me, and I see Pat's coming up. So I had a question of the city attorney earlier today, which was, there were two motions down below. There was a 4-1 where Hallie voted no, and there was a 3-2 where Hallie and I both voted no. And it's referenced in the staff report, but not in the resolution, the two votes. Anyway, I was wondering whether we should amend the resolution to reflect the two votes from down below. I mean, the outcome's the same, but
yeah,
just for the record.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Mayor, if I may, and Councilmember Whalen, thank you for that question. Yes, it was a bit atypical with kind of the two-step process. And so what staff felt was ideal, but of course, you know, it's at your guys' discretion. Is Section 2 does refer to that 4-1 motion that talks about, in light of the whole record, the planning commission either did not proceed, or there was an appearance that the planning commission did not proceed in a manner required by law. We did note that in that Section 2, Councilmember Jones opposed. We are more than happy to amend that to list the names of people, of the council members who voted to approve. And that was kind of the way that staff felt was appropriate to kind of showcase that that's what happened first. And then, of course, the 3-2 vote, depending on the vote tonight in approving it, would be reflected in the minutes.
Okay.
So, I mean, my version of Section 2 speaks to the 4-1 vote. Are we talking about adding text to Section 2, or
what page are we on?
182 of the staff report?
Correct. So, Councilmember Whalen, if we could, in the parenthetical where it says Councilmember Jones opposed, we could list all the Councilmember Whalen, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Mayor, and then Councilmember Kempf voting in favor. So it's clear who voted 4-1.
So
but there was a second motion. There was a 4-1 just to sort of get it to council consideration of on a that there was, evidence of bias, but then there was a vote on the merits as to whether or not a particular condition should be eliminated. And that was a 3-2 vote. I'm just saying it's documented in the staff report. It seems to me it ought to be in section 2 of the resolution, just for historic sake. And
Yeah.
I'm going to vote no again, so I don't know how Hallie's going to vote, but just for consistency,
Totally
that's
understand.
my point.
But isn't you voting no on this? Well, yeah, either way, I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So if we could just add a sentence to section 2 that
On a 3-2 vote, the
on a 3-2
council
vote,
voted
the council voted with respect to
to direct staff to bring a resolution back related to the color
removing the
change.
condition. Yeah.
Okay, do you want to add that while we're taking testimony? Any other questions from council? No questions. Any members of the public want to weigh in on this item? I don't see any. Let's close public comment, bring it back to council. Do we have the language that reflects what Councilmember Whalen is suggesting in section 2?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. It would be, of course, it would add to that section 2. Further, by a 3-2 vote, parentheses, Councilmember Whalen and Councilmember Jones opposed. The city council directed staff to return with a resolution. Just want to make sure I read it correctly. Overturning the planning commission's conditional approval and then approving the project subject to the direction at that meeting.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so then I would move the recommended action as amended and articulated by our assistant city attorney. Someone want to second that?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Kempf. Okay, all in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
Opposed? No.
Okay, so that passes 3-2. And then the final item of our consent calendar, we'll take a 10-minute break after this, is item 17, service agreement for GIS professional services. I think who pulled this item? Okay, Councilmember Kempf.
Yeah, I don't need a staff report. It's just a question of when the police department's going to have their CAD implemented. Because I see there's an integration point for this, the GIS and the CAD, so.
I'll take that, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Kempf. Jeremy Fremont, Assistant City Manager. We just received notice in the last 2 weeks that Hexagon is delaying our implementation from April 2026 to November 2029. We're currently pushing back on that to bring that closer.
2020 what?
Or
Sorry.
2026, pardon me. Sorry, November 2026. Sorry.
Wow.
Just kidding, keeping you on your toes. We're working on a plan. We're working through it right now, and we'll provide the council with an update somewhere in that range.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff? I don't see any. Let's go to the public. Does anyone want to weigh in on this item related to the GIS system? No, let's close public comment, bring it back to council. Does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay, I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we'll do a 10-minute break and be back at 6:50 when we will have consider our regular business calendar starting with the pump track. So we will be back at 6:50. 6:51, so we're gonna end our break and get back to our regular agenda. Okay, so we are gonna consider business item 18, discussion of proposed pump track. And we will have a staff report from Alexis Braun. Go ahead, Alexis.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Alexis Braun, Acting Director of Transit and Community Services, and with me this evening is Tierney Doran, Recreation Supervisor. The item before you is a proposed pump track that we would like to discuss. So pump tracks are graded and paved tracks that are rubberized asphalt used for bikers to build skills, increase strength, and overall another form of recreation. Most pump track facilities have 2 tracks for all skill levels, one for younger and more inexperienced riders, and then one for the general public of all ages. They can either be supervised or unsupervised with dedicated hours and fencing that is able to be locked. A little history of this: starting on April 14th, the pump track idea was presented to the Recreation Committee by the Orange County Mountain Bike Association. And then on May 20th, it was requested by a council member to explore pump track options in Laguna Beach. And then on June 9th, the Recreation Committee motioned to support the pump track concept and recommended prioritizing a location to the northwest of Moulton Meadows Park. In addition to the northwest section of Moulton Meadows Park, 4 other sites were also explored. The first one was the Water District at El Morro and Crystal Cove. One of the negatives with this site was that their access is very limited and it would require construction of a separate road to access the property there. Lang Park was another site that was also explored. And in order to put the pump track there, an additional recreation amenity would have to be taken away. The Community and Recreation Center was also explored, and that site has the skate ramps, and it would potentially take away another existing recreation amenity and or the proposed parking area that was just approved by City Council. And the final site that was explored was the Aliso Beach Inland area, and that would compete with other city projects at the moment, including one of the estuary project. This area of Moulton Meadows Park was what the Recreation Committee supported, and it is currently the vacant section of the park past the soccer field. It's adjacent to mountain biking trails, and it's already being utilized by the community with multiple access points connecting both Archbeat Heights and the Top of the World neighborhoods. Bikers have constructed their own jumps in this proposed location already. So the city of San Clemente was the first city in all of Orange County that just constructed a bike pump track. And currently there are actually 8 additional sites in the process right now in the county that are going through this. And so a little bit of information about San Clemente is opened its first pump track in April of 2025. And their pump track is 18,000 square feet with a small track for the new younger riders and the larger one for the more experienced riders. And their project moved relatively quickly because of the private partner donor expiration date. And the city funds were recently approved in November, and the track opened in April. The cost for their project was $619,000, and it was divided between $200,000 for private sponsors, $100,000 for the Friends of San Clemente nonprofit, $14,500 from Orange County Mountain Bike Association, and $305,000 from the city of San Clemente. So this is a photo of what the pump track looks like, and then just for reference, we're going to play a short video so you guys can hear the noise.
Dave, is that you? No, okay.
So the current proposed northwest section of Multi Meadows, the parcel is within the Orange County Parks jurisdiction, but not within the natural community conservation planning area. The plans would include native plant restoration in the area surrounding the pump track. This reduces the rider impulse to build their own features on the trails and gives an appropriate facility for riders to use during trail closures and maintenance for rain or for habitat restoration.
To engage with the community about the proposed project, we have posted 5 signs at Molten Meadows Park, included a comment form on the city's website that was included in the last 2 community newsletters and social media platforms, mailed notices to homes within 500 feet of the park, and we received, as of noon today, 347 responses, 127 of which were from neighbors in the Archbeach Heights and Portofino area, and 193 responses from people who regularly use the park. While it's hard to break down all of those responses, we have just some visual information for you here. For the purposes of just shortening this for tonight. So you'll see a list of words that were frequently used in the open response comment section and a breakdown of whether people think that this is an amenity that they would use or not. So a couple of misconceptions came up in reviewing all of these comments. So we'd like to address them now. Firstly, a parking lot is not planned for this project, and we're only discussing the addition of the pump track itself. We expect to pull from a combination of public, private, and nonprofit sources to fundraise for this project, and it may also be eligible for grant funding. The plans include native plant restoration surrounding the pump track. The project map that you saw earlier was about 4 acres total, and the proposed pump track is only 1 acre. So there's some area around there to add new plants. The asphalt surfacing of the track will actually mitigate fire hazard in the area by eliminating the need for fuel modification there. As in the video you saw earlier, the rubberized asphalt track does not produce much sound. In fact, with rubber wheels on the rubberized asphalt, most of the noise that you heard was just wind. And lastly, e-bikes are not allowed on pump tracks. That really defeats the purpose. The whole point is to sort of move yourself through the track by pumping. Nor are e-bikes allowed on the nearby trails in the OC Parks jurisdiction. So this really is intended for non-motorized use only. Of the Archbeach Heights and Portofino neighbor comments that we received, right now they're split about 60-40 in favor of the park, with a summary of the comments against the project shown on the screen. Regarding concerns about park crowding, the proposed project will be on land outside of the current park boundaries. It's not going to overcrowd the area that's already being used. To mitigate undesirable behaviors, we can always install fencing and include supervision by park rangers as needed. Again, pump tracks are not intended for e-bikes, nor are they allowed on the nearby trails. We expect that the primary users will be accessing the pump track either via the existing network of trails or the adjacent neighborhoods from Top of the World and Archbeach Heights, rather than by car, even though we know that some cars will still appear for the pump track. While initially there will be attention from surrounding cities, we expect that non-resident use will decline over time, especially as new pump tracks continue to be built throughout Orange County. So again, from the residents who live near the park, about 60% of them are in favor of the project from the comments that we've received. Common themes include support for youth serving amenities, a safe place to learn and practice skills, and less trail wear from providing features that are specifically designed for mountain bikers. Notably, this project can be used by skateboarders and roller skaters as well, even though it's specifically designed for mountain bikes. Any wheeled device can be used on it. We have also printed off, and Anne-Marie handed out to you a list of just the neighbor-specific comments so you can review those. So the recommendation this evening is to direct staff as to a site selection for the pump track, including Molten Meadows Park and any other areas as suggested by the public or council or recreation committee. Direction may include initiating a feasibility study and site evaluation. Where applicable, direct staff to coordinate with the County of Orange to explore potential land transfer agreements for a preferred site, and coordinate with Orange County Mountain Bike Association to explore grant funding and opportunities. That concludes our presentation for this evening. Alexis and I are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that very comprehensive presentation. I also want to commend staff for the early public outreach in this. I think that's just good government to do that and give everyone the opportunity to weigh in very early in the process. And so I appreciate that. Councilmember Jones, do you have anything to say to kind of kick this item off? I know you and I have been working on this and meeting with people. Is there anything you want to provide before we go to other questions from council members?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting idea. I've spent a little bit of time down at the San Clemente Pump Track and just seen how popular it is with kids and families and riders just generally looking to expand their skills. I think that we talk a lot up here about serving our residents and what our residents need. We also talk a lot about families and serving our youngest residents. And we complain a lot about our kids. I have teenagers. I complain about them too. And I mean, the idea that would actually be investing in something that would provide a really fun thing for kids to do. I mean, I think we're putting our money where our mouth is to at least explore this option. I think that there's a lot of attention that needs to be paid to location. And I think that's probably where the bulk of this conversation tonight is going to focus.
Well said. Are there any questions of city staff from the council?
Have we had any discussions with the county? I mean, formal discussions or just?
The mayor and I have had a conversation, I think with the city manager as well, with Supervisor Katrina Foley, and several conversations, both informal and formal, with park staff.
Just to understand the process of what it would take, and but the goal would be to start with the city to see where the city's interest was, and that would be the basis by which we would proceed with the county. So, okay, other questions for staff? If not, let's go to public comment. So what I'm going to do is who here would like to raise your hand if you would, and raise it really high if you would like to provide public testimony on this item. Keep them up. Okay. So I think what we're going to do is 2 minutes public comment on this. And so we'll provide 2 minutes of public comments for each person and go from there. So let's line up the speakers and hear some public testimony on this item.
Yeah, there just doesn't seem to be any lining up. Do you want me to begin?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so let's see what I can say in 2 minutes. If the city residents, city's kids want a pump track, I think that's awesome. I think our problem is where we put it. It's clear that it shouldn't be in the Aliso and Woods Canyon Wilderness Park, a wilderness area that's a designated wildlife sanctuary. That would set a very damaging precedent. And the proposal that we would give away Laguna Beach open space so that we could swap it with the county, losing our open space and then also losing the county open space to a non-wilderness use is kind of a dramatic lose-lose deal in that location. That's not to say that there wouldn't be other places where it could be fabulous. The Aliso and Woods Canyon Wilderness Park Resource Management Plan, the management plan for the park, shows a map, figure 15, for those who are interested in looking, of wildlife corridors. And it shows a corridor linkage leading directly away from the area proposed for the pump track into the city open space, and then further wilderness corridors from that. State AB 1889, the Room to Roam, requires local jurisdictions to, quote, consider and implement measures to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to fish, wildlife, and habitat connectivity. It describes the legislature's intent that local jurisdictions implement measures to remediate barriers to wildlife. So There may be other locations, for example, the Act 5 lot, or the idea that we would be impinging on another use. If we worked, for example, at Lang Park, yeah, we'd be impinging on another use if we did it in the Wilderness Park. We'd be impinging on a use that we can never get any more of. There will never be more wilderness. If we get rid of that wilderness, we cannot replace that use. If we replace another recreational use elsewhere, that we can replace. So let's move ahead. If it's an idea that gives kids joy, excellent, but not in a wilderness park. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, and let's get a couple of people lined up in the queue so that we don't waste time with the transition. So please go
Well,
ahead.
I'm going to follow on Penny's lead. My name is Gail Waite. I'm president of Laguna Canyon Conservancy. I'm also a longtime Laguna resident and have been a resident up in Arch Beach Heights. So I'm here tonight. I have no objection to a pump track. I think it sounds great. Anything for the kids to give them more activities, to keep them out of trouble, and to, provide services for our residents that are, young people is great. But as taking away open space, the use of wilderness. I am here to express concerns about the loss of any open space. Open space, remember, is for all residents all the time and for the future generations, not just a certain number of people who like to use bikes. So please keep that in mind when you pick a site selection. We want to know, we have some ideas to suggest, but that site that you're targeting up to Molten Meadows may be degraded, and therefore it looks like a good prospect. What it doesn't have is, obviously, if it's already been used for maybe these jumps, that it needs maintenance. It needs to be restored. And so that's just a failure on the part of the county to maintain our open space that we have to kind of monitor and push them along. So once it's lost, it can't be replaced at any price. And so it's intruding into, it's adjacent to more open space. Habitat is not going to be happy with the motion and the activity. And so my suggestions for other sites, number one, St. Catherine's, the rec center down kind of would be closer to both South Laguna and Main Laguna. It's right off Coast Highway, so it doesn't impact the residential neighborhood for traffic, has parking areas. And then I was thinking, one last idea, why not consult the school district, maybe use Top of the World or a school district? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, let's get 3 people lined up, right? So let's get 2 more people. So let's get a line going. Okay, good. Thank you. Next speaker, go ahead.
Hi. My name's Ashley Warovka, and I've lived in Laguna Beach for about 9 years now. I have 4 kids in the community. 3 of them are here tonight, sitting up front. They're 13, 11, 9, and 7. And we spend a lot of time every week driving out of Laguna to go find skate parks and pump tracks. We were just at the one in San Clemente this weekend. And we have a blast, but we would love, love, love to have something like this in Laguna that we don't have to leave for. So I know for years people have been trying to get a skate park. It hasn't happened. I hope this is so much more successful, and we look forward to having a pump track.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Do you want to?
My name is Coco Rafka, and I want a pump track in Laguna Beach.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Paula Lopes. I've lived in Laguna Beach for over 20 years. I absolutely enjoy a wilderness park and everything that we have to offer. I think it's amazing. Thank you guys for listening to the needs of the people. I also have a son who is 12 who's very active and thoroughly enjoys the beach, but a pump track would be amazing. Keeps them off the screens, gets them healthy, and it really is something that the children and the kids at heart could enjoy. So thank you for considering this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jack Jacob. I've been a resident of Laguna for 5 years. I live about a block away from the site that's being proposed, at least the top site that's being proposed, and moved from Newport. And around there, we had a pump track. It was Sheep Hills, and so the kids would always go down there. And I could honestly say that the area right now doesn't serve any purpose. The kids go up there and they make those jumps, and then the rangers will come back and level them. And this is a process that's been going on for years. And it's really only a niche group of people that really would be interested, or kids that would be interested up there. And you already are really family oriented in that area. You've got, basketball courts, tennis courts, a beautiful soccer field, beautiful parks. So you see family parties for birthdays and things like that. This is just adding to the theme in that area. Right now, it's almost approaching an eyesore because there's really nothing there but dirt. And it seems rather sort of simple approach, but considering the topics that you guys discussed today, I mean, doing something for the children of Laguna Beach is something that should be a top priority for us. I know we got real estate and all kinds of other stuff that we're all talking about all the time at these meetings, but doing something for the kids would be really wonderful. And this would be something that would go on, generational perhaps, but and it's encouraging a healthy thing about kids. It's exercise, it's just being out in the outdoors and things like that. And wherever the site is, I think we should really push for doing more for the children here in Laguna.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Newt Morris, I'm speaking on behalf of the Recreation Committee this evening. As mentioned, we've been presented the opportunity by the Orange County Mountain Bike Association. And just the fact of the matter is, anytime there's going to be little boys and bicycles and shovels, there's going to be something approaching a pump track somewhere in town. There's actually 2 of them right now. They're unapproved. One of them was in the news lately. So by putting in something that's established, we can actually direct that activity. Members of the Recreation Committee went down to the official launch in San Clemente. We're very impressed and thought it would be a great amenity to the town. I personally went down last week and rode it as a 50-year-old man with a bad back and a 10-year-old mountain bike. I found it to be very accessible and a ton of fun. And I'll reiterate what it showed in the video. I was surprised by how quiet it was. It was almost silent. Compared to like a skate park where there's a lot of popping and grinding and everything else, it was a very peaceful place to be. My sister lives down there. I was talking to my brother-in-law. They've been down there half a dozen times since it's opened. He said it's become a congregating place for kids in town, so at least they know where they are at that kind of day when the camps let out and eventually when school lets out. On the weekends, he saw as a family gathering place, and that you have the older and kind of maybe a dad and the older kids would go riding the trails that were out there, where younger kids would picnic around the parks. They found it as a great congregating place. So in terms of the location up in Moulton, we did evaluate other locations. Alexis did a great job of in terms of trade-offs. I'll just touch a couple other things. The land area up there I've actually heard it being characterized as nuisance land, in that it doesn't have any native grasses or anything else like that. So it becomes a hazard, or like a thing that's the county has to take care of. The proposal would actually reintroduce native grasses. And so we'd end up with more native grasses approaching our city than we currently have. The other thing we found really interesting was the fact that about 50% of the project was done through it was funded privately, which would be a great model for our city. It was a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Lopes, and I've been a proud Laguna Beach resident for over 25 years. I'm a former BMX and mountain bike professional athlete with 10 world titles and 10 national titles to my name. I moved to Laguna in 1999, not just for the beauty of the beaches or the incredible art scene, but because Laguna Beach is one of the most iconic mountain biking destinations in the world. What many people may not know is that this town has over 40 years of deep mountain bike history woven into its culture. The terrain here attracts top riders and factory teams from around the world who come to train, ride, and test year after year here. I personally grew up in Mission Viejo and started racing at the age of 4.5 years old. And the one thing that I can say for sure is this: my path to success was made possible by 2 things: supportive parents and easy access to local BMX tracks and jump spots. After school, I'd grab my bike, I'd ride less than 10 minutes to a jump spot where I could safely build my skills. That kind of daily access was absolutely essential. Right now, the kids of Laguna don't have that opportunity. There's no nearby facility where they can safely ride, have fun, and work on fundamentals or progress to more advanced skills. That's where the bicycle pump track comes into play. Pump tracks are compact, low-maintenance facilities that offer something for everyone, from toddlers on balance bikes to seasoned riders. They promote physical health, balance, coordination, and confidence. They get kids off screens and outside. They're incredibly inclusive, expensive equipment, no teams, tryouts, just a bike, a helmet, and a place to ride. For a town with the kind of mountain bike culture and legacy that Laguna Beach has, a pump track isn't just a nice idea. It's something that fits our identity. It honors our past and invests in our future. It gives local youth a positive, safe space that encourages healthy choices, skill building, and a love for the outdoors. Let's build a pump track.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, I'm Marcy Fishman, and I want to address some issues. And I want to say, first of all, that listening to Councilmember Jones, I really agree with what you were saying about how it is such a good thing to have these for children and a release for children, different things for children to do and keep them occupied. And you also mentioned that probably this evening was more about location and considering residents. And that's the reason I'm here, is for the location, because I am a resident. I'm a resident of Arch Beach Heights, and Molten Meadows Park is my park. So, and I knew I only have a couple of minutes, so I wrote things down, and I just want to quickly address those. I'm here as a concerned resident of Arch Beach Heights regarding just the idea of the location of the pump track in Molten Meadows Park. I've lived up there for 37 years, and I've seen a lot of changes made. In fact, Molten Meadows Park being put in there, and it was a wonderful thing to have that put in. And it's evolved over time into this great recreational area, and it is totally has impacted Arch Beach Heights because of the use of it. So I just want to give you some ideas for some thoughtful reconsideration of the location. An alternative location, as you had put on there, was, oh no, was for Lang Park. And that's an area right there. It's easy access. It's right at Pacific Coast Highway in Wesley, and it's an area that can be easily accessible. Parking overload for us is gigantic between all the recreation that's going on there. In addition to the idea, and you were addressing that earlier and with Diamond Crest, and the idea that fire trucks can't even get through. We can't even get through on a normal day. The streets are so narrow, and they're lined on both sides with cars. And that will be an addition to it. Safety, fire hazards.
Thank you.
I know that we've had all the fires that a couple of weeks ago. I had emailed this letter, and I hope somebody can see it, that I had
Thank you.
done this because
Appreciate it.
I'm a concerned
Yeah.
resident.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
First, thanks everybody for having us out and listening to us. My name's Andy Hilliard. I'm the Director of Product at Crank Brothers, a global mountain bike brand that is proudly called Laguna Beach its home for the last 28 years. I've been with the company for nearly 20 and have lived in Laguna for the past 13 years, where my wife and I are raising our son. Laguna has always been a place that embraces outdoor active living. And over the years, I've enjoyed our incredible local mountain bike trails, but I also recognize that this terrain isn't always beginner friendly. A pump track would be a meaningful addition, a place for riders to hone their skills, for kids to play safely, and for families to come together. Recently, as we've discussed, San Clemente has built a pump track, which I frequent probably once a week. And the results are fairly inspiring. As Councilmember Jones has mentioned, it really creates a great outdoor space that gives kids a place to ride, and it's a great place for community in that area. So local cycling industry leaders like Crank Brothers, Troy Lee Designs, Fix Manufacturing play a meaningful role in our community here. And we're grateful that the city's potential investment recognizes the value of this industry, what this industry brings to Laguna Beach. As this project moves forward, we hope, we look forward to contributing to the support and the community around us. So once again, thank you all for your time and considering this project. We can't overstate how much we appreciate the potential investment. A pump track here in town would be a valuable addition to the community and a powerful way to show that the community supports the next generation of kids, their values, and the spaces they thrive in. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Larry Noakes, and I'm glad this was on the agenda tonight because I just wanted to see if I could provide a tiny bit of perspective. Back in the early aughts, I had a kid in elementary school, and so did Marshall Innens, and so did Dan Shapiro, and so did a whole bunch of other people. And we had worked hard with the YMCA, and they had agreed to donate money if we would just find a location for a skateboard park. Now, that went on the trash heap of ideas, and it died. All those kids now, Marshall's kids live in LA, my kid lives in Charleston. Those kids are all a big far-flung enterprise all over the United States doing other things, and they're probably tonight at city council meetings asking their city councils to please provide some place for their kids to go enjoy something like a skateboard park or a pump track. Now it's a pump track. Our kids did not get that from the city, even though we had a lot of things lined up and a lot of money and a lot of donation. It was always the same thing. Well, we like the idea kids should have a place to go, but don't have it here, or don't have it there, or don't bother me with it. Let's not let this great idea go to die on the trash heap of great things that we should have done for the kids of this town when we had the opportunity. This is a good idea. Let's see if we can make it happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, City Council. I'm Tony Zentel. I've been a Laguna resident for 16 years, and I'd like to show my support for the pump track. So about 10 years ago, I started a after-school youth mountain bike program here in Laguna Beach called Laguna Canyon Riders. We actually have some kids here in the back wearing blue jerseys. And so this is a program that happens 3 days a week at Top of the World, December through May-ish. And so, young kids in this town are able to, ride the trails in our Aliso Woods area, chaperoned by responsible adults. And, we've gone on to have these kids, race nationally and internationally, and we have national champions to speak of. And so there's a lot of roots just within, I think Brian talked a little bit about, history of mountain biking, but even in just these last 10 years, the young riders that we've produced in this area are really kind of getting us on the map nationally and internationally. I want to speak a little bit just about the lot specifically and the location. So I think there was one other speaker that mentioned, the lot already has, dirt jumps and features that kids have just built sort of organically. And I think there's a lot of precedence for that in Laguna Beach. If we talk about the surfing breaks, like for instance, Brook Street, Dahlia, Rock Pile, these are surfing only, no swimming breaks that sort of the city and the lifeguards have worked together to recognize as this is where people surf. And I feel like that's sort of already happened organically in this spot. If you just go and look at the spot, if you haven't already, I mean, the one thing you're going to realize right away is it's ugly. It is just that area, that dirt lot is just being laid to waste. And if I look at what, say, Laguna Canyon Foundation did at the bottom of the Telonix Trail at Big Bend, where they went in and they took an ugly dirt lot and just restored it all to native habitat, it looks beautiful, it looks gorgeous. So I think to do that in this area in exchange for a small little corner of it that can be used for youth to exercise, and as the mountain bike community to kind of band together, I think is a win-win for the community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And everyone's doing a really good job waving their hands, so I appreciate that. Okay, next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Blair Liggett. I'm both a board member and a coach for the Laguna Canyon Riders Youth Mountain Bike Program. I'm here tonight to speak strong support of the proposed pump track. Our program serves kids from all over the area, and what we've seen firsthand is a growing demand for safe, accessible, and fun place for kids to ride, practice skills, and build confidence. A pump track does exactly that. It's not just about biking, it's about giving kids an outlet that's healthy, outdoors, and a community-oriented. A pump track provides a safe environment where they can challenge themselves, learn discipline, and connect with others. It's also a place where families can gather, where beginners and advanced riders alike can have fun, and where we, a community, can promote health and inclusion. Other cities that have invested in pump tracks have seen incredible community benefits, reduced pressure on trails, increased youth engagement. I can tell you this, as someone who works directly with these kids week after week, this is an opportunity to invest in our youth and give them a space to grow. Thank you for your time and for your considering this project, and that would benefit many of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay. Hello, my name is Dylan Lee. I'm a senior at Laguna Beach High School. I've been riding for the Laguna Canyon Riders for 7 years. I compete in enduro, XC, dual slalom, and downhill. I feel a pump track would be beneficial in Laguna for all levels of riders. It provides a safe place to learn and practice skills, a fun place for kids to ride together, would be accessible to kids who might not otherwise be able to ride. I know my friends and I will be there all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Sarah Langdon Lee, and I'm the proud mom of Dylan and over 20-year resident of Laguna Beach. Thanks for your time listening to the reasons for this track. Mountain biking and cycling has been a major part of Dylan's life and who he's become. He has gained strength physically and mentally from mountain biking and the different disciplines of cycling. Cycling fosters agility, focus, skill, strength, and stamina outdoors, and it involves and engages an excellent community of people. Riders are competitive, but they're supportive of each other. As a mom, I loved that Dylan rode and raced as a boy, but it was stressful when he wanted to ride and practice, but not have an adult or buddy to ride with the trails with. I was always anxious letting him go ride, as well as his twin sister Maya, by himself or herself to practice on the trails when they had no one to go with. A pump track would provide a safe place for kids to practice and have fun and leave moms and parents a lot less anxious. So many kids go from barely knowing how to ride a bike to now riding e-bikes. A pump track would be a great place for them to learn more skills before they are learning on the streets on a much faster e-bike. Having a place for kids to improve their riding skills would make us all safer. It seems somewhat crazy that Laguna Beach is a mountain bike destination and recognized for mountain biking around the world, yet we don't do more to provide more safety and support for our youth riders. Lastly, regarding the parking concern, wherever the park is, kids and parents could ride their bikes to this pump track. So from Moulton, they could easily ride their bikes from the neighborhoods TOW, Moulton, Bluebird, and Three Arch. So we wouldn't use as much parking, I think, eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, I'm Jan Schreiber. I'm a longtime resident, 25 plus years, and I've also been mountain biking longer than that. So I also will be using that pump track. We love pump tracks as a family when we travel. We've seen so many great implementations of them, such as San Clemente's doing a great job, but places like Boulder and other places. So that's an amazing thing for me as a family member. And then also, my son was also in the mountain bike club back when it first started, and to have that kind of facility for him to learn at would have been amazing. So anyway, thank you for your time. Thank you for considering, and parents will use it too. So.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Redfern. I'm a 53-year resident of the city of Laguna Beach, living at 1065 Balboa Avenue, directly across the street from the proposed pump park. I am 150% in favor of this pump park. Kids need a place to play. As many people have already alluded to this evening, that you see bikes up there all the time, running around, playing, having fun. We had a soccer game up across the street at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, which a little bit surprised me, but did you get a phone call from me? Of course not, because I knew it was adults and kids up there having a good time on a Saturday morning, probably before 8 o'clock in the morning. Let's take a step back in time now to 1985, before Moulton Meadows Park was installed. I have a picture, and I think Kai Bond is, I hope he doesn't mind me bringing his name up, but standing with my two daughters on a horse tie-up at Moulton Meadows Park when it was wild space. And I feel like I remember the same conversation from 1985. No, we can't have a park across the street from our house. No, 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 no. Totally a bunch of bunk. However, people are saying, well, there's not going to be any place to park. Well, you know what? Put your cars in the garage instead of parking them out on the street. I have a 2-car garage and my cars go in my garage, not out on the street to impact the neighborhood. So I have a whole thing that I was going to write down, but you get my drift. I'm in favor of a pump park at Molten Meadows. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hold on. We're gonna wave hands, not clap. We've been doing a good job so far, so let's keep it up. Okay, next speaker,
Mr.
please.
Mayor, council members, my name is Mick Donoff. She just stole my thunder because I've lived in the house for 50 years at 769 Balboa. I spend a lot of time outside talking to neighbors and giving treats to their dogs as they walk to the Meadows Park. Because of this activity, I've become the mayor of Balboa, self-elected, no term limits. This is the problem. This is the problem. During this time, I've seen Meadows park develop, as Claudia was saying, discussions about a dog park, about a skate park, and now a pump park. In my opinion, recreation areas are needed for kids. Kids have already built ramps in the area that we're looking at the north end of Molten Meadows. I would encourage you to visit San Clemente Pump Park, the first in the county. You will find an amazing atmosphere of all ages participating. The park is located on Pico near what is called the Dog Park, about 20 to 30 minutes away. I saw young families, dads with their kids, and even a grandfather riding a BMX bike and enjoying his grandson. It's not an e-bike facility, but a physical activity space to improve on strength and coordination and self-confidence. Parking has always been an issue at any activities at Meadows Park, but I think there are some solutions that we might discuss later on. Thank you very much for considering this project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jim Foley, and I live by Lang Park, so please don't put it there. We have parking problems also. Anyways, I'm a mountain biker. I run a meetup group called the Orange County Mountain Biking, not affiliated with the Orange County Mountain Biking Association. We do rides every week, have for years and years, and this also has a companion Facebook group with about 9,000 people, which, like most Facebook groups, people argue about dumb things all day. Anyways, one of the things, but I come at this from kind of a different point of view. I've done probably 50 plus volunteer events with Laguna Canyon Foundation over the past 7 years, and I've been running similar events in 2 state parks this year so far and more later this year. So I've got a real good appreciation for maybe the environmental aspects that a lot of my tribe don't have. And when I go up to the area where the park's proposed at, again, I don't want to call it junk land, but really it's just a big dirt field there. I can take my app out on my phone. I'll point it at plants just out of curiosity. It's always invasive species, invasive grasses, things you don't want there. So for the opportunity to put this pump track there and take the rest of that and take that back to coastal sage scrub, I think that would be a wonderful thing. Again, this has been like this forever. It's not like we're losing, great habitat. This is an opportunity to finally, once and for all, fix that habitat. So I would urge that you could propose that also. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hagen Ebright. I'm from Newport Beach, and I'm 17. I didn't see a lot of kids up here, so I wanted to come up and talk. I've been mountain biking since I was 10, and I've been riding most of my time in Laguna. I drive here and ride my bike a couple days a week. I ride with the Laguna Beach team, and I ride through that meadow, pretty much every time I go on my bike rides. It's an empty dirt field. There's nothing there. And I really think that a pump track would be a major addition there. I went to the grand opening of the San Clemente pump track. It was amazing. There's probably 250 people out there, and all sorts of people, competent riders, kids, parents, people with dogs, just coming by, seeing what's up. It was pretty amazing that all those people turned up for a bike park opening when it was pouring in the rain. It was kind of cool to see that, especially for something that I didn't think a lot of people would be interested in. And basically, with Laguna being such a big area for mountain biking, I think that it would turn out to be even bigger than the San Clemente one, especially with how much bigger this pump track is proposed to be. I think it would be a really amazing addition to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Carrie. I am a resident here in Laguna Beach as well, and I also own a home in San Clemente. I was really excited to see that pump track go in down there. I'm a grandma. I cannot wait for my granddaughter to be older than 1 and be able to bring her to a pump track. And I'm so excited to have one here in Laguna Beach as well, to be able to bring her to when she comes to visit me and all my other future grandchildren, God willing. The best way to describe the situation down at the San Clemente pump track is it's wholesome to see moms and dads and kids of all ages out there enjoying the pump track and just hanging out and smiling, kids, little kids to big kids. My husband loves it. He's 61. I can't get him off the pump track when we go down there. But the best way to describe it is I actually submitted a video, which I pulled a bunch of posts off of the San Clemente Pump Track Instagram page. And this gives you guys like a description of what it looks like on a daily basis. It's not overcrowded. It's just kids having a damn good time.
Put me in cold. I'm ready to play today. Put me in cold. I'm ready to play today. Look at me. I can be Cynthia. Well, I spent some time in the Mudville night, watching it from the bench. You know I took some lumps when the mighty case struck out. So say, hey, Willie, tell the cop and Joe DiMaggio, don't say it ain't so, you know the time is now.
That was good timing. What's this month? Parks make life better. I think you can agree this is a park that's making life better, and I'm pretty much sure you've felt the love tonight. There's a little bit of a groundswell for an interest in a pump track in Laguna Beach. Would you agree? My name is David Browning. I am with Orange County Mountain Bike Association, and we really appreciate you all considering this item. I would like to address a couple of the things that have been brought up tonight. First and foremost, I want to remind everybody that the agenda tonight is to A, are we going to do a pump track in Laguna Beach? And B, are we going to do a feasibility study associated with the site that we feel is the appropriate site, the site that the rec committee has recommended. After that, there'll be all kinds of flexibility in terms of the shape, the size, the scale, the location of that pump track. But the first step is to honor this huge request for a kids serving facility in the city of Laguna Beach. I want to make sure that our citizens, all of our neighbors are aware we are sensitive to the parking thing. You heard today from Ashley, who will drop her kids off at the park. You saw Sarah and Dylan, who will ride in from their house. You saw Mick, and you saw Jack, and Jack talked about his boys. These are people that are going to ride there. They're not driving there. They're not parking. Parents will bring their kids up. They'll drop them off. We see this happen in San Clemente. And old guys like me, we got this cool thing called public transport, so we can get on that. So I really do think parking is going to be something we can mitigate. More importantly, what may not be clear is there's a pipeline of pump track projects coming. As it sits right now, Laguna is going to be at least the 4th, if not the 5th pump track in town. And so we're going to mitigate a lot of the county-wide demand. It is a local facility. It's local serving. That's our purpose. The other thing I want to get across is on this unparalleled land opportunity. I don't know if you can show that slide. This is very unusual. This is land that has been in a bit of a no man's status. It's not an NCCP. It sits under OC Parks Purvey. It doesn't look like everything else because it's not naturally surfaced. We think we can make this better. We can put a pump track on a small portion and rehabilitate a major portion of this, creating a benefit for everybody. I really want my other minute. So I'm going to say thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for David? No. Okay. Well, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Any other members of the public who'd like to provide testimony? Speak now or forever hold your peace until the next meeting on this, because there will be a lot. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, guys. I'm John. I think I've met several folks here. Hey, look, I live right there on the street where this would be. And I know a few years ago, we were thinking about having a skateboard park. And I admit, at the time, I was kind of not in my backyard, and the community all got together and we said, no, we don't want it. I've gotten older and I think, okay, look, pump track, great. I want to support the kids. Let's do it. But let's just a couple of requests. So we're right there next to it. First of all, the open space. Oh, please preserve the open space. But you can put it in the park, right? If you can fit it. Where the soccer fields are there, and you can fit it there. But the one request, either one, my wife and I, we went to go look at the dog park, which is great. We love the dog park. But it stays open. In theory, people aren't supposed to go there after sundown, whatever it is. If we have the pump track, let's have somebody, one of the police guys, go and lock it every night. Because if not, I guarantee there'll be kids hanging out there. There already are. I love kids. I used to like, okay, be quiet, that sort of stuff. But if we have a pump track, I guarantee there will be people there hanging out at night. If we lock it, we should be okay. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Okay, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to the city council. Who wants to start with any questions or comments? You want me to go?
So we're
Go ahead.
saying that we have an acre is what is proposed, Hallie, for a
No.
anticipated, how much space is needed?
The pump track that OCMTBA is proposing is an acre. I understand that San Clemente is smaller than that, but that would be ideal. And of course, if it's possible, as a matter of protocol, we could ask questions of David.
Yeah. Dave, can I ask? How big is San Clemente?
San Clemente is about 18,000 square feet. The concept, and I have to emphasize the word concept, the concept that we did to help people to visualize the idea of what we were proposing is about an acre. That's a pretty big one. We're obviously interested in a pump track and we think that's a viable location, but there's a lot of flexibility and a lot of work to be done by the city to determine where it would come in. We had in the acre park, that's a 2-track park set up. That plot, the plot that's not under NCCP, the kind of the no man's land, is about a 4-acre parcel with 2 access roads that would have to be granted for easement through it. So it's about a quarter of the property.
But it's big enough.
It's big enough. It's very big.
Okay, great. And is the one in San Clemente, it looks like I can see a fence in the background. It's fenced for
It is
security.
Yes.
And how do they monitor theirs now? Is there some Parks and Recreation Department locks it and unlocks it?
Same basic principle we would use with our Laguna Beach Police Department park rangers. Their park ranger goes in, opens the park up in the morning, goes out at dusk, locks the park back up.
Have they had any after-hours issues, do you know?
I'm not aware of any issues. We've really seen a very good behavior in the property. You know, we had a lot of folks that were up here today, and hopefully you see the character and the caliber of the kids that are involved. These are good kids. They need a place to go. And it's been the same thing in San Clemente. There hasn't been a lot of issues there at all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Further questions? No? Mark, did you have something else? Okay, does anyone else want to go? Or if not, I can start. You want me to start?
Sure.
Okay. So I really appreciate all the testimony on this item tonight. I think that Hallie really framed this conversation well from the perspective that in the city of Laguna Beach, we've not done a good job in terms of creating recreational opportunities for our youth. You know, when I was growing up, to learn how to ride a bike, but also just to ride a bike in a safe place, I would go to the top story of the hospital parking structure deck in South Laguna. That's where I learned how to ride a bike and continue to ride. And so, you know, the idea of something like this is just, in my view, I mean, public safety is the #1 role of local government. But one of, I think, our key responsibilities is to create recreational opportunities for people of all ages, right? So whether it's pickleball in other areas, whether in this case, a pump track. And in a place like Laguna, that's, you know, we're almost 100 years old, it's not like we're in the great park where there are perfect locations when you're developing a master plan community. There's no such thing as a perfect location in the city of Laguna Beach, right? If there were perfect locations, we would have, you know, a skate park, we'd have an additional pool, we'd have so many other things that we don't have. So there's really no such thing as a perfect location. And I think staff did a really good job here of providing analysis of why this is the best location of all the other opportunities that are available to us. You know, this is, as many of the speakers said, this is, you know, not Not really. It's it's not part of. And so, Hallie, I want to ask a question. You know, as I'm making my comments with. So the NCCP, that's basically the area that's that's designated as biologically sensitive, having important high value habitat.
It's not that simple.
Okay, explain that.
So the location as proposed on the map is within Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park, which is protected and preserved wilderness habitat. And the RMP, as I think Penny mentioned,
The
would
resource management plan.
the resource management plan for Aliso and Woods Canyon would preclude the construction of anything like this within that wilderness park. The NCCP is an additional layer of environmental protection that, to David's point, is the NCC boundary does not include this section of land.
And so I mean, so I think that's a good explanation for it. And that's why we would have to do it, make this city land as opposed to county land to deal with the RMP or the resource management plan requirements.
Yes, and I think that if you don't mind me just
Keep going.
okay, thank you. When we were working with Caltrans on the widening of Laguna Canyon Road, one of the environmental community's biggest arguments against the design that Caltrans was proposing was the precedent that it sets for the taking of parkland, the taking of public open space for uses that are not intended by that public open space. And I think that as strong of a supporter as I am of the pump track, I think we have to be extraordinarily careful not to set that precedent here, right? We need to build this facility in a way that is a win for the environment as well. And I think there are a couple ways of doing that. I think that there is a way of, as I think it was Mr. Chapman mentioned, figuring out how to squash it into more of the turf park. So you don't need to take Orange County Park's property. Or, you know, there are creative land swaps, right? There's a way to take degraded habitat and somehow contribute a high value piece of open space to parks. I think that would be the only other way that I could support this specific location is if we could make it a clear win for the open space as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, expanding off of that, I think that this is not, if this were an environmentally sensitive piece of property, I would have a different perspective on it. There's no go ahead.
I'm going to correct you on that.
Okay.
It has invasive species on it right now, right? The habitat that is there right now is not high value. Now, it should be. It could easily be mitigated to be high value habitat again. And it has that potential.
But it's not high. I mean, anything could be high value habitat if you made it that.
Not necessarily, right? I mean, there are areas where coastal sage grouse habitat will grow,
Yeah.
and there are areas where it wouldn't. This should be really high value habitat. It still has that value, even though to your point, it doesn't have those species on it now.
But so we're not taking away high valued habitat.
Correct.
Okay. So I think that, you know, when we talk about the environment, because I think the environment is a key part of what makes Laguna Beach special. And the way that you protect the environment is you create opportunities for people to enjoy it in ways that don't disrupt the environment. And I think this is a perfect example of that. And I'll just give an example that speaks to this point that in Congress, as part of the legislation, they were looking at giving away a lot of public land, you know, to be developed or whatever. And a lot of the opposition for that came from a bipartisan base from people who use the land. And so I really think that creating, like, this is a win-win opportunity in the sense that it's the perfect place to do it where it doesn't take away high value habitat. And then it really becomes a question of precedent. And I think you raise a really good point there, Hallie, where we don't want to create a precedent in which people are taking away land from county parks and, you know, developing it into something so by putting an easement on this, so this is a park, right? This is an active recreational park. I think that helps address that, but then also a 2-for-1 where we find, you know, twice as much land elsewhere and we make it high value habitat and we contribute that to the county. I think that's sort of a win for the environmental community as well. You know, I would just finish by, I mean, I think there's a long road ahead. It's a complicated process, and that was very clear to us when we met with the county just to understand this. But at the end of the day, it goes back to what Larry Noakes was talking about with the skate park. You know, in Laguna Beach, we could spend a lot of time saying, let's try to find a perfect location for something. It doesn't exist. I think this is really the best location. And so I am supportive of moving forward. Mountain biking is part of our heritage. And I really think it's how we are, by creating recreational opportunities in areas like this, that is how we ensure that the next generation is going to be stewards of our environment, which is so important for all of us, both in Laguna Beach and in the world. And so I'm very excited about this, and I'm looking forward to the next step of this process. And I'm interested to hear what my other colleagues think, you know, as we move forward.
Alexis, have you guys looked at moving it more into the turf park?
Yes, and we're going to share our screen right now for an area that would be partial. So if you can see the two yellow boxes, the first one is a city property, and the second one is county. So that would be, it would be a 50-50. And that section of the Multi Meadows that wouldn't impede with the soccer field. The soccer field would still be able to have a full-size 11v11 field, and then, but could grade part of that land that is city-owned right now. In order to do the one for the beginning riders and the more advanced riders, we would still need to go a little bit into the land, but that would be an area that would be able to have both city and county.
So help me understand this a little bit. I know that this was the only full-size soccer field that we had in town, and this preserves that.
Correct.
Okay. And am I understanding you correctly, and Dave, you might want to jump in here as well, that this would be two separate areas. So we're not looking at two options here. We're looking at one option that has two separate areas, one on county property and one on city property. Am I understanding that correctly?
When I drew this, sorry, I'll take ownership of it. The concept was, if we took the lower box, could we restore all of the land in the upper box so that it was no net loss of quality habitat, in fact, an improvement of quality habitat? But my thought was the recreational amenity would go within the lower box, whether big or small, or big and small pump track. I don't know if it's big enough.
How
yet.
big is the lower box?
This is just Dave drawing on a GIS map. So if this is something you want to look at further, we could look at it further.
To me, this seems like an absolute win-win situation. You're restoring habitat, you're restoring degraded habitat, and you're providing an amenity that the community obviously really wants.
What does that grading look like right there?
What is which?
That's pretty intense grade there. That would require a lot of grading.
The hill gets steep towards Balboa there. Yeah.
Okay.
And Dave, the size of these boxes accommodates both tracks?
No, he's saying, what Dave's suggesting is that it would just be the
I
city
understand that.
one. Okay.
I think if this was something you want us to look at, we'd have to flesh it out with David Browning's group to see what size could work in that. This was just, again, me drawing.
Yeah, well, we can call him up. Why don't we, David, do you want to talk about the feasibility of this? Do you want to just walk up to here, and we'll open the public testimony to have you just answer that one question?
We actually have a supporting slide on this particular concept. That lower box is approximately 25,000 square feet.
About 0.6 of an acre.
So it's going to be generally the same premise as San Clemente. The thing that I do want to clarify is that will require a fill engineering and some kind of retention wall. When you build a pump track, you do have to, if you scroll down, you'll see one where the actual measurements are at. That's obviously our current land. Sorry. In there somewhere. There we go. So in that particular mapping, which I think relatively matches your drawing, Dave, that's 25,000 square feet. Everything that has planting within that square is essentially on a slope. So that slope would have to be filled, engineered, and retaining wall would have to be built, because you have to start with a level surface. So that is the one thing we have to, it would be relatively the size of San Clemente. It would be whatever the additional costs. The city basically prepared a flat plot for us in San Clemente before we got to the $600,000 investment. So you do have a fill-in
engineering challenge there.
You didn't have any big engineering challenges there?
No, it was a flat lot relatively.
So this would be significantly more complex and expensive, but I really think it's worth looking at.
And I think one of the reasons I proposed it is there's a bureaucratic, and I don't mean that in a pejorative way, a bureaucratic barrier with the use of the wilderness area. There's a logistical and cost barrier with this use. So it's a question of what do we think would get this done while the kids here are still kids? Yeah.
So I think what we're being asked to vote on tonight is, A, do we like the idea of moving forward studying a pump track? B, do we want city staff to move forward with studying this location as well as additional locations? You know, someone mentioned Lang Park. I know that there's been talk about the Community Recreation Center, what I still call St. Catherine's. So, I mean, that's the question on the table, right? Is do we want city staff to move forward with that?
Yeah, so someone else want to weigh in? I think you're right, that is the question.
Yeah, I think that I'd support moving forward with what you just described, Hallie, to look at this location. I do think, you know, we should have staff look at some alternate locations, because I mean, if this engineering came back at $3 million or whatever, which I don't know, it could be pretty expensive to build retaining walls and stuff up there. We should look at another one. For example, I don't know, Alex, you've done more looking at it more recently, although I've toured it. If you're looking at that order of expenditure, would the improving the road to the water district site be less expensive? And it's already level up there, it's already flat. And maybe the water district kicks in some money because it improves their facility as well. So, you know, so I think we should proceed. I think we should take a look at that alternative there, cost it out. But I would think we should take a look at, I mean, the other, I'd be interested in the water district site, which is right off the state park, right at the other end of town behind El Moro. You know, has parking there where people could presumably walk up, right? So I think it's an interesting alternative. The other, I don't see Lang Park working. The other potential, I mean, we did just give direction, you know, I don't know how much of that at the recreation center, to turn the existing turf area into parking. I can't remember whether we did all of it or part of it, or how big that area is square footage wise.
The approval was for the entirety of that grass field to be used as parking for a temporary 3-year term. That entire area would provide at most 65 parking spaces to support the indoor space for
But
programming.
is it as big as, for example, this one that they were looking at, like
I don't remember the dimensions off the top
0.6
of my
of an
head.
acre?
I don't
Maybe
wanna
not,
give
may
you-
not be big enough, maybe too small. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Who wants to go next?
What level of information do you think is appropriate to come back with? Do you have any ideas, Dave? So what I'm thinking is before everybody gets too far along with any one of these options, for instance, the Molten Meadows site where you did the two examples there, could somebody, a civil, just take a look at that and say, either you're going to need a 12-foot retaining wall, which is a non-starter, versus a 4-foot retaining wall before we get too far down the.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can ask that and bring that back, some kind of rough order of magnitude cost. Yeah.
And then we would also include in that, I understand that there's two advantages, wait for the kids until they're 40 years old or do something now. I don't know if there's a way to push the county into giving us some kind of a timeline into what they think it might take.
Well,
I think we can come.
I think what the county would want is they want to see that the city is supportive of it, right? That's kind of step one. And so if we are supportive, then we could pursue all options to try to get the county to come up with a win-win deal with the environmental community, with finding other pieces of land and everything. But the first step is we kind of have to pick a location and say that we support that. But I agree.
But if they came back to us with options, would it be possible for them to come back and say, well, here is an option, but this is the anticipated timeline in order to get those approvals?
we could go and deal with that, but it's like sort of a chicken and the egg situation, or we could be on a hamster wheel of analysis paralysis where we're saying, oh, the county's going to say this, and then where I think what we really need to do is provide clear direction about where we want to go, and then we can work with the county and figure out the strategy from there. But if we don't want a pump track here, then I think then and maybe perhaps we go to the county and it turns into a 5-year process to do it on the county land versus a more expensive process on the other land. And that's a trade-offs that we would analyze. But I think the first step is really to figure out, what do we want to do here? Do we want to have a pump track, or do we want to just keep analyzing all these sites, for the rest of, all these kids' lives? And then we have the next generation of people saying, oh, I was on, all these parents here when their kids are, when they have grandkids coming back and saying, oh, I was involved in advocating for the pump track and that never happened. And then, so anyway, I think that's what we need to do, is provide direction here and not, but Sue, go ahead. Did you want to speak?
Yeah, well, I live up there along with the other two mayors over there. At the south end, I actually think, I think, I like the whole idea. I think it's fantastic, but I do think it'd be more expensive to build it on the city property, because that is pretty steep there. I don't think a 4-foot retaining wall is going to do it at all.
It seems like there's
what I'm concerned about.
environmental issues with all the grading and all that.
I think we should build it up there, because here's what's going to happen. We're going to screw around forever, and we're going to try to talk about this, talk about that. We talk about a lot of stuff up here with all good intentions, but we just get roadblocks for this, that, and the other thing. It's like Lang Park is not an option, because we've already said we're going to build more pickleball courts out. I don't know when we're doing it, but that's what we said we're doing. We can't do that. I don't see it happening really at St. Catharines, because we have a parking problem there, because every time we add use, we're deficient in parking. And it's just, we have a little bit of a trick bag we're working through there. But I think we should put it up there, because see if we can work it out with the county. If not, let's figure out, how we can use our own property up there to do it.
I think that's a good approach.
Otherwise, we're just going to be stuck in the same tar pit about this discussion, about this topic forever.
Well said.
So if city staff are able to come back with like a pretty exact idea of where the city property line is up there, is it exactly on the border of the irrigated ornamental vegetation? Is it not? If city staff can come back with that and perhaps some preliminary concepts or thoughts from an engineer, as well as, potential further conversations with the county, the idea of the impacts of removing the parking from St. Catharines that we just decided to put in and doing it there. And that's it.
So
those are the only options, right?
What analysis would you want on the St. Catharines site about the impact? What do you mean?
I think that we would need to have a really clear conversation about the fact that we decided, I don't even remember when it was, but it wasn't very long ago. We just decided that we wanted to use that field for parking, right? Should we decide that we want to put a pump track there instead? It's enough space. It's not enough space. All the parking issues that we already debated, how would we respond to those? I just think it's still, I'm not comfortable right now taking that totally off the table, not because I think it's a super viable option, but because I think the community deserves to hear us evaluate it transparently and openly.
Okay, yes. I appreciate that, but I think that then we're taking away something from people. Where here, we're not taking away anything from people. We're just dealing with a precedent situation that we can address with a land swap. And so I don't know, I feel like that we're going down the road. If we try to just do analysis paralysis up here, we're going down the roads of the past skate parks. And, the El Moro site, I think, could be feasible. I think it's so far, there's the issues with state parks, which is complicated, but I also think there's so many families who live up in this exact area where the idea of them being able to be close to it, not having to drive all the way to out there to, especially for them to be able to bike there. I just think this is the ideal spot, and I'm open to the idea of exploring whether, it's feasible, and we could easily speak to a civil engineer and just get an understanding of what the costs would be associated with the grading to deal with that topography, which is very intense. But I ultimately think that this site is the one that we should move forward with, and maybe the county is going to say, there's no way, or it'll be a 5-year process, and then we can pivot from there and try to find other options, but why would we just put all these residents and all the people in this community who are just so, I find that people, and the biggest challenge we have in Laguna Beach is there's so many people who've just become so disillusioned with our government because we can never do anything. All we do is just study and analyze and talk and try to find, a perfect solution when I think we have a great solution. So I would be supportive of moving forward with the proposed pump track, having the conversations with the county, figuring out a way for a win-win with the environmental community dealing with that precedent issue. And then we can concurrently look at, because I actually think that the people in this room would probably prefer it if there was an easy way to make the topography work and we could get that on city land, it would be a much quicker process. I don't think that there'd be people opposed to that. But what we don't want is just to be in this, state of paralysis. So I would, I don't know if I'll make a motion, and then if we can have further discussion, but I would move that we move forward with the proposed, we direct staff to move forward with a feasibility study for the location as recommended on the county land, and to concurrently provide analysis on that we could easily talk to a civil engineer about the, whether it's even feasible to do it on the city land, and direct staff to coordinate with the County of Orange to explore land transfer agreements for the preferred site. And I don't know, Hallie, if you want to continue working on this together, we could try to be a part of that process and figure out, working with the county and the environmental community on, is there a way where we can create more high value habitat elsewhere and do a trade-off so that we don't deal with that precedent issue. And then number 3, coordinate with the Orange County Mountain Bike Association to explore the grant and fundraising opportunities. So that would be my motion. If there's a second on that, then we can have further discussion.
I'll second that. And I don't want to undersell the large scale environmental impacts of putting it in the open space. I want to be really clear about that. I think it's possible. I think we could find a win-win situation, but I think it's going to be complicated and it's going to be hard. And I absolutely support your motion.
That's why we have smart people like you on the council to figure it out, Hallie. Okay, further discussion on that action.
I'm supportive of that, moving ahead to bring it back. I would just underscore that it's really just to get more information back. I mean, you're probably way further down the road than I am to say this is the ideal location. I don't know enough to know whether it's a viable location or not.
Yeah.
From all the factors that maybe come into play. I mean, I get it geographically what your point is. I just don't know, as though, we'll see. There were, they're not here tonight, but there were a lot of people who signed objecting to this location. So, it's going to be the usual, right? This is not all a one-sided discussion, but I think with your motion moving ahead to evaluate and let's learn more, and then we see where we go.
Okay.
I would support it, Alex, but I need a little bit more detail. So specifically, you're going to come back with a brief analysis, and would that include a general idea of what we can expect out of CEQA?
So the feasibility study would include, in my view, there's kind of two components. I think it would be there's the physical component, right? So we would weigh the merits of the topography on the other just city parcel, right, of land, do some, where it's not just doing a square and figuring it out, but doing it in a more, intentional.
It was a great square.
It was a great square.
It was a great square.
And then, but also looking at it from the county process, it's a very complicated process when you're dealing with land, for good reason. And then looking at it from what's a CEQA path going to be, that's what the feasibility, it will show, is it feasible? Maybe it shows that it's not feasible.
Yeah, I was just concerned about this animal corridor that was mentioned, so.
Yeah, so I think all of that would be a part of this feasibility study, but I think that this is just a worthy site of taking this to the next step, and then, we'll see where it goes, but it's not going to be, it's not going to happen tomorrow. We can't, I wish it could be, but it's not. It's going to be a long-term process, and there's going to be a lot of implications and trade-offs, and hopefully win-win solutions for everyone involved.
Exactly.
Okay, so.
I really appreciate everyone who came and spoke, and not only was respectful of one another, but also generally supportive of our community and our kids. So thank you guys for all being here.
Agreed. So unless there's further discussion, let's take a vote on that motion that was seconded, or that was proposed by me. And so you got the added recommendation where Hallie and I would be continue working as an ad hoc
Let me
committee.
make sure staff, we don't have any questions. I think I understand the motion. Do you guys feel like you know it too? Okay, great.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I think we have our clear direction. Further discussion from council? I don't see any. So let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thanks
Any
for your
opposed?
work on this, Alexis and
Yeah.
Tierney.
Thank you. Good, really good staff report. I thought that was well done and appreciate all the public input, and it'll be a lot, there will be more of it. So we'll probably see everyone here soon. All right. So thank you. Okay. What's the next one? Oh, this is our break, Hallie. We get to go. Consider business item 19, public meeting for proposed undergrounding utility assessment district. Councilmember Jones and I will be recusing ourselves, me for family property interest in this district. And then Councilmember Jones, do you want to indicate your reason?
For a campaign contribution conflict.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem, you're in charge.
Okay. Good evening, City Council. Pierre Sawaya, Capital Program Manager. With me is Pat Donegan, Assistant City Attorney, here to present tonight on item 19, which is a public meeting for the West Street Underground Utility Assessment District. On May 20, City Council took this item and approved the resolution of intent to form the district and preliminarily adopted the engineer's report setting the maximum assessments for the parcels within the district. Tonight's public meeting is for residents to comment on the project. We'll also be providing updates, good updates for the project costs, going through a few purchase methods on the municipal bonds, and also providing an update on the assessment balloting and schedule for the project. Regarding project costs, since May 20, SDG&E went through and revised their project costs for the project. They went through a competitive bidding effort, and their original estimate came down, as shown on the table, by approximately $800,000. That in turn also impacts the bond financing for the project, and those costs were also shaved down approximately $250,000. So in total, since May 20, we're seeing a cost savings to the project and hence to the district of approximately $1 million, which is to the tune of assessment decreases of 15 to 20% for individual parcels. Also on May 20, City Council asked staff to examine several bond purchase methods. So staff did meet with our financial advisor, Fieldman Rolap, also the bond underwriter, Oppenheimer, to go through a few of those different methods of bond purchases. Right now, we're estimating the estimated bond proceeds at approximately $4 to $5 million. And the three options are outlined here below. Firstly, the public offering bond purchase, that would be for a 25-year term, which is generally preferred by the residents within the district. This is a very common method for assessment districts, and it was successfully used for the last two districts that were put together, Woods Cove and Diamond Street. Secondly, we have the private placement bond option. This type of bond sale is through banks. This one would be capped at a 20-year term. Banks generally prefer shorter investment terms, so the maximum they would go look at is 20 years. And this would be limited to select banks in the industry. And the third purchase option would be a city purchase. That would also be for a 25-year term. That would be the city carrying those bonds, which do include risk, but also would offer overall lower fixed costs. Shown on this table is more of a breakdown on the bond purchases with several criteria. As we talked about, the term lengths would be 25 years for both a public offering or a city purchase. That would be capped at 20 years for a private placement. Interest rates generally are going to look the same for all three bond purchase methods. At a granular level, the interest rates for a public offering or a city purchase could be slightly lower than that for a private placement. Issuance costs, which are the fixed costs, would be higher for the public offering, and that's due to bond disclosure and underwriting costs. They would be lower for private placement and city purchases, which do not incur those fixed costs. Market interest in general is very broad for the public offering. Again, that's been done successfully for many districts in the past. The private placement would be limited to select banks. And we say for the city purchase, it's available. That would be the discretion of the city council if that's something they wanted to pursue. The risk profile for a public offering is low, as that would be on the public market. It's considered moderate for a private placement being held by banks. And as mentioned earlier, it'd be higher for a city purchase with the city being on the hook for those bonds. Both the public offering and private placement, again, very commonplace and more consistent with our city's investment policy. a city purchase, and due to the 25-year term, wouldn't necessarily jive with the city investment policy, which generally directs the city towards shorter-term investments. So that's something that council would need to look at and provide approval for. And lastly, all the bond purchase methods involve some level of administration. Standard reporting goes for public offering, and you'd see generally lower costs for administration on the private purchase, private placement and city purchase. And just also like to add that, you know, with other districts coming into formation, we have our Fairview La Brea district in North Laguna that will also come to a vote later this year or early next year. So just for council to be cognizant of the methods we use for this district and how that could play and affect other districts moving forward. Looking at the next steps for the balloting and schedule for the project, following this meeting, assessment ballots will be mailed to property owners later this week or early next week. The ballots include a notice of assessment, an official ballot, and also instructions on how to complete and return the ballot to the city clerk's office. Those ballots will remain sealed and unopened until the public hearing, which is scheduled for September 23rd. And at that meeting, the ballots will be opened and tallied in an open and transparent environment. If the tally of ballots is successful in support of the project, the bond sale is anticipated for December of 2025, with construction scheduled for spring of 2026. And that brings us to tonight's recommended actions, which are to hear public comments on the assessment district, receive a report of the updated project costs and purchase methods for municipal bonds, and lastly, to provide direction to staff on the purchase method of the municipal bonds, assuming an estimated bond proceeds amount of approximately $4 to $5 million. And that concludes this presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Sue?
Well, I got a number of questions from a resident there. I could run through these questions really quick here. One is a policy. It says the last council meeting, the council voted to change the policy procedures for underground districts specifically to allow city staff to determine the boundaries and to lower the threshold of the number of residents needed to initiate a district. Some believe has changed from the disaster the West Street undergrounding project has become, where a private citizen has been allowed to run the process unchecked, redrawing lines, adding and removing homes at will. Is this one of the reasons for the policy change? I think the answer there is no, but you want to answer that?
Correct. The answer is no. The policy change stemmed from really spearheading, utility undergrounding, around town and in other neighborhoods where there still are existing overhead utilities from a fire safety perspective.
Okay, two, South Coast Water District assessment. Many residents noticed that the South Coast Water District assessment recently dropped by 57%, while almost homeowners' assessments increased. Some believe this was done either to sway their vote or to reduce the impact of a potential no vote. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so to answer that question, since the May meeting, there have been several iterations to the assessment engineer's report, reevaluations of parcels, looking where poles and wires are remaining that are just outside of the district. So the assessment engineer did determine that there are poles and wires remaining behind the water district property, affecting not only them, but a couple other parcels. For those reasons, there were reductions to their assessments because they're not receiving the full benefit of the project.
Okay. On the city's financial pledge, so we said we we're going to support 20%, right?
Correct.
That's our contribution. Will the exact dollar amount change after the vote is cast if it passes?
The city contribution amount would remain the same. That's our understanding.
Okay. Here's another question. Does the council feel that it was disingenuous for residents to be told one methodology would be used that included a few components, and then have the methodology quietly changed at a private meeting at a resident's home. Assessments later quadruple and residents weren't informed until months afterwards. They weren't allowed to vote on the switch of methodologies.
I would say that the project cost is the project cost. The assessment engineer determines the methodology. I can't speak to what was, spoken on the streets when the project was, circulated in the neighborhood, but the methodology that's being used has been used by that assessment engineer for many, many projects over many years.
Okay. And then, let's see, here's one more. Let me just read this really quick. I think I'll let the resident ask this last couple questions. It's not super clear to me, but anyway, those are the questions I got. Thank you.
So Megan, quick question. Tonight we're talking about the bond issue, but the number 19, it says public meeting for proposed underground utility assessment district. Hear public comment on proposed underground utility assessment. So that means any public comment, whether it's having to do with the bond or not?
Mayor Pro Tem, yes. So this is about just the undergrounding assessment.
Okay.
That's what that's about. But obviously, because we're talking about the bonds, we will also take public comment on
Okay.
the bonds as well.
Great. Thank you for the clarification. Did you have any questions, Bob? I do have a quick question. I believe it was on slide 3, but what would dictate under the city's option how the city would set the interest rate?
Typically, the interest rate is set based on market rates that are out there today. So there wouldn't be a vast difference from what you'd see on the market for example, a 25-year bond. So it'd be very similar. And that's why looking at all 3 options, there's not a huge variation in those interest rates.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll open it up for public comment. So please approach the podium. Go ahead and jump in.
Well, I think I'll start by complimenting Pierre, who's not only done a great job with this, but maintains an extremely fire-safe hairstyle. If every tree in Laguna Beach looked just like Pierre, we'd be in a much safer place today. Kidding aside, I think Bob is really the godfather of undergrounding, and I think it is an extremely important fire safety measure. We know a few things about this. In 2022, the U.S. Fire Service completed a nationwide study, and determined that between 1992 and 2020, there had been 32,000 instances of overhead power lines causing wildfires throughout the United States. Now, not all of these were big wildfires that made the headlines, but that's basically a new fire ignition about once every 7.5 hours, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We know that it's a big problem here in California. Many of the most severe fires that we've had, the Camp Fire that destroyed Paradise, the fire that destroyed a good part of Santa Rosa, and 4 of the 6 major fire incidents that we've had here in Laguna Beach that have really been threatening to us since 2012 were started by problems with SCE equipment. Sure you all have a good memory of this. I think it was September 16th, 2012, the Ruby's fire. I think Bob will remember that because he was doing a fundraiser in his first campaign for council, literally down the street of 3 Arch Bay. The ash was literally falling as he was speaking, talking about fire safety. 3 years later, we had another fire on the 3rd of July, the Laguna Canyon fire. Entire city was gridlocked. Again, it was the part of the 4th of July weekend. Took us 2 hours to get from Diamond Street down to Crown Valley, and there were more people pouring in to the north than were heading our way. Had they not been able to get resources on that and get that under control immediately, we probably would have had one of the worst, if not the worst, mass casualty incident in the history of the state of California, at least since the 1906 San Francisco earthquake fire that killed 3,000 people. Again, we had two of these fires in 2022. I'm sure Sue vividly remembers them. The Emerald Fire at 4:30 in the morning, again caused by SCE equipment, and 3 months later, the Coastal Fire that destroyed about 24 homes in Laguna Niguel. Had the wind been blowing the other way, we would have lost a good part of South Laguna, and who knows how much beyond that. The simple fact, and we've had 2 other fires that were caused basically by kind of dumb actions by juveniles. Unfortunately, we can't underground the juveniles. We do need to underground the wires because either we will bury these dangerous above ground connections, or one of these days, and it's only a matter of time, they will bury us.
Thank you, Matt. And you're a close second for fire safe hairstyles.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm halfway there. Ken Snyder, I live on Eagle Rock Way, right on the far edge of the district. That kind of got added on so they could get some more houses involved. But that's where the communication on this project, except for the letters that came out with the city prior to the previous meeting, and this one has been very sketchy. So my concern is, what is the reason that someone is doing this? Is this for fire safety? Is it for SD&G want to contribute so their liability goes down? Is it the state should be involved, the county, the city, SD&G? Why is it on the homeowners? Second thing is, why would the city then throw in $1.4 million to throw into this thing? There's got to be, for something that's really not necessary, there's got to be better ways to spend your money, whether it's aesthetics for the city, homeless, fire clearing, insurance liability on your skate park. I mean, that's going to be cost. Why are you spending $1.4 million to put backyard wires underground on 30 feet increments? The initial conversation was rumored between $15,000 and $30,000. Now it's between $50,000 and $140,000. It's gone up 4 times just in conversation. Who knows why? You said it's the cost of doing it. It went from an idea to a burden. A lot of people who live there don't have $60,000 to spend or even put on their property taxes for 15 years. And there's no end in sight. Inflation overruns, they always happen. I can see this going higher. If it's not fire and it's aesthetic, is it only for a few people whose telephone poles are in the way? Because most of the people only have lines going across their backyard. And if it's for a few people that want this done to help their view, therefore help their real estate at the expense of everybody else, I think those should be explored. It's power lines only. So I don't believe that it's on the street. It's only in the backyards between houses. So power lines on the street, phone lines, the old hardline phone lines still go, cable lines go. There's wires everywhere that can get knocked down, hit trees, catch fire, block everything, and aesthetically not then. So I'm saying, as bluntly as I can, don't even send out ballots. This is a waste of time for the people who live there and a waste of the city's money that could be spent at a lot of other places. So that's it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Lyons, and I came here to speak about this undergrounding project. And I was going through some of those questions, but I have a lot of questions. Okay, so there's evacuation route equity. Monterey Street in South Laguna was included in this project and is part of a designated citywide evacuation route. It's the part that's in here is the one that gets the most traffic. So the city is paying for the other half of the evacuation route with 20B, 20A credits and with city funds and other funds. And it doesn't seem equitable or even legal, possibly, that you would pay for one side and not the other, and the residents feel, there's probably about 14 parcels or so, that they're being forced to pay their own way. Is it equitable? Is it legal? I don't know. How much money does the city save by doing this and shifting the cost of undergrounding this part of the evacuation route and shifting it onto the residents? And it was included because there was a certain threshold that was needed. And this was very haphazardly formed, this district. Some houses were in, then they were out. Then one house was in, then this street was out. So that was part of the planning process. Also, as far as fire mitigation goes, earlier this year, the city developed a fire mitigation plan. And as you know, there are different steps like pulling weeds, tree trimming, creating defensible space are generally considered first line actions. While undergrounding utility is usually a very expensive step. Given that the 1993 fire, and I was here, and the Rancho fire just a few weeks ago were caused by arson, not down power lines, why is the city choosing the most expensive and the least proven method first, rather than starting with the core fire mitigation strategies? And the coastal fire, they were undergrounded. And I was watching the news, I saw Altadena, the poles were still up, the houses were gone. And one more, a few other things I have. When you were talking about redoing this process, about how the districts are formed, there was mention that one of the districts, meaning probably the West Street Underground, we were all conflict and drama. That's a quote. And I don't think that's throwing that onto the residents because they don't agree with the process, saying, well, it's all conflict and drama. You're doing a great job, because they're really hard to deal with. Because not only are we constituents, we are also neighbors, and we've been told that. And the last one is, why were we not allowed to vote on the switch of the methodology? I did present an email, a detailed email to the city council months ago, and on paper, it said from the petition initiator, this is what it's going to be. This is the methodology. Then it was changed at a meeting that I was not told of. I only know about it because I've heard about it. We should have been allowed to say, okay, let's vote on this change of methodology. And we were not allowed to vote on the change of methodology, which increased a lot of our costs. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on this important permanent fire mitigation project to protect public safety in our community. My name is Jill Tracy, and I live on Eagle Rock Way in South Laguna. I lived in the South Laguna Beach community for 4 years and in South Orange County for over 30 years, where I have raised my 3 sons. It was not until I moved to South Laguna that I was subject to fire evacuation threats. Over the past 3 years, our small community in South Laguna has been under fire evacuation threat 2 times. The one local fire this summer, where thankfully no homes or lives were lost. And in the 2022 coastal fire, where 20 families in the neighboring Laguna Niguel community lost their homes and 11 homes were damaged. Many families remain displaced. I work for the Southern California Gas Company as Senior Director of Risk and Compliance, and I am an environmental attorney with over 30 years of practice. I have led up our emergency management department, and I'm all too familiar with the horrible tragedies that have struck our SoCal gas communities as a result of wildfires, including the recent Eaton fires in Los Angeles and the Montecito mudslide tragedy that occurred as a result of the Thomas fire, with billions of dollars in damage, billions, hundreds of lives lost, and communities devastated for years to come. And as a single mom, I am very sensitive to concerns over the cost the residents will incur as a result of this undergrounding project. With that said, I will be casting my vote in favor of this important project in the interest of permanently protecting our very extremely vulnerable community from not only the very real threat of wildfires today, but in light of the ever-increasing threat as climate change impacts continue to accelerate wildfire vulnerability in our precious community. All other fire mitigation measures are temporary and will need to be repeated again and again. And undergrounding is the only permanent fire mitigation technology that we are aware of today. As the mayor said this evening, public safety is your #1 priority, and I hope that you vote in favor of proceeding with this important public safety project. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
My comment isn't on the district itself, it's just on the internal financing option that you are considering. This was discussed last May and May 20th. In the agenda report, I brought up a comment that the agenda report said that the city had modified the investment policy in 2024 to eliminate the 5% limitation on municipal bonds issued by the city. That would be what we would be considering with the internal financing. My point was that I didn't see any evidence in either investment committee meetings or minutes or the city council meetings or minutes that had been approved, and was just asking for direction on that. And I think the council decision was to refer this to the investment committee for further analysis. I don't think the investment committee is met. In fact, I don't even think there is an investment committee at this point. So, I did note, go ahead.
Well, there is an investment committee.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. There is.
but
an
we
investment
haven't
committee.
talked about it. Yeah.
But they haven't met since May 20th. And the 2024 investment policy that's on the city website still includes the 5% limitation. I won't go into the numbers are kind of significant. It would take the amount available under a program like this from 8 million to 42 million. There's implications for the maturities. The policy limits this to 5-year limits, and I think for the existing loans in this program, we've extended that maturity to 15. We're asking for 25 here. And I think our auditors have told us these bonds are non-saleable, non-marketable, and so they have a big impact on liquidity, and I think that's mentioned in the staff report. So the bonds under discussion tonight, even with the 5% limit in place, would not exceed the amount available, but it is 4 times the amount of what's there now. We have about $1 million in this program now. If we ask for 4 to 5 million in this program alone, that brings you to $5-6 million. If the 5% limit is still in operation, then the total amount of funds available would be 8 million, and the 6 million means there's not much left for the other 5 districts and the $250,000 or $1 million of costs that they will incur. So there's some equity issues into how this internal financing would work. And so I guess I would just say that as a policy matter and a practical matter, that you not consider the internal financing tonight, that you do defer it to the investment committee, let them thoroughly analyze the whole policy and operational and financial ramifications, and then come back to the council with a recommendation. So that would be the only thing I would say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Carrie Reynolds. I'm in the North Laguna district that hopefully is up next and really fast right here. So the old method we are not going with either, because as the engineer spoke last week or last meeting, it's wildly subjective. There are people in the districts that are being undergrounded now that, even though they got the benefit of that, think it's wildly subjective and not worth looking at. So the way we're doing it now, I believe, is the right way. Most of my neighbors in North Laguna have had the lines go down on their homes twice, where they've been trapped in their homes, and they've literally had all their electronics explode. So I would say, if you want to talk safety, I'd be very vested in the safety move. The amount of hours that the citizens in these not secret meetings are having in West Street is phenomenal. I've seen thousands of hours of neighbors meeting, creating emails, informing. It's a tough navigation process. It's a great thank you that's owed the people in the districts who do the work. There's a lot of disinformation or misinformation. I heard it tonight already. I just think that's the hardest part, is keeping you all informed in the district of what's really happening. Hardest part. Thank you.
Next. Are there any others? Can I see a show of hands? If we could come closer to the podium, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Max Fahid. I live in Paseo del Sur. Just a few weeks ago, I was coming from a meeting in Irvine, and it was Rancho Fire. I had to stay in downtown for 5 hours because I couldn't get home. My wife all packed up, ready to go, and we were lucky that it wasn't a windy day. Otherwise, the fire would extend it and probably got to my house. There are 2 power poles next to my house within only less than 10 feet with 2 transformers. During any windy day, any spark from these transformers can put my house into the fire. This project is all about safety. It's not about the view. It's not about convenience. It's about safety. I don't want to live in the situation that every time is a windy day, we are scared to death that our house get to the fire. Lastly, in regards to the financial, I just got my insurance premium notice a few weeks ago. The premium increase was 50% more than 2 years ago. And the main factor was because my house is in fire zone and there are multiple power poles next to my house. If this project goes through, just from the financial aspect of that, the savings that I get my insurance probably pay for that in a few years. And the same situation for everybody in that district. So I highly recommend that we move forward with this project. It's a safety, and it's for the safety of everybody, and it's a benefit for the city and all the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Christy Miller, and I'm a resident volunteer supporting neighborhoods undergrounding projects. Over the past months, I've had the pleasure of working closely with Justin, Amy, Max, Martin, and many other supportive residents in the West Street Undergrounding District. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Justin, who is out of town and is unable to be here. But prior to doing that, just want to mention one thing. One of the reasons I supported undergrounding in our Woods Cove neighborhood is because one morning, there 2 doors down, one of the transformers blew and it caught the tree on fire. We had a neighbor get a hose and start helping, and we have a fire department around the corner. Had it not been for that, and had it not been in the daytime when people are up, if it was at night, who knows what would have happened? It's very scary to think about that. So this is it is a real danger, something I can personally attest to watching happen. So this is Justin's comments. I want to thank the council for your strong commitment to fire safety and for taking a leadership role in modernizing Laguna's outdated utility system. Your support has made a real difference in helping projects like ours move forward. Some details have shifted since 2020, like engineering changes, rising costs. It has upset a few residents. Thankfully, the majority of the residents recognize and understand that inflation and updated requirements are out of our control and have chosen to adapt and move forward. This process hasn't been perfect. It's impossible to please everyone, but I'm incredibly proud of where we've landed. Thanks to smart planning and collaboration, we've locked in construction costs before tariffs hit, received a generous city contribution, and shaved off $1.1 million in construction and financing costs. After 3 rounds of revision, the engineering plan made every effort to accommodate unique parcel changes and challenges and fairly apply cost reductions. If we don't act now, we risk these costs doubling in the next 5 to 10 years. That would make a project like ours unaffordable and could leave our community exposed. This has been a long road, but it's also been a team effort. I want to sincerely thank our residents, block captains, city staff, and everyone who put in the time and energy to move this forward. This undergrounding project is more than wires. It's about safety, reliability, beautification, and protecting the quality of life we all value in Laguna Beach. I encourage residents to vote yes on your ballot. Be sure to check the box and sign it. Mail it in, or preferably bring it to City Council. And finally, I'm recommending that City members agree to a city purchase of the estimated $4.5 million of financing. The current average interest rate for a AA 25-year mutual general obligation bond as of last week was between 4.7 and 4.8%. This is our most favorable option. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Good evening. I'm Betsy Klein. I live in the district we're discussing. This is the fourth time I've come to speak in front of the council on this undergrounding issue. Speaking in a forum like this is not something I had ever done before, but because this issue is so important, I have actually spent hours carefully choosing my words and tone to express how I felt. Because I believed that as a 40-year resident, tax-paying of this city, that my city council would care about the reasons that I and those of us who are against the undergrounding have repeatedly come up here to tell you, thinking that my words might make a difference. Call me naive. At your last council meeting, our group was called one of drama and conflict. And yes, it is, because of all the problematic and inequitable methodology, including 5 different assessments in the last 4 months. The last one went up again. So problematic, in fact, that you have now changed the rules for creating future districts, probably because you realized how out of control this one got. I hope you all saw the wonderful opinion article in this week's Laguna Beach Indy by Mary Locoletti. I'm going to share the conclusion with you because she summed up the issue perfectly. Assessment districts, by design, pit neighbor against neighbor, with wealthy residents who can afford the assessment having the ability to compel residents on a fixed income to incur additional cost that may, in fact, negatively affect their quality of life. The idea that property values will increase more than the cost of the assessment may be a boon for the city, which will reap the benefit of higher property taxes when the property is sold, but is little comfort to the retiree who has no plans to sell, and therefore will never realize the benefit and will only incur the increased cost. As one of those retirees who does not intend to sell ever, I have spent sleepless nights worrying about how this is going to play out. So I appreciate your attention. Sue, I want to say that I appreciate you asking the questions earlier as well.
Next.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Roxanne DeGarmo, and my husband Charles DeGarmo and I live within the proposed utility underground district on Monterey Street. Before I begin, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, or now it's tonight. I'm here to respectfully voice my opposition to the proposed West Street Underground Utility District, a sentiment shared by many of my neighbors. There are numerous concerns we have about this project, but in the interest of time, I'll focus on the following key points. First, a 2025 update to the 2019 Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Report identifies Monterey Street from West Street to Eagle Rock Way and Virginia Way from Eagle Rock Way to Fifth Avenue as key evacuation routes. This report clearly states these areas should be prioritized for undergrounding as soon as funding becomes available. And this is a question I'm trying to find answers to. I'll address it to the city attorney. Ms. City Attorney, the city funds many other public infrastructure projects without subsidies from utilities like SDG&E. Why can't the city set aside funds to complete the Monterey Street portion of this key evacuation route? Second, the City Council recently approved funding for the Virginia Way Underground Utility 2025-1 project using Rule 20A funds. It stands to reason that Monterey Street with the same evacuation priority should be funded in the same way. Safety and fairness should go hand in hand. Ms. City Attorney, the city funds many other public infrastructure projects without subsidies from utilities like SDG&E. Why isn't the Monterey Street key evacuation route prioritized with the Virginia Way project? Third, The petition process misrepresented and the potential costs landowners would bear for their portion of the underground project. Residents were pressured by a self-appointed neighborhood captain to pay $500 and sign a petition and were not fully informed at the time of the true financial implications with their signatures were gathered. Transparency was lacking, and that undermines public trust. Ms. City Attorney, is this legal for a non-city employee resident to collect $500 per property on behalf of the city Laguna Beach for a public project? Fourth, the cost assessment methodology for this district is inconsistent with other underground utility districts, such as Coast Royale. In those districts, ocean view impacts were factored into the cost-benefit analysis. In the West Street district, they were not. This inconsistency creates an unfair and unequal burden on our community. I guess my time is up, but thank you for listening.
Are there any other speakers after this? Okay, this will be our last speaker. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Burke. I am the district captain for Eagle Rockway, and I just wanted to address some inaccuracies that were said tonight. First of all, Justin, how this started is Justin approached me and told me that he was going to be forming a district on West Street. And at that time, I said, I'm very interested in having this happen myself, but I want to have the front of my house included as well. So I ended up joining on. That I cannot tell you how much work Justin has put in to make this happen, liaising with Pierre, hundreds of hours that have gone into this, and the methodology was not changed at a private home. I went around with the information that we got from the town, and so did Justin. We advised everybody of how this had happened in the past. And in the past, it is true that it was aesthetics were involved. And in the past, it was $10,000 to $25,000. But at that time, eggs were $2.99 or less, a dozen, and things changed. So there was not a private meeting at a house. I was there. Pierre said, we're going to meet at Justin's house to talk about the next step with the engineer. And at that time, an engineer came and said, I'm not using aesthetics. I was surprised also. I voiced my concern at that time, but I was told that this is who the town had chosen and that's who we were going with. So I didn't think, to me at that point, it was a done deal and we moved on. The gentleman gave his reasons why he does it this way, for liability reasons, because it's too subjective the other way. And that was set. It was nothing that was changed by a private person in a private home. And the reason why the assessment has changed several times is because the residents, including Sharon, who spoke today, these people came up to us after the last meeting, after the water district meeting, and voiced their concerns about the inequity of the assessment. So we encouraged those people to come to us and have theirs reevaluated. And they did. And Sharon and Mr. Slattery, who had posed it, they all had their assessments lowered significantly, which made my assessment and everybody else's assessment go up, which I'm not happy about, but that's how things work. It's equitable. And I realize that they don't have a wire behind their house. So everything has to be fair for everybody. For me, I'm paying twice as much as I expected to pay in the beginning, but it's a safety concern. I think it's important. I have wires and transformers above my house, and I don't want to be wondering what I have to pack for my house in an evacuation like I did the other day when that fire started in Laguna. I would ask that the town do 25 years because of the fact that it is raised so high, because it is going to be a hardship. But for people who cannot pay, like you had said, there's deferment options. And when the house is sold, if you're not going to sell your house, don't worry about it,
Yeah,
because down the road.
Thank you, Amy.
yeah.
Your time is up.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Comments? Sue?
Questions. So we had some comments, Pierre, about how many, a different number of assessments. How many assessments have we had from the assessment engineer?
Sorry, what is the question?
Well, the assessment engineer was at our last meeting, wasn't he? Whenever that was, when we talked about, and he basically said he doesn't consider aesthetics, right?
Well, there is an aesthetic component, but he doesn't consider ocean views.
Right,
Yeah.
that's right. But people are saying there's been a number of assessments, a round of assessments. How many actual assessments have we gone through?
As far as iterations to the
Mhm.
report, we've gone through several, I'd say at least 3. And again, that's refining the report, looking at properties, walking them, reevaluating them, seeing if there's anything that was missed on the initial pass to make sure that the criteria is applied fairly and objectively.
So Pierre, do you think now the criteria is applied fair and objectively?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's my only, let me see. I think that's all my questions for right now.
Bob?
I don't have any further questions, just a couple comments, if we're ready for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the fact that and we've heard testimony now from several residents on a number of occasions, and I get the fact that it is expensive. And, it would be great if the city had all the money to do undergrounding of all of it. We just don't. And the process that, has to be utilized is these assessment districts. And, there's a vote in the end. And so to one of the comments about we didn't get to vote on the change of the assessment methodology. Well, you do. You're going to get to vote on it. And if you don't like it, you're going to vote no, which is certainly your prerogative. So, and that's why the ballot happens at the end once the process is finalized and the costs are fully known. The deferment program, we did expand the deferment program at our last meeting when we approved the updated assessment district policies. We gave the city manager discretion to include people in it who may not meet the strict criteria. So I encourage anybody who thinks that, if this thing gets approved, that they can't afford it, to look at the deferment program where you won't have to make payments on an ongoing basis, and your payment would be ultimately made when your home is sold. The assessment methodology, I think we had a good conversation on that last time. The assessment engineer is the expert. It's not up to the city or city staff to decide methodology under the state constitution, Proposition 218. It's delegated to an assessment engineer, so we've followed that process appropriately. So those are my comments on the assessment district itself, and the residents will decide whether they want to proceed with this as a safety measure or aesthetic measure, or whatever else they view it as, or don't. So we'll see on September 23rd. With respect to the methodology or the bond purchase, which is asks for input, the agenda report asks for input on that. It looks as though the research says, in this case, the private placement's really, it's more expensive, it's a shorter term, it would make the annual payments higher, so I think we can kind of take that one off the table. And it really then comes down to the public versus the city purchase. I agree with Mary Locatelli. I think we should not decide tonight which of those. I would actually like some more information. I would like it to get input from our city treasurer and the investment committee. It's not, in my mind, automatic that that the city purchase would just match the public interest rate, the interest rate in the public markets. We may have other reasons where we think, a good long-term return for us is different than what the public market rate is. So I would like to have both the city treasurer and the investment committee weigh in on that. I don't think these are particularly risky at all. I mean, they're secured by real estate, individual homes, and if you don't pay, you lose your home in foreclosure. We've got a very, very low, and the city treasurer has details on this, we have a very, very low delinquency rate, so I don't view it as as risky that way. I think that, so I'd like more input on that, on that alternative. And on the, we need to clarify this, whether we need to, the 5% limitation, if, whether that's still there or not, or whether we'd be bumping up against it. I guess with respect to future districts, whether they come together or not, several of those are way too big. We'd never be able to do those as a, if they get approved, we'd never be able to do those other than a public sale. So those are my thoughts.
Can I clarify the 5% limitations? How would you, are you saying that you want that looked at as well? Or?
Well, if it's still in the investment policy, I think we need to verify that we could either leave it there if it's in the investment policy, but we'd have to verify that this purchase wouldn't exceed that, wouldn't cause us to go above that limit. I don't know, Laura, do you have a comment on that?
This purchase would not cause you to go above the 5% limitation, but there's not a 5% limitation in the policy that was adopted last December. I think what Mary is talking about, there was not a discussion of removing the 5% limitation.
Okay.
Because there was some unusual activity with the investment, the 2024 investment policy. We started off 1 year with it, and then we changed the policy when the investments were outsourced. And I think at that point, that's something fell through the cracks.
5% went away.
The 5% went away when the policies changed, so there wasn't a thorough discussion amongst council members for eliminating it.
So that's something we should look at again then, I guess, as part of this process. Sounds like it wouldn't be particular for this, but the investments committee should take a look at that.
So should we include that if we have the city treasurer and the investment committee come back to us with information regarding the public versus city bond options, and what would we say about the 5%?
I think interest rates, further feedback to us on the 5% limitation.
Should we ask Meter to look at it as well?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a long-term bond, they're investing the long-term part of the portfolio. We should get both the city treasurer and Meter's input and the investment committee. So so I think we just need more information. And I believe it would be, even if we, make the decision on that on September 23rd, we're still fine from a time perspective because you're not looking to sell the bonds until, what did you say, December or early January. So that would be my feedback on the public versus.
You okay with that, Stu?
Or public versus.
So do we need to turn this into a motion?
I think we're just providing direction. I mean, does staff have enough direction on the bond purchase, or do we need to refine it? I mean, just to summarize, I think it would be asking the investment committee, the city, to look at this with input from the city treasurer and Meter on both the appropriate interest rate on a city purchase, the 5% limitation issue, and the 25-year term, and then come back to us with recommendations for what a city purchase would look like and what a public sale would look like, comparing, apples to apples in terms of total cost.
So you're shaking your head, Megan. You want that as a motion?
I think it's fine. That direction's clear as long as it's clear to staff.
Okay, great.
Okay.
You got it? Okay, good. Okay, then we'll move on to the next agenda item 20, and we'll bring in our mayor and Hallie. Let's take a 3-minute break.
Who's here for the Presbyterian Church project? Please raise your hands. So I think unless anyone objects, I apologize for the people for the other two items. I'd like to just take that one first. What does council think about that approach? Good? Okay, so I apologize for people who have to wait a little bit
I'm
longer.
going to just officially object on Wendy's behalf just because she has to stay a lot later. So anyway, but not that it matters. Sorry, Wendy.
I'm sorry, Wendy. So do we have the team ready for Presbyterian Church from staff? And people can take their time to get here. Is the planner here for that? Okay. Well, so we could also take this another way. Does anyone who's here for objective design standards to weigh in on that item? Yeah, okay, you are. Yeah, I think that might be a little bit more complicated. So let's just do this so we get members of the public from that can consider this and then go. It's a balancing act. I apologize. We could quickly take the sewer one. Is anyone here for the sewer item? I think we just have someone from staff, right? Is anyone here from the public on the sewer item? Does council anticipate asking a lot of questions on the sewer item? So what we're gonna do is let's take item 21 while we're waiting for staff to get ready on the other one. Let's just take item 21. 'Cause I think that'll be quick.
Mr. Mayor, this is my opportunity to introduce our new finance director, Michelle Bannigan. We love that she's here and hopefully it'll be a quick item for Michelle.
So why don't, Michelle, do you want to just come up to the podium right here? Does that work for you? Or do you have a presentation? No presentation. Let's just have you at the podium here so community development staff can get ready. And great to have you here, Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thanks for letting me go first. I thought I was going to be here a little longer. So good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Michelle Bannigan, the city's finance director. This item before you is the annual public hearing to place the city's annual sewer service fees on the county property tax roll to allow the county to collect this revenue on behalf of the city. These assessments are due to the County Auditor Controller's Office by August 10th to be included on the fiscal year 2025-2026 property tax roll. On June 29th, 2021, the City Council approved the resolution presented in Attachment 1 to your staff report, which approved the sewer service fees from fiscal year 2021-2022 through 2025-2026. The fiscal year 2025-2026 rates reflect a 6% increase from last year. So staff recommends the City Council open the public hearing to receive input on this item and then approve staff recommendation to direct the Orange County Auditor Controller to place this assessment on the property tax roll. This completes my presentation. I'm
Great.
available for any questions.
Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing. And are there any questions of staff? No questions of staff. Okay, do any members of the public want to provide testimony on the sewer rates? I don't see any. I'm going to close public testimony. Let's bring it back to the council. Any further questions of staff? No questions. Let's close the public hearing. Does anyone have comments or can we entertain a motion?
Just move the recommended action.
Okay, I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now
Congratulations, Michelle.
that's it.
Thank you.
have to-
Nice to meet you guys.
Yes. Okay. So now we're going to consider the item, another public hearing. Appeal A. And let's start by do any council members have any ex parte communications that they would like to disclose at this time?
No.
Hallie?
No.
Bob?
I spoke briefly with Kathy Yerka, Larry Noakes, and then Ed Sauls.
I spoke with Larry Noakes and Kathy Yerka.
And then I had a brief conversation with Ed Sauls and a text exchange with Larry Noakes, but no, I there was nothing in those conversations outside of the evidence presented in the staff report. So good. Okay, so now the public hearing is open. Let's have a staff presentation.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all tonight. This item is a request made by Laguna Presbyterian Church for design review and coastal development permit at 359 3rd Street. The subject property is located on 3rd Street between Mermaid and Forest. It's directly behind the church and adjacent to existing church parking lot. If it helps to orient you a little further, this is the parking area across the street from the Suzy Q Center. The parcel is designated as Central Business District Office in the Downtown Specific Plan. For background of the structure and project, the Blue House was constructed in 1914 and sold to its current owner, Laguna Presbyterian Church, in 1967. In 2021, the church formally objected to this property being subject to local preservation in accordance with State Government Code Section 37361C. The Planning Commission acknowledged that objection. In May of 2023, Planning Commission heard a similar application to the one we are hearing this evening for a coastal development permit to demolish the existing structure and to construct a parking lot expansion with 8 additional parking spaces. Commissioners voted to continue the project to address the commissioner's request about a more detailed landscaping plan that is compatible with the neighborhood. In July of that same year, the applicant formally withdrew the application. The current application requires a coastal development permit and design review to demolish the existing structure and to construct a parking lot expansion. Here we are now with the current site plan. The project proposes to demolish the existing structure and replace it with 7 parking spaces. As a note, there are currently 3 spaces existing on site. 2 of them are handicap spaces. These spaces are proposed to stay for a total of 10 parking spaces on the parcel. Access to the spaces will remain unchanged from 3rd Street and the alley, and circulation of the parking area as a whole remains unchanged. To address improvements to the site plan includes the widening of the planter between the parking area and the sidewalk from 2 feet to 6 feet. 2 new trees and 2 new light posts are also proposed. On the left, there is the proposed light post. The light post matches the light post in the existing parking area on adjacent parcels. The 6 images in the center there are proposed trees and shrubs to be planted on site. One image to note in particular is the one of the after dark peppermint tree on the top left. 2 of these trees are proposed in the landscape area between the proposed parking and the blank office wall to the north to help break up massing of that wall. On May 21st of this year, Planning Commission heard this item. Written correspondence was received both in support and in opposition of this project. Commissioners had a few questions about the historicity of the structure proposed to be demolished. Ultimately, Planning Commission unanimously approved of the resolution adopting both the DR and CDP, subject to the standard conditions of approval. With that, staff has found the proposed application to be consistent with the municipal code and all required findings, and so we recommend that the City Council adopt the attached resolution upholding the Planning Commission's decision approving design review and coastal development permit and findings that action exempt from CEQA. And from here, I'm going to pass it off to Pat for some additional considerations.
Great presentation, Daniel. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Mr. Mayor, staff is pretty cognizant that the record before you and the project before you is atypical in terms of record, that is. So what this slide is meant to do is attempt to kind of guide the discussion by the City Council tonight. To reiterate, this is just staff's kind of read of the situation. And of course, the City Council is entirely free to go in a different direction. If you guys think that different factors or different decisions are more pertinent, that is, of course, your discretion. But really kind of the first thing that the City Council should potentially consider during its deliberations after hearing from the members of the public and the applicant is, of course, whether or not the language in the city's register was accurately placed there, or instead if it was placed there in error. Second, if the City Council does have some concerns about the actual historicity and whether or not previous agreements or previous property entitlements require the applicant to do certain things. That is kind of another topic for discussion and determination. And then finally, the best way that the City Council thinks to clarify and resolve kind of the issues I'm sure all of you are aware of from reading the staff report and reviewing the very expansive record before you tonight. I would note that those possible options under that 3rd bullet point are in no way mutually exclusive. That is kind of just a kind of panoply of things that the City Council may consider in its deliberations tonight. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any questions of city staff? No questions of city staff. Okay, so what we're going to do is entertain public testimony at this time. And this was it's a city council review call-up. So the way that we would handle this is the applicant would get 5 minutes to, an applicant or a representative would get 5 minutes to support the project, and then people in support of the project would get 3 minutes to provide testimony in favor of the project, and then people in opposition to the project will get 3 minutes. And what I'm going to do is give, if the opponents of it, if they're able to organize themselves, if they want to designate the first speaker who's their representative to have 5 minutes, I'm okay with that for matters of fairness. Even though technically we don't have to because it was a council review. It wasn't an appealed action. So if you guys among yourselves want to figure that out, and then the applicant will get 2 minutes for rebuttal. So at this time, we will have 5 minutes for the applicant to provide a presentation in support of the project. So I don't know who's representing the applicant here.
Good evening. Thank you, council and staff. My name is Brandon Schlin, and I'm an elder at Laguna Presbyterian Church. And I'm the applicant for this project. Joining me tonight is elders Rick Hume and Ed Sauls. We've all been here before you, both at the design hearings and previous council meetings. Laguna Presbyterian Church has been a central part of and has served the community for over 108 years. We support the staff recommendation and have asked Larry Noakes to address the council this evening on behalf of the church. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening again, council members. I'm Larry Noakes, and I'm representing the church. As stated in my letter, the church is an organization that is entitled to exempt its property from the application of local preservation ordinances. It's in the government code, and it is the law of the state. The church made the proper declaration of hardship at a public meeting, and it was done before the Planning Commission, which is a little more formal than usually. It can be made in any public hearing. It doesn't even have to be before a government. There's no government action that's required. There just has to be a statement made. The Blue House is not now, and it has never been during church ownership, a commercial building. And any statement to the contrary is just not correct. So it is a non-commercial building, and it is subject to this exemption. Even if it is not exempt, however, which it is, and I don't want to get sidetracked on this because I don't want to go down this alley, but that seems to be what all of the conversation is about. It's not a historic resource under CEQA. First of all, it's not on the register. There was no mistakenly placing it on the register. When Pat put up that slide that said, well, was it misplaced on the register? That document that calls it, that references the bungalow is not the register. It's an index. The register is a thing. It's amorphous, but it's created by agreements between the city and applicants to place houses or buildings within the ambit of the city historic preservation scheme so that they can sometimes obtain benefits. And that's what happened here. The Blue House was placed on the inventory. We agree it was identified on the inventory. It was identified initially as a K-rated structure, but that was in 1981. And this property was reassessed by a formal assessment in 2006 and then reassessed again in 2008. And it was found that it wasn't a K-rated structure at all. It only qualified as a C-rated structure, and it could not be jazzed up to a K-rated structure. It would never qualify for a Mills Act. That's in the Cynthia Ward report. It's in every single staff report meeting, I think, that's been held on this property since 2008. One of the problems with our inventory was that it was never properly updated and it was not properly maintained, and this is evidence of that. The Blue House, the inventory references to the inventory are a little bit misleading because the inventory is no longer valid to create a presumption of historicity. Kathy Yurka says that the inventory is currently in litigation, but they lost at the trial court. The only reason it's in litigation is because I think Kathy and her group have appealed it to the Court of Appeal. But the city won at the trial court. The The fact is that this property is exempt from city landmark rules and control. That the church did everything necessary to exempt itself from those rules as required by the government code. And the city should be bound by those decisions. Now, the city voluntarily, and the church voluntarily listed its E-rated element, the sanctuary and the administrative building, and placed that on the register and agreed with the city to preserve it. And for that, the church was given certain parking credits, and they did that for parking incentives and benefits and credits. That's what they got. That was the deal. That deal was carefully documented by a recorded document that identifies those parcels that are included in that agreement. The Blue House is not in that agreement. Now, there may have been aspirations by community groups, and there may have been aspirations by people on the Heritage Committee to include the blue structure there, but it was not done. In every single Planning Commission minute recordation and every single City Council minute recordation, just 15 seconds, Alec. and
Yeah,
I'll-
finish your sentence, yeah.
recordation, the Blue House is mentioned, but it is never made a including it on the register is never made a condition of approval of a single action, including the parking credit.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? I don't see any. Okay, thank you. So now we're going to consider testimony. People have 3 minutes to speak in support of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff. I want to thank the staff for their thorough investigation of this. I want to thank them for their recommendation, which is, I understand it, is to approve and uphold the decision that the Planning Commission had made before. So the church is very much in favor of you proceeding with that recommendation. I want to thank you for your time. We would like very much to continue with the church's over 100 years of service to this community, and this would allow us to do that in the best way feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Does anyone else want to speak in support of this application? Now's your last chance to do so. Okay, so we'll give 5 minutes to whomever wants to be the representative of the opponents of this project, and then everyone else will have 3 minutes.
Council, my name is Ann Christoph. I was intending to speak on my own behalf today, but I will also include some of the comments that Village Laguna made since we have the 5 minutes. If you looked at the minutes of the Heritage Committee meeting in 2008, when this was first brought before them, I happened to be there on another matter. So I witnessed the conversation and I witnessed what the Heritage Committee did, which was to say, the church had come in with an application to demolish the house in question back then. And the Heritage Committee said, no, we will not approve any project that includes demolishing the house. And they passed a motion to approve the project with the house being retained. And the church's representative, John Loomis, agreed with that. He said, we can save the house as long as the city doesn't require us to put in the parking spaces that would have been where the house was going to be gone from. And so from then on, and in the Village Laguna letter, we document all the different times that there were submittals made to the city from the church. And after that Heritage Committee determination, the retention of that house was always part of the plans. It was part of the noticing, and it was part of the final action of the approval of the entire project. in 2009. So our position is, it doesn't matter about whether it was on the register, it doesn't matter what it looks like or what characteristics it has in terms of historicity or its pedigree. The church agreed to keep the house as part of that package of plans. They got everything they asked for from the city. They got their parking variances, the height variances, all the approvals, the CUPs, the CDPs, and all that. And that, keeping that house was part of the deal. And now they don't want to keep the deal. Now they want to go back to what they had in the first place when they first came to the Heritage Committee. And that's not fair. This is the one thing that the public asked for as part of this whole project. We supported the restoration, we supported how the church was going to be functioning, their parking arrangements. We just asked for that house not to be torn down. And there are many positive things that could happen with that house that would be productive for the church. We've got artists who need a studio, people who need places to live, and surely the rents on that would be productive for the church and much more productive than 8 more parking spots. I would like to also, regarding the history though, there are very interesting and compelling things about this last cottage. If you put the picture up. If you look at this is a painting from 1928 when the church was under construction by George Brandreth. And you see the surroundings of the church were the cottages that were in that neighborhood at that time. This cottage is not shown in this picture because it was on the other side. But this was the environment that the church was built in. And that story is an important story to tell the history of our town. And once all those early cottages from 100 and some years ago are gone, those stories are no longer believable. And so this being the last in this little neighborhood that is part of that story is an important thing to consider. And then lastly, I can't say how disappointed I am in the staff report where they justify the destruction of this house by saying we need more parking. Then they say we comply with the general plan. And the general plan includes all kinds of things about preserving historic buildings and preserving village character, which they don't cite at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Appreciate it. Okay.
I do have a question for Ann, and I appreciate your recounting of the history, most of which I agree with. How do you answer the government code exemption that the church is relying on? Because, they say that they've met the requirements of that section.
Well, the city isn't requiring that building to be preserved because of the history. It's requiring it to be preserved because that was part of the development agreement to begin with. And so that makes that whole issue irrelevant.
Okay, so you're conceding that it's not historic.
No, I'm not conceding that. I think it is, but that's not the
But you want to have it
basis.
be historic and,
Well,
you can't have it be historic
I can
and,
have it be historic because it is, but that is not the reason why the council tonight should grant this. The whole historic, whether it was on the register, whether there was a Scribner's error, whether that provision applies, is not relevant because the issue tonight is, are you going to change all those planning documents that were approved in 2009 to allow them to do exactly what the Heritage Committee didn't want them to do. I mean, that building could have been an E-rated, it could have been a C-rated, it could have been a building of interest that the city decided should remain. But it was part of the project approval that was agreed to.
Let's, for sake of discussion, let's agree that it was part of the approval, right? It was all back there. I mean, is it your position they can never seek a change to that approval or an amendment to that
Well,
approval?
they are seeking a change to it, but
Yeah,
you don't
but
have
you-
to grant it.
Right, but
Yeah.
we can grant it or we could not grant it.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing that prohibits them from doing what they're doing, which is asking for
Right.
a change from 2009. Okay.
But it's, you got everything you wanted to do from the city with no reservations. And the one thing that was requested, now they don't want to do. So to me, that's the betrayal of the whole compact. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Just a moment. Could we start the time?
Please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, hello to the council, honorable mayor, and others. I don't want to bury the lead. I'm going to quote the philosopher who wrote in 1970, "Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone?" They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. I would say that the basic issue here, and I'm going to dispute my honorable friend, Councilor Noakes, and anyone else, but this has to do with promises made and promises kept. To go with what Councilmember Whalen, if you took your example and someone gets a benefit and they got big benefit of variances and height differences, and they were given everything and only one promise to make, and that was a promise to keep the blue building. Not because of any sort of general thing. It's the second oldest building in downtown Laguna Beach, and it deserves to be saved. And a much better use, there are better uses for it than simply paving it and putting parking on it. We do have housing problems everywhere, including Laguna Beach. That house, which it's a sin that the church has allowed that building to deteriorate. I would ask the city to step in and help the church to rehabilitate that structure so that it can be used by an artist, a couple of artists, and they could receive just as low-income housing. They would get the benefit, which would probably be in excess of whatever parking revenue, because they rent out spaces. Also, can I get another 30 seconds? Because, thank you.
I'll give you 20 seconds. If you just finish your sentence and.
Well, She started the timer before I started talking.
Oh, you did?
She did.
Oh, you did? Okay, let's give you 30 seconds then.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So there are higher and better uses for that. But the essence here is that they made a promise. And if you look at the material, the Heritage Committee on February 25th, 2008, said in a unanimously approved motion that included the existing cottage should be retained and that the applicant pursue parking incentives. In other words, give them a benefit, but you keep that building, you keep that legacy architecture. And I'll just mention one other. On March 5th, 2008, in a letter from the project architect, John Loomis, from 30th Street Architects to staff member Carolyn Martin said, quote, that the layout of the parking lot has been modified to retain the blue house as recommended by the Heritage Committee. And Councilmember Whalen, I will say, yes, they made a promise.
Oh yeah, I think you're over the time, so
Thank you very much. And they should be held to their promise.
Thank you, appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Nelda Stone, I'm a long-term Laguna resident, and I would like to ask you to support the preservation of the blue house at 359 3rd Street owned by the Presbyterian Church. This example of vernacular architecture, once common in Laguna, is one of the last remaining structures of its kind in the downtown area. It should be restored and repurposed. Laguna has a history of celebrating and continuing to use its historic buildings. The Earth Cafe was once home to the Skidmore family. The Murphy Smith Bungalow on Ocean Avenue, having recently celebrated its 100th anniversary, housed soldiers in World War II and is now home to the Laguna Beach Historical Society. Many more can be identified. The state recognized the value of vernacular coastal cottages, of which this house is an example, in restoring the Crystal Cove State Park, which is also on the National Register. Similarly, Laguna itself grew as a recreational community made up of simple homes. We can see these buildings in many of the paintings of our early artists. Now I advocate for the preservation of a single house of this sort of architecture and construction, but its value to our history is clear. Let's rethink the future of this cottage for a better outcome for it and for our town. In 2009, an agreement was struck with the city to preserve it as part of the expansion of the church complex. That agreement should be binding. Don't set it aside. Now we are in a period of celebrating our history. Recently, the centennial of the Water District and a few others. In a few years, our city will be celebrating the centennial of our incorporation. And so this is a time for us to preserve our heritage, not destroy it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Bob Borthwick. First, I'd like to confirm, what Ann and Jacob both said, I really agree with a lot, especially Jacob's point about the possible uses that we could, or the church could be considering for that, which seems so obvious and appropriate. If you have a residential structure that's over 100 years old, that's right in the spot where residential structures are needed in downtown, it seems like that should be something that should be at least considered. I've lived here since 1974, and there's a lot that was here then that's not here now. Pardon me. And it's kind of a death by a thousand cuts type of situation. Every time a little structure like this goes away or a little house goes away, we've lost something of our character and our legacy. And I just would like to prevent that from happening whenever possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Anne Frank. I want to second what all the other speakers said. And I know we came to Laguna Beach in the 1960s. At that time, Third Avenue had a lot of more residential buildings. This is about the only one that's left. And I think that it's important for a city to have a variety of places. It also seems, and I wasn't aware of this, that there was an agreement with the church to keep this. That agreement should be kept. You know, I mean, what would Jesus say? You know, anyway, it's, well, what else can I say exactly? But when you drive down
I don't know how
Ninth
you can,
Avenue,
I don't know how you can top what would Jesus say?
yeah. But anyway, you know, it's, first of all, it could be rented out as a residence. We all need, you know, housing. That's a possibility. But it's the variety in a city, in a town, on a street that makes a difference. And that street has a lot of parking. It has the parking lot next to it. It has the parking that's in the Suzy Q, which is available on weekends. And if you go down a block and a half, you have the parking by the city hall. I think that it's more important to retain a historic building than to add more parking on a street that already has it, and also to go by previous agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there any other speakers in opposition to the project? Now is your last chance. Okay. So then now what we're going to do is give the applicant 2 minutes to provide any rebuttal or final testimony, and then we'll bring it back to council.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the comments of Ann and Jacob and Nelda and Bob and Ann. I just wanted to say a couple of things. Heritage Committee is not a committee that makes decisions. They make recommendations, and they make those recommendations to the Design Review Board, and then they make those recommendations. Sometimes are passed up to either the Planning Commission or the City Council, and determinations are made by those bodies, not by the Heritage Committee. Now, we know the Heritage Committee was very keen on having the Blue Cottage remain, but the issue that was considered by the Planning Commission and by the City Council later had to do with parking credits, and the incentive for those parking credits was to take it to make the sanctuary and the administrative building an E-rated structure and place it on the register under a contract by the city and agree to maintain that. You can't, there are no incentives available to houses on the inventory. And this was only a house on the inventory. So you couldn't say, gosh, save the blue house and we'll give you a parking credit. That's not in the code. That's illegal. You can't do that unless you have an agreement by the applicant to put it on the register, then the applicant can seek those benefits. So this was a recommendation by the Heritage Committee. That recommendation made it into every single public hearing by every single decision-making body, and it was never made a condition of approval by any of those bodies. Now the needs of the church have changed, and they are requesting removal of that building. The building is not a historic resource. It is only listed on was only listed on the inventory, and the inventory is no longer valid to create a presumption of historicity. And they would request that the Planning Commission determination for design review and the approval of the requested plan be upheld tonight. Mr. Orgel.
So Larry, you know that I called this up, and the reason that I called it up is I was concerned about the record. Do you mind if I speak, by the way, Mayor? I'm going to ask him a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just asking. Boss over here. So anyway, I get that the fact that the Heritage Committee just, you know, makes recommendations. What I'm having a problem with, several problems. The lack of, just the whole record seems very foggy to me. And it appears to me at the last Planning Commission meeting, that when they were addressing this, that some questions weren't being answered and there just seemed to be some confusion. That's why I was concerned about it because, you know, I do think that it is, that we do need to take this seriously about if it is removing something from the register, any structure, not this one in particular, but, you know, where are we going to keep the bar? But my question is this. You're saying that there was no mention of the cottage or the bungalow being a part of the ultimate agreement, but was there mention of it excluding it from the agreement?
Can you restate that question?
Was it
please?
excluded from the conversation? So we know that you're saying that the recommendation, it was not accepted as part of the agreement, the parking reductions and whatnot that was given. They didn't require the bungalow to be a part of.
Yes.
Okay, but was there ever mention in the meeting notes that it was excluded?
There was mention in the contract that was entered into and recorded between the city and the church that it was excluded because the lot on which it sits is not included within that recorded document. So yes, it is excluded.
You mean it's excluded through a visual?
No, excluded through a verbal, textual, recorded document prepared by a lawyer for the city and approved by a lawyer for the church. That was the agreement, Mark. That was the agreement. You cannot make it something it was not, and you cannot now go back and reform a register action where none was taken. If that house was going to be placed on the register and was going to be preserved, it should have been done at the time. It was not.
Could I follow up with a
Yeah.
question? So my question's a little different. I think it's not on the register. I think the historic preservation agreement makes it very clear which lots were included and, you know, somebody colored in the, you know, the attachment, but it's clear to me it's not on the register. It was never intended to be on the register. But if you parse through all of those, here's my question for you, is you parse through all of those things in 08 and 09, Heritage Committee, Planning Commission twice, and then, you know, and then ultimately City Council approving the CUP for the project, not just for the parking, but for the project, for the whole expansion. I think that some of the opponents have, I think it's right that that was part of the package. Part of the package was that not as a historic register element, but just part of the package of the approval was, and the church put it, in fact, in its amended application, that we're going to keep the Blue House. So it was part of the, it doesn't get into the historic register question. It was just part of the entitlement approval. So how do we, and now, and I think they're entitled to do this. Now the church is saying, we want to effectively amend that entitlement. We want to change what was agreed to in 09 and demolish the Blue House. So how does, what are your thoughts on that?
These are my thoughts, and I considered that carefully as I was going through this. I mean, this goes back to 2008, and there are, you know, letters from, you know, the people who would generally write in and participate in Heritage Committee things, and most of the action on this was done by the Heritage Committee. But when you got into the Planning Commission reports, and you got into the findings and recommendations by the Planning Commission, and you got into the recommended resolution by the Planning Commission, and you got into the City Council hearing on the same issue and the recommended resolution by the City Council, that Blue House is nowhere in there. That Blue House, that anybody at any time could have said to the church at any time, hey, wait, you guys have got to preserve in perpetuity that Blue House. Nobody ever did that, Bob. And it is not fair at this point in time to, and it's not by any of the decision-making bodies who make the decision. Heritage Committee, no matter how we want to talk about them or treat them, they are not a decision-making body. They make recommendations. And sometimes they get out of their lane a little bit, but they make recommendations. And they are not the decision makers. The Planning Commission is a decision maker, And this council is a decision maker. And in none of those, you can read the recommendations. I mean, I went through them a bunch of times. I never saw where there was any requirement that the blue house be retained. So that's what I have to go by. I do know there was discussion about it. I do know that it was withdrawn from the application, that there was no decision made on the issue, and that the retention of the blue house was not considered in granting the parking credits to the city to the church when it decided to put the house on the register. But I didn't see where this ever was made a condition of approval. Never once.
Do you have a follow-up question, Bob?
Well, I think that, and I guess I'd ask the city attorney at some point to weigh in, because again, I don't, my question is not a historic register question. I don't think there's a historic issue about this being on the register or not. I think if you go back to 2009 and you go back to the Planning Commission approval, and I was on the Planning Commission, I realized that when I reviewed the minutes. I said, God, that's a long time ago. There's a description of what's in the CUP, what the CUP constitutes, and there's obviously the application. And it does talk in the floor edition section about what the project is. There is a reference in there to the blue house. So again, I guess I need staff to ultimately give me some direction and clarification as to whether by granting this, we're amending, an entitlement or not. I mean, I think Larry's saying it's not in there. I mean, is it in there? Is it part of the 2009 approval package or not? That's going to be my question. And if it is, do we have the authority to grant the church's request to demolish it? So those are my two questions.
So can I just follow up on that question and then we'll go after Larry's and we'll go to the city attorney to weigh in on the specific question Bob asked. But it seems to me that even if you accept that the Planning Commission considered the Heritage Committee's recommendation with respect to that entitlement, that the church should not, or that the bungalow or that this cottage shouldn't be demolished, what that means is that maybe for purposes of that entitlement, they decided not to do it. But that's a different thing than this is a new entitlement. You have a right to do a new entitlement. You could have it seems like that there's a difference between in the context of one entitlement saying, okay, as part of this, I don't want to approve the demolition of the structure. But if the intent was to put it on the historic register, then that would have been a part of it. So it seems like even if you accept the Heritage Committee's recommendation, the recommendation wasn't to put it on the register. That's different than conditioning it for the future. It was basically in the context of that entitlement application. Now you have a new entitlement application. Even if we amended a CUP, I don't know what we would even amend because there's no condition. So I guess I see that you could even accept the Heritage Committee's recommendation. I'm interested in what you think about that logic.
Well, so just let me sort through it a little bit. This is a new application, and this application includes the removal of the blue cottage.
Yeah.
But when I just have to go back a little bit to what Bob said. I just never did see that as a condition of approval. And remember, when this was happening, the context of this really was getting a parking incentive in exchange for putting the E-rated portion of the church on the register. I mean, that was the deal that was sort of being included. And then there was a design review bit that accompanied that. There was no incentive granted for removing the blue cottage from demolition. And this is a new application because the needs of the church have changed in the last 20 years. But a lot of the noise surrounding that issue at the time really had to do also with the historic preservation issue of the sanctuary.
Yeah, and the Planning Commission at the time, they had the right to make a discretionary determination without calling it a structure on the historic register to say, we don't want you to demolish it. They have the right to do that based on whatever criteria, based on the design review criteria, but it's a difference than it being conditioned to be on the register.
Correct.
Okay.
And that was never done.
Yeah, okay. Further questions for Larry? No?
How about Megan?
So
Yeah, so
Larry, are you
wanna
saying
close
that it was never part of the conditions granted? If they would have said, oh, we're going to remove the bungalow, you think that the same CUP would have been granted?
Absolutely. The deal was the church was, the city was getting a massive, beautiful, well-preserved structure that had not been renovated yet, by the way, Mark, on the register with an intent to renovate that structure so that it rehabilitated it according to the Secretary of the Interior standards. That's what was going on then.
Hey, Larry, I understand that you're frustrated by this, but I have to tell
I'm
you.
not, I'm absolutely not.
I have to tell you, the person that was originally responsible for this application, I think didn't do a great job following it through back then in 2009, 2008, so that's why we're having this discussion now. I know that our attorney was struggling with it, trying to get through. So we're just trying to get through this to make sure that.
And I'm not frustrated at all. If my frustration seems to be coming through, I apologize. But what I have to look at as a person who looks at the historical record of this application is what was decided by the decision-making bodies and what was recorded and what was.
Okay, hold on. So here's what we're gonna do. So let's finish this Larry, let's finish the question. If someone from the council wants to ask a question of anyone in the audience, they can do so after this. So Larry, why don't you finish what you're saying, and then did you have anything else to say, Larry?
No, it's just,
Okay.
the conditions are clear, but this is a new application.
Okay, does anyone from the council have any questions for members of the public, or at this time? No? Okay, so we're gonna,
Well,
Bob, go ahead.
One of the two of you, not both of you.
Okay.
So,
After Mr. Loomis changed the plans to include the retention of the Blue House, every application following that described the project as church complex located at 415 Forest Avenue and 363 3rd Street, parking lot and historic residence. That was the project description. So there was no need to make it a condition of approval. It was already part of the package of the project. So I know that city attorney has said many times, or several times at least, that if something is already in the project, the deciding body doesn't have to make it a condition of approval. It's part of what they're approving. And that's what they approved, was that project description, all the way to the city council.
Thank you. Okay, so let's bring it back to, so questions to staff. So Megan, do you want to address sort of the, the questions that have kind of been asked and where the conversation's going with respect to all this?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'd be happy to. So I think there's a lot to actually address, but we'll start with, I think I'll step back. The slide that Pat had put up at the end there, that was sort of like a roadmap of, do you think it's on the register as a threshold question? Because the conversation changes drastically if you think this is on the register. So that's the threshold question. If you don't think it's on the register, then do you think it's a historic structure? Because that changes your CEQA analysis, right? If you don't think it's a historic structure, then you get to the question, and this is, I think, where Councilmember Whalen was, is how do you get through an entitlement process to demolition if that's the request? And unfortunately, the record is not perfectly clear. There are arguments you can see from the 2009 application in which the original application was submitted, a supplemental application was submitted that's expressly about the retention of the Blue House. There are, in the supplemental staff report that was posted, there's, as Councilmember Whalen discussed, there are specific findings by staff discussing both the floor plan area and the retention of the blue house. On the other hand, there is no express condition of approval saying that the blue house has to remain. There's not in the findings in the resolution also a determination that the blue house is critical to the entitlements that were issued at the time. So I think, do you have to have a condition of approval to implement a plan? I think the answer to that question is no. That there are plans that are presented and you don't go through line by line and create a condition of approval for each one of those things in order to implement that plan. I think here though, so there is ultimately a question there is a little bit of an open question is the plan, does that include the blue house that was approved? You don't have to have a condition of approval for that necessarily. The entitlements that were issued, as I understand it from staff, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but as I understand from what staff has told me, is that the entitlements that were issued in 2009, you did not need a condition of approval. Sorry, you did not need any of those specific entitlements for the parking lot and the blue house. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So then when you look at the application, when you look at the entitlements issued, the blue house does not actually, retention of the blue house does not clearly line up with any of the issued entitlements. And so I think the mayor was making the point previously that what would you amend? So if you went back, I think the cleanest path from a record keeping perspective is to amend the prior application from 2009 to be clear that that is not part of the project today. How you accomplish that, whether you do that through an amendment to that project, presumably through the CUP, because in the staff report, the Planning Commission staff report that Councilmember Whalen referenced in the discussion by staff on the findings, which references the retention of the blue house, that's in the discussion of the CUP. So arguably that's, if the retention of the blue house belongs somewhere, it belongs with that CUP. I think you could amend it that way. I think the alternative is to build into the resolution, if you're inclined to do this tonight, to uphold the Planning Commission's decision. We could find a section into the resolution that makes clear that this is consistent with, trying to think how you would say it, but it is a Planning Commission, to the extent that the 2009 approvals apply to this, really implicitly apply to this question before you, that this supersedes that action.
So isn't that so I guess maybe I'm missing something here, but isn't the nature of entitlements is that they apply, prospectively, but like, so if someone, let's say that it was design review in 2008 and they were saying you can't do a second, or I'm not going to do second story, you can't put your window in this location, right? And then another homeowner comes in, they submit an application. Does it really matter what the prior decision was? Is there anything is this different than that scenario? If hypothetically they said, okay, you have to give up, dedicate a quarter of your land to, conservation easement, and then you would be able to have like a window in a certain location, that would be different, right? Because then you can't go and give that land up. But is there anything specific about this entitlement application that makes it where it's, where you're not allowed to just because wouldn't this just be a precedent where every single application in the city of Laguna Beach, you'd have to basically look at what prior entitlements were, and as opposed to, if the intent was to really make this permanent forever, you would do a condition of approval. And, because I get the point that you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? And that's what would be happening if they were trying to destroy the church, right? Because it clearly was an intent to put that on the register in exchange for a parking reduction. But just because something wasn't part of a negotiation for one entitlement application in that moment, the absence of a condition saying it's in perpetuity, I guess I'm trying to understand what it means. Just because something was a part of a negotiation for an entitlement in the past, that doesn't mean that it's the same as being a negotiation to preserve that into the future in exchange for the entitlements. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Are you saying, though, if I was to super simplify it, that it was part of the project description?
If you, yeah, super simplified, I would say that is by virtue of the amendment, the amended application, that seems to be what happened, is that the project description was amended.
But I think you can accept that argument and say that it was part for the approval of that project in that context, they didn't want to demolish it. But if the intent was to actually preserve it in the future, then wouldn't you do a condition of approval to put it on the
I understand your point. I'm
Yeah.
just saying her point was that it was just part of a project description. And would have any of this changed if it wasn't part of the project description?
It wasn't part of the project description.
There was talk at one point about eliminating it and putting
Yeah.
parking. And then there was
And I agree
another
with that.
discussion saying, we're not worried about the parking if you keep the cottage.
Yeah, and I just don't think, I think that the argument for the have your cake and eat it too is for it to be conditioned on keeping it into the future as opposed to just in the context of that entitlement. I see that as the distinction here. It's a complicated one.
I agree, Mr. Mayor. I think I certainly agree with the premise that if let's take a very basic, you have a house, you do something to it through DR, and then you want to do something else to your house. You don't go back and necessarily amend the original DDR,
Oh.
but you may have to do that if the thing you are changing was in the original DR. And so that's the question for you guys to consider is the thing that's being changed in the original DR. I think that the project description includes the retention of the house. But I think in terms of, to your point, does that require a new application? I think you can, arguably, there's two ways to go about doing that here.
Yeah. So stepping back, let's go to the questions you asked. If I think what we really should do is let's work through, is this on the register, and then talk about CEQA. And then I think this is the third part that we can figure out from a process standpoint. 'Cause the other two, I don't know, does anyone have an objection to taking it in that approach? Or does,
No.
so does anyone think that this is on the register? Is that a fair first question? Megan?
That would be my recommended first question for you to consider is, do you think that this was listed on the register, and sort of tangentially, if your conclusion is that it is not, and that there's this reference to the bungalow, do you want to correct, sort of, again, tangentially, but correct that reference?
So does someone want to start on this question? Bob?
Well, I already stated my
Yeah.
views on it. I don't think it's on the register. To me, the historic preservation agreement is very clear with respect to the legal description of the parcels that are going on the register that didn't include the blue house. And notwithstanding that, I don't know, who knows where the yellow highlighting came on the attached map. I think it's clear as a legal matter, in my view, that it's not on the register. So that's my view.
I agree with that, and I think the best evidence would be the index, but I think the index includes a different year, I believe, and it has the wrong rating for it. And so I don't think that, and I don't, even in the Heritage Committee recommendations, I don't see any evidence of them even recommending that this be placed on the register in exchange for the parking reduction. I see them as part of the entitlement application, but not the register. So I think that would be the best. So is there kind of a consensus on this register question, or is there further discussion about whether it's on the register?
I agree with Bob.
Okay. So then the question would be, under CEQA, it doesn't need to be on the register. It could be, there's different, categories of how it could be a historic resource for purposes of CEQA, right? And, so does anyone think that there's evidence of it being eligible for the state or national register or any other criteria for determining historicity under CEQA.
Well, just for clarification, if there's 3 votes to, that acknowledge that it's not on the register, then I disagree, I believe, with Larry. If it would have been on the register, I don't think you can retroactively take it off the register. I don't think that there's any evidence that that's the case. I think the way it works is we cannot force them to put something on the register, but if something was put on the register voluntarily by them, but that's not the point. So I don't think that we can put something or force them to put something on the register if it's not on the register. Is that correct?
Under the government code
Under the government code.
provisions.
So we don't need to worry about that element of CEQA, correct?
I think, so the initial question about the register, which I'm hearing there's consensus that you don't believe it was listed properly on the register, or that the reference to the bungalow is not the reference to the blue house, or however we want to say that this blue house is not on the register. I think that's the initial question. And then so then the next question is it under CEQA a historic resource under one of the 3 categories we've talked about? And to that question, I think there is this government code. This is, I think, Mayor Pro Tem, what you're saying is, does the government code provision apply? I actually read the question differently. I would say you determine whether it's even a historic resource before you talk about whether that government code
Okay.
provision applies.
We have the 3 criteria.
So it's ultimately, I think the question before you is going to be, do you believe it to be a local discretionary resource?
Yeah.
Because it's the historic assessment in the staff report is very clear that
It's not eligible for the
not
state.
eligible for state or.
I haven't heard
or-
any evidence to rebut that it's eligible for the state or national, right?
Correct. I have not heard that either.
Some people have said, well, the inventory is challenged in court and that would be presumptively historic on the inventory. But again, that's been, that's in court, it was appealed. But I think even if you were at, the judgment there was pretty clear. So if the court reverses it, then it could be presumptively historic because it was on the inventory. Right, Megan?
And that's a complicated question, but ultimately the inventory is not as of today.
Yeah, that's my point.
inactive.
That making the same point. I'm working through all the different arguments we've heard, right?
So
we've
it's
heard
not-
the argument, it was on the inventory, so it's presumptively historic. Again, the inventory is not an active thing in my view, and in the view of the court. And, if the court determines differently, then maybe that changes, right?
I
But
agree
I
with
don't
that.
think they will, right? So then the final question is, do we want to do it's the discretionary question under
It
CEQA?
is the discretionary question under CEQA. And I think so the question before you is, do you believe that there is substantial evidence to, that this structure would qualify as a local discretionary resource under CEQA? You have substantial evidence in the record related to the historic assessment, which I believe is attachment 7 in your staff report. In my review of that assessment, the history of that seems to be that there was a 2006 assessment followed by a 2008 update. The 2006 assessment and its discussion of what would make it potentially qualifying for a local register seems to really boil down to the 1914 architecture. But it goes on to conclude that the property that the structure was remodeled over the decades several times, and its square footage was expanded significantly. And then when you go on to then read the first page of that assessment, which seems to be the 2008 update, the summary says that it's not qualified for the local register. So I think you could read that to mean that substantial evidence is that the consultant came back to determine it's not qualified. I guess the alternative would be to read that there's inconsistencies in that assessment.
So even if they wanted to put it on the register, that it wouldn't even really qualify per the 2008 historian, is what you're saying?
Per the update from 2008, that summary, that's what the summary ultimately says. Again, it doesn't go through analysis in 2008. It just has a summary attached to it. So why there is this discrepancy between the 2006 analysis and the 2008 summary, but you could determine that between 2006 and 2008 in its review and update, that was the conclusion of the historic consultant.
I agree with it. I mean, I think you've accurately summarized the 2006, where it was criteria C, that there was some, that may have been the one element that would have qualified it. And in 2008, the summary comes back saying it doesn't qualify for under local criteria. But why are we having this discussion in light of the government code 37361? Because let's say it's a historic resource. Let's for sake of discussion state that the church has then already expressed its rights under 37361. So why are we torturing ourselves with this historic resource question?
That's fair. I read 36361 to say that you can apply extra rules to a historic structure. So you kind of have to question, you have to first determine whether it is a historic structure. I think your point, council member, is just assuming arguendo it is. We don't even have to do that. We can rely on 36361. So that's a fine way to get to the same conclusion if you prefer to do it that way.
But it seems like a cleaner way, but the evidence in the record is that it's really not a historic resource under CEQA, right? And then even if it were, this government code section would come into play, but it's hard to argue that it is based on the fact that it was remodeled in the 80s and what the report said in 2008.
Well, I mean,
It seems like both those,
really
even if you accept it.
for the council.
Yeah, so I don't know, does anyone have a difference of opinion about whether even if we take aside the government code, I don't see the evidence that it would be a historic resource for purposes of CEQA.
I don't think it's black and white, but go ahead. What's next?
I agree with that. I think that there's room to consider it as a historic resource under local jurisdiction.
Okay. Then I think the final question is, Megan, what would the final question just be as it relates to how we want to proceed with the demolition or how we would deal with the application? I mean, I just think at the end of the day, like if the church wants to put the money that they were going to use to demolish it and give it to somebody who wants to move it off site and preserve it, I feel like that's a fair compromise. But it's really unfair to just force the church to deal with a structure that's uninhabitable. I mean, if someone lived in this, the church would get sued under the tenant protection laws. So you can't have someone live in this. And so the amount, I mean, it's a takings essentially of if we were to force them to, keep this structure without any evidence of historicity.
Well, going back to that prior question, I think what we're saying is reasonable minds can differ on the historicity, but that under 37631, they have triggered they've given their objection, they've triggered their rights under that section. And so the city would not treat that as historic because it wasn't previously presumptively historic. Then we would move on so it's not historic. Then the next question is, how do you treat a non-historic structure for purposes of demolition? And that goes back to ultimately to this application question. I think that if you isolate the 2009 project and you just had an application for effectively retention of the blue structure, of the blue house, which is what the amended application said, that action in and of itself does not require an entitlement. And so I don't know. I think that you could, through the design review process before you, I would recommend a clarification in the resolution with additional language. You could approve the design review and the CDP if you believe there's evidence in the record for that, and clarify the 2009 application. In so much as that, to the extent that that was part of the project application, this is superseding it.
Right. So the project application in 2009 included the blue bungalow, and the revision is deleting the blue bungalow. And that's pretty much it.
That would be it. Because it doesn't clearly fall within any of the, it's not a condition, it's not in the findings for any of the specific entitlements.
Does anyone have a, I think the public hearing's closed, so we're, unless the council member wants to open the public hearing, we're closed, I
Just make a
think.
motion.
So I know, but that's not the time. We had a whole public hearing, and so now it's deliberations, and
So I have some comments.
so it's, no, I don't, well, if someone wants to ask a question, but I think we,
No.
we had a ample time for for both sides to be considered. So does anyone have, so the public hearing's closed, so we're not taking any testimony at this time. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I think Sue had some comments.
Oh,
I think
you had
we're
you had
still-
comments, I didn't hear that.
My comment, I mean, just, if we work kind of backwards, the church has the right to do this.
Yeah.
They have the right to do it. So it's not historic. It's not on the register. I mean, even if it was, in some agreement, the Heritage Committee is the committee. It's not a quasi judicial body. And, I think it is a little confusing in the record, but the bottom line is the church has the right to do it.
Further discussion?
I'm
I
not
don't know.
convinced of, sorry, Bob, go ahead.
I don't know if staff has the 2009 planning committee. I can't remember which attachment it was, the planning commission 2009 staff report, which,
It's on the supplemental staff report. It's, I think the language that we would be looking at here is on page 9. Bless you.
so this is describing the amendment to the CUP, right?
Correct.
An amended CUP is requested for the following proposed project modifications, and then it lists 5 of them, and, I'm sorry, 4 of them. And then floor area additions, it's in the text of the floor area additions. So it's not, I mean, it was clearly what was described as part of the application. So, I mean, are we, in my mind, we're amending this CUP, or are we, I mean, question. I mean, it seems to me like we are, but what are staff's thoughts on that?
So Anthony, staff had some thoughts on why this change is not an amendment.
Okay, I'd like to hear those.
I could give my perspective, council member. So I thought that the 2009 staff report and also the resolution did a pretty good job in describing what the conditional use permit triggers were, which are in that first paragraph on the screen here. And then it goes on to provide a more expansive description of what I'd consider to be the proposed project by the applicant. The applicant, in response to the Heritage Committee's recommendation, did agree to retain the blue structure. But from my point of view, the retention of that structure isn't triggering a discretionary entitlement, such as a CUP. And similar language to that first paragraph also does appear in the resolution before we get to the CUP findings. I can pull that up here just a moment. And this would be the City Council resolution. So section 1 describes the conditional use permit request, restoration and expansion of a historic church and church complex, adding administrative offices on the second floor of the office district, the granting of a parking requirement reduction through the city's historic preservation program, and the approval of a shared parking study, including a parking management plan and valet plan. Now, as part of the applicant's current request, as part of our application review, we're reviewing for applicable development standards and compliance to those standards, and also determining what are the required entitlements, if any, for the applicant's proposed project. The land use here is the church, and we're also dealing with a school. Both of those do require conditional use permits in the zone. In this case, I do not see the expansion of the parking lot as being subject to a conditional use permit. There are some instances where the code very clearly indicates that a parking lot is subject to a CUP. So for example, if an applicant were providing off-site parking, here as part of this 2009 City Council action, there actually was a requirement that this action essentially memorialized the entire collection of properties under common ownership as being one building site. And so there was no longer an off-site parking condition. There is a parking requirement, but that is for the use, which is, again, principally the church and the preschool. This proposed request does not include a request to offer paid public parking, i.e. a commercial parking lot, which also requires a CUP. And lastly, staff did review the conditions of approval imposed on that 2009 CUP, and staff did not believe that there were any conditions of approval that required modification. And therefore, staff presented the applicant's request as a request for a conditional use permit for the demolition of the Blue House structure and design review for the parking lot and landscape improvements.
Okay, so your conclusion, staff's conclusion is that the 2009 approvals don't include, 2009 entitlements that were granted don't include any condition or either within the description of the project or as an express condition, the retention of the Blue House.
Correct. That would be staff's conclusion. And this application was a new application. So we consider prior entitlements and if there are any modifications needed. And if the answer is no, we're looking at our municipal code, what requirements or entitlements are required based on the design review, triggers, CUP triggers, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it, but I think what is happening is he's saying that the original bungalow was a part of the project description and the latest application amended that original project description, just in the fact that it called for the demolition of the cottage. I mean, the bungalow. Is that correct?
The way I would frame it or characterize it is the applicant proposes a project, there's a project description, and the various components of the project requires some discretionary action by the city. The 2009 action included CUP, for example, but that was not specifically related to the retention of the
I understand
Blue
that.
House.
Yeah.
Further questions for staff? Further discussion on this item? Okay, I mean, to me, I think it just comes down to a simple distinction. If I think that it's clear that there was part of the previous entitlement application, there was keeping it was part of that entitlement application, but that's a clear distinction from granting that entitlement application based on the idea of keeping the structure in perpetuity via being on the register. I don't think there's any evidence of that. And so from my perspective, I think I would be willing to support, find that there's not an abuse of discretion by the Planning Commission. And Madam City Attorney, if there's additions to the resolution from a clarity perspective, because we could all use some clarity with respect to this, then I'm open to that. But I think that it's really a pretty simple decision in front of us, even if you take out the government code that gives, the specific protections for churches in situations like this. I don't think that this is a historic, I think the overwhelming body of evidence from the two historical reports show it's not a historic resource for purposes of CEQA. And so I'd be willing to support the Planning Commission's decision on this and find that there was no abuse of discretion. Further comments?
I'll just say that I think that the conversation around this project in 2008 would have been different if it would have been, the removal of the bungalow would have been different. So I think that it affected people's opinions and how they proceeded with the whole application at the time.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Further,
So the question then is, I mean, if you don't disagree with that, walk me through why the church now gets to say
because
you want to remove it.
Because all the time, like you have a right to submit an entitlement application, and in that the decision makers can make a decision about whether to approve or deny that application. And I see a distinction if the intent was to approve that application conditioned on in the future this could not be removed, but they weren't agreeing to, when they did that entitlement, to basically say we're not going to allow any further changes to the site. That would be that would essentially be what we would be saying here if we were to make that decision. Because all the time, this is a new application, and so it's the old application is only binding as it relates to what the conditions of approval were that were required to approve the entitlement. That holding this in perpetuity was not one of them. So that's the distinction I see. Is I think that at the time the commission or the council made the decision that as part of that entitlement, they did not want the church to be the bungalow to be demolished, and they wanted the church to be on the register, but they did not make a decision to say that they want to keep this house on the register in perpetuity or any condition of approval related to future use. So I just don't think that because there's something in an application in the past, that I don't think that entitlement, unless there was a condition of approval, I don't think that's, I think it's a new entitlement application before, since we consider it on the merits of that.
And staff, Anthony, so your conclusion that you just walked through is you don't believe, I mean, it clearly is in the record, but you don't believe it was a condition of approval.
That is my humble opinion. Now, it's not to say that you don't want to also include an additional section in the resolution to, as this Madam City Attorney mentioned, clarify that if there are any inconsistencies, that this resolution supersedes that restriction or requirement in that prior entitlement.
Well, we're saying one or the other, right? You're either saying it wasn't a condition of approval, or I guess you're saying what, to the in the abundance of caution, if it were somehow a condition of approval, we're now amending that condition?
Councilmember, yes, I would not say it's a condition of approval. I think the record is clear that it's not a condition of approval. I think the question is whether it is part of the project description, to use the Mayor Pro Tem's previous discussion. I do not think that when you issue an entitlement that the only restrictions are the conditions of approval. I think there are also the plans, for example. And so I think the question is this part of the plan from 2009, or is the project description, the reference to it, something sort of more it's late. I'm not thinking of the right, my synonyms are failing me, but is it something fuzzier? Was it really a promise that was their application, that is part of their plan? Or was it more of a passing reference? This is the idea behind it. I think you could, to summarize what I think your options are, because I think that from what I'm hearing, there is support for the notion that it is not historic in whatever capacity, that our historic local requirements will not apply either based on the government code or based on the historicity of the property. And so to the extent you find that the design review findings are there and that the CDP findings are there, your options would be to approve the resolution before you. I would recommend adding a clarifying section on that point. I think the alternative is you could make those findings, that it's not on the register, that there is not evidence of historicity and that the local historic requirements do not apply, and remand it to the Planning Commission for an amendment to their CUP project description to make clear to that project description that the blue house is no longer, to the extent it ever was, part of their project description and required as part of the project.
Why would we remand it to the planning commission? Can't we just do it here?
We are not noticed for
Oh, okay.
an amendment to a CUP.
Yep.
Well, what's clear from the record is the architectural plans that were submitted showed the retention of the blue house, right? That was on the plans.
Mhm.
So what do we do with that? Leave aside for the moment the ultimate decision, but I think you're saying if you want to now, they've got a new application coming in. The 09 plans and approvals showed the retention of the blue house. I guess we're saying it's not a condition of approval, but the plan showed it. So what are we now trying to do? And if that's the direction the council goes, what are we trying to modify or confirm?
So to the extent that the council thinks that the 2009 project includes the retention of the blue house, I think you could, I think you, and that is a requirement of the project, whether that is imposed through the project description or a condition of approval. There is no condition of approval. So whether that is imposed through the project description, I think you could remand it to the Planning Commission with direction that this is not historic. And so the church could apply for an amendment to their CUP to remove the blue house from the project description.
Do you feel from a legal defensibility standpoint, do you think that we need to do that? Because it seems like it's more of a technical question at this point. We have a clear direction, so now it's a matter of procedure. What is your recommendation about how we proceed?
I would recommend that you remand it for that purpose.
I will say one thing. So again, I think that there was a handshake deal at the time, or just kind of as part of the conversation. So I'm not saying I agree with this, but I will help Larry do a bit of his job. So this was a part of a project description. Okay, so the recent application at the last planning commission was to remove the bungalow. Right. So the previous project description, even though it was a part of a project description, it was not a part, there were none of the approvals were conditioned on that part of the building, that building staying. So I don't believe, my personal opinion, that it needs to go back to DR. I'm just saying.
That
Because this application is to remove it. So it was a part of a project description. This obviously is changing.
changing the project. That's what you do an entitlement for, is to
I'm
change the
just,
project.
unless you see something that I don't see.
I think that is in line with what staff's
Yeah.
conclusion
Right.
is as well. I think that I think that there are multiple ways to do things and through these processes. And I think that it is very reasonable to conclude that through this DR application, you can allow for the demolition of the blue house based on where your discussion on historicity has gone. I think to the mayor's point, to staff's point, you can do that through a new application. I recommend you have clarifying language in the resolution to do that.
Because that's the whole point of an entitlement application, is to change a project, right? So by this logic, we would essentially be saying that every time that you have an application that changes a project, you'd have to go back to a remand up to a project description related to a previous approval. It just doesn't make any sense from a logical or a legal standpoint with respect. I mean, it's a weird precedent. I don't see how this would be any different than changing right? Why would that not be how is this different than that?
I think, Mayor, if you have an application to build a 2,000 square foot house, that's your project description. And then you want to do an amendment, or sorry, a remodel, and you want to add 1,000 square feet, you apply for DR and you don't apply. So you needed a CUP to build your house in the first place. You don't necessarily amend your CUP, you apply for DR because, well, I think that's right. But you would apply for a different entitlement, which is what is the discretionary approval that's necessary for this action.
Change your project.
And to staff's prior point, you did not need a CUP for the 2009 action, so you don't need to amend it.
I think it's pretty clear. Okay, so is any further discussion? Okay, so I'll make a motion and see if there's support for it. So I would move the recommended action, making the findings as stated here, and then adding to the resolution the language. What's the language that you would recommend that we add, Megan?
Mr. Mayor, I would say I'd add a section 7 to the city council resolution. The following city council resolution number 09.016 is based on an application that includes a blue house on the site plan, but the retention of the blue house on the site plan does not appear to have triggered the conditional use permit approved by city council resolution number 09.016. And the entirety of the record before the city council does not require the retention of the blue house in its current location. Accordingly, this resolution shall supersede any prior approvals with respect to the retention of the blue house.
Okay, I would move that.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion on the motion? No, ready to vote? Okay, so go ahead.
That's a new so that's section 7 in this.
On page 40.
40. Okay. Could you just read that one more time?
I will try. I wasn't actually reading anything, but so city council resolution number 09.016 is based on an application that includes a blue house on the site plan, but the retention of the blue house on the site plan does not appear to have triggered the conditional use permit approved by city council resolution number 09.016, nor is there any requirement in the record to have required the retention of the blue house.
Or future retention.
Or future
I
retention.
think that's a better way of saying it.
Of the blue house. Accordingly, this resolution shall supersede any such requirement to the extent that city council resolution number 09.016 So implies.
Kenny,
I'm just, I'm just not sure. I mean, to your point, I mean, if the original application, the plans were the original plans were included the blue house, right? But staff saying, everybody's saying, or staff saying it wasn't a condition. It was just part of the application. The mayor's saying, well, you just go back, you don't have to amend the original application. You just file a new application, which is this action before us tonight. So is that clarifying or is that complicating things by implying the 09? I mean, isn't there, I'm just not sure what we're trying to express there.
Well, I mean, Megan, you said there's a couple ways to go at it, right? So that was one, right?
is there a downside of that approach?
Downside of,
Because I don't think that's making the argument, because I kind of agree with you in the sense, Bob, that like we wouldn't want to. Well, it sounds like the consensus is that there's no evidence that future preservation was not a condition of approval for this site. And by adding that clause, that section, are we implying that it was and that we're overriding that? Because that's not, that's not what I would want to do if there really was an agreement. But I feel like the worst case scenario in that situation is really not. I don't think that because we're adding this section that we're conceding that it was a future condition, right?
I don't think,
I don't think it's needed, but I don't see the harm in adding this, is my point.
yeah, so
Right? What's the downside of adding this from a legal defensibility standpoint?
I think you're in the same, I think you're trying to clarify for the record that there is no conflict, that you're allowed to do this new approval. And that to the extent that someone believes that the 2009, you're clarifying that the 2009 resolution did not require otherwise.
Good. Okay.
I mean, it could be argued that like I said earlier, that the retention of the bungalow influenced the ultimate decision at the time.
I agree.
That's where I stand.
Me too.
And whether you're saying that it wasn't legally documented, and
I don't think that's what I'm saying. I think what they were saying was in the context of that approval, they were not willing to support demolishing it, but they didn't say we don't want to condition our approval on never demolishing this in the future. I think that's the distinction here.
well, okay, so they didn't clarify any length of time.
No, I don't think they had an intention, because they could have put it on the register if they want. I don't think there's even evidence of an intent of trying to restrict in the future the demolition. I think they just, in the context of this entitlement, we're not supportive of that.
I think that's probably a fair summary of it, right? Which is, at the time, that's what Heritage said.
Yeah.
Church went back and said, okay, we'll amend the application for now to agree to not demolish it, and we'll leave it there. Okay, fine. Staff then saying the CUP proceeded. It wasn't made a condition of the CUP, so there was no requirement of future preservation. Just as part of this application, you're not going to demolish it. Now there's a new application coming in requesting the demolition, and we've been through the historic analysis, and we say it's not on the register. And in my view, the government code exception applies. So we're going to approve this application.
That's how I see it. I think that's in line with not only the legal, it's not just a legal technicality. I think that clearly was the intent at the time. I don't think there was an intent to preserve this in the future. I don't see the evidence of that. I think there was an intent to preserve it as part of
I
that,
think it could be.
part of that application, but
I don't think it's that clear cut. But I mean, what if they would have said, well, we're not going to demolish it now, we're going to demolish it in 5 years? Would there have been somebody that said, whoa, wait a minute?
well,
We need to
then
talk
they would
about
say,
that.
no, then you would come for
I
an
know that we
application and-
can devil's advocate this thing all day long.
Yeah.
So just,
So
The question is what language needs to be in your
So I guess
motion?
I don't see a downside of including that language. Does anyone else see a downside including that language that the city attorney suggests?
They're just going to put it up on the screen. I'll read it into the record.
I mean, in that second.
I don't
sentence-
agree with the second
In the
sentence.
second sentence, yeah, that was where I was hesitating, but
I agree with that. Because I don't think it ever did require that. I think that it, to the extent could we just say that there's no evidence in I don't know, let me try it. That the record does not show that the intent was to preserve the Blue House in the future, but rather to not demolish it as part of the entitlement application before the decision-making body, which I guess was the city council.
Yes, we can say that.
What do you think of that, Bob? And hopefully someone wrote that down.
the city council resolution 09.016 is based, I think it's what it was.
Why don't you can you bring up the Microsoft Word of what you're, so we can just hammer that out with the right language.
So I think that second sentence, Mayor, you were saying should say the city council finds based on the evidence in the record
Yeah. That
there was,
while there was evidence of you know, of the decision making, so of the city council approving the prior entitlements to retain what I said before I thought was better, but I don't remember what I said. I think what I want to say basically is that there was no evidence, instead of let's do it, that finds based on that there was no evidence that the intent of the city council was to condition the approval on the preservation of the Blue House in the future. I'm not sure if that strikes what we've been saying, but I think what I'm trying to get at is, what do you think, Bob? Or precluding?
Isn't it more, is it simpler to say that in the first sentence that includes the Blue House on the site plan, but the retention of the Blue House, there's no evidence in the record that the attention of the future retention of the Blue House was a condition of approval?
I think that's good.
I think you could make it into one sentence, just say, includes a Blue House on the site plan, but, and the city council finds it. Okay, well, I see what you're saying. While the attention of the Blue House was shown on the approved site plan, there was no evidence that the approval was based on the future preservation of the Blue House. Yeah, okay.
can you just add after, in that second sentence, the city council finds that comma based on the evidence in the record?
In that first sentence, does not appear to have triggered the conditional use permit? What does that mean, triggered? I don't know.
that, I think that's to the prior point of staff, that there was the retention of the blue house was not if that, you took that on its own, it would not have required a conditional use permit.
So even if you wanted to modify the description of it, you couldn't because it wasn't a CUP to retain it. That's the point you're trying to make.
They would have removed that from the site plan and said, we're going to, well, that's what I don't agree with.
If they removed it from the site plan, then it could have been
Then they would have
demolished
said,
back then.
no. I think that it would have influenced the decision and it probably would have been negotiated.
I don't, they probably wouldn't have gotten approved in that context of the application, but it happens all the time where people kick the can down the road. They said, we didn't want to deal with this issue. And so,
We already covered that.
yeah, okay. But, okay, so
I'm talking about this sentence right here,
which sentence?
where she said triggered.
Well, I think that's more of a technical point that they're making, right? That the 2009.
What are we trying to say there?
So I think we're saying that you do not need the CUP for purposes of the retention of the blue house. So it was not necessary to be part of the discretionary action of the time, which then supports your second sentence that there's no evidence that the approval was based on the preservation of that. You didn't have to have it. It was not a requirement. And the conclusion is based on the evidence that it was not intended to be preserved.
Or to include, or to preclude the future demolition. Maybe that's a better way. I don't know. Seems like we're. Okay. Okay, I think that's
it's
good.
the second sentence is more, the real conclusion. So.
What'd you say, Bob?
The second sentence is the real.
I agree.
conclusion.
Is there a reason, Megan, why we need the first sentence?
I think, no.
There's some value in it. It's just.
I mean, I think you could. I think instead you could just say that City Council Resolution number 09016 does not require the future retention of the blue house.
I like that. Okay, so are you suggesting it as is or to delete the second sentence?
I would keep the second
Yeah,
sentence.
I think so too. Okay, so this is what we have.
I think maybe you want to say the City Council further finds.
Sure. Okay, add further there. This looks good to me. Does anyone, Bob, what do you think? Good?
I think it's fine.
Okay, so then what I would do is I would accept this amendment to my motion to basically find that there is no abuse of discretion, make the findings pursuant to CEQA and approve the resolution with this added section as shown here on the screen. Sue, do you want to, as a seconder, do you want to accept the?
I'll second.
Does this resolution capture all of our discussion that we had with respect to the historic register issue and the government code section? And I mean, because that was all part of our reasoning to get there.
Correct, Councilmember Whalen, it does talk about in section
Section 6.
Section 6.
To correct the historic register index.
It talks about the correction of the historic register index. I think we could add in a sentence. Um, on the historicity, I think you could add a sentence that the city council finds that section 37361, that the church has relied upon section 37361C and that the city council, that the city will
As part of this application, that
not further,
they're relying on that, right?
yeah. And I think we want to say they're relying on it and that based on, that we found that they have properly triggered it is what we're trying to say here. I think then we can just say that in that first clause, so the city council finds and then delete that based on blah, blah, blah. So it says the city council finds that the applicant has properly. So that would be added to section, after the last sentence in section 6 of the resolution.
Instead of, because I keep reading the top section, instead of the future preservation, on the future permanent preservation. I think that's really the key here, is permanent as opposed to, because you could argue it did say that it was future in the context of after this entitlement. It's not, but the permanent preservation. What do you think about adding that?
I think that's
Future, comma, permanent preservation. I think that's a more, that I think gets at the heart of the issue here.
Yeah.
So add a comma between, yeah, future, permanent, yeah. Because I think that's okay.
Let her go. I think it was just not defined what period of time. I mean, what's permanent, especially in real estate? There's no such thing as in perpetuity.
Well, yeah, if there was a condition of approval they could have added a condition to say that.
Forever?
Yeah, permanent preservation of that blue house that would bind. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, any further discussion on this? No, so I think I would accept these friendly amendments to my motion. Sue, do you accept them as a seconder?
Second.
Okay, further discussion. Okay, so let's take a vote then. All in favor of my motion? Um, uh, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed?
No.
No.
So this passes 3-2. That was a long one. I'm glad that our director of finance got to get out before with the sewer item. Okay,
Can I ask you a question? Do we need to do 20 tonight or can we?
do we have a lot of
We
questions?
have the
on that?
consultant here.
Yeah, let's just
Okay.
handle
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Okay, so Wendy, and we don't want to have Wendy, so does council object to an abbreviated, staff presentation on this one? So why don't we do an abbreviated staff presentation?
guys want to go ahead? Or-
Yeah, I mean, Mark's part of the ad hoc committee, so I don't think it's okay that we can start without him on this.
Your staff presentation is pretty fast, so I don't know, we abbreviate it further, but
Try to talk fast.
Yeah.
But my energy level is low.
yeah, it's a quick
Okay.
one.
Good evening, City Council and members of the public. I'm Wendy Jung, Principal Planner, and I'll be presenting Agenda Item 20, which is an amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with De Novo Planning Group for the Comprehensive Zoning Code update. And this is to revise the scope of work and includes development of objective design standards. In October of 2024, the City Council awarded a contract to De Novo Planning Group for this effort. And before you tonight is consideration of a contract amendment to revise and expand the scope of services. Staff has coordinated with the ad hoc committee, which consists of Mayor Pro Tem Orgel and Councilmember Whalen, and also with the consultant to revise the scope of work and project schedule. The updated schedule does prioritize the completion of tasks related to the adoption of objective design standards for both single and two-family development, and also to update commercial parking standards. These two prioritized tasks will be completed for council consideration within 1 year. The consultant anticipates the entire effort, which would include the original scope of work as well as additional tasks, will take approximately 26 months with a projected completion by September of 2027. The proposed amendment to the existing agreement for the additional services amounts to an increase in $388,300. The restructured contract includes 6 additional tasks, and this includes 2 optional subtasks related to parking standards. It was previously conveyed to the council that strategies in the adopted parking and transportation demand management report would be implemented as part of this effort. Although listed as an option in the proposed amendment, staff is recommending that the council approve the full scope. Oh, sorry. On the slide before you is a list of the various additional tasks, and that would comprise the expanded scope of work. These include updating parking standards and developing recommendations for commercial areas outside the downtown specific plan area, and calculating a blended parking requirement for non-residential uses. It would also involve updating the commercial zoning districts and updating the M1A zone with an emphasis on expanding permitted uses to include residential, mixed use, and and limited commercial uses. This would also include additional updates to the general plan for correcting some inconsistencies for some broader policy improvements, objective design standards, as previously noted, and project management, of course, associated with the expanded scope of work. So regarding objective design standards, there is a need for these in light of the state's housing laws that were enacted in recent years, which are aimed at increasing the housing inventory by reducing barriers to housing production. And these laws limit the city's authority to deny certain eligible residential developments that's based on subjective standards and require projects to be reviewed using objective design standards. The project is currently scoped to include the development of objective design standards for multifamily development, but this expanded scope of work would allow us, or staff recommends, to develop standards for single family and two-family development. And this would be an effort to assert more local control on design. A 2-phase approach for the ODS, or Objective Design Standards, is proposed. So on your left is phase 1, and this would be led by city staff, and it would implement a box within a box concept, if you will. Focusing on basic form and massing standards, staff anticipates that development allowed under this concept would include standards without design review, and they'd be limited to single story and at a height not to exceed 16 feet. There would be greater setbacks and then those required by the underlying zone. This phased approach would allow the city to more quickly adopt and implement objective design standards for staff to propose to include in the, Staff proposes to include the phase 1 objective design standards in the design review efficiency ordinance and obtain preliminary feedback from the Coastal Commission prior to bringing it back to the Planning Commission and then the council for review and adoption. The phase 2 approach is outlined more specifically in task 5 of the contract amendment, and this would establish standards, objective design standards for the single and two-family developments, which would be prepared by subconsultant JKA. These standards would incorporate architectural character and style standards, and they would be presented in multiple formats, which would include illustrative examples, zoning code text, as well as a checklist. and anticipate to cover up to 7 architectural styles. As noted before, this expanded scope of service would cost about approximately $388,300 for a total contract of $709,749. Currently, no additional appropriations are required, and staff will return with a request for funding as part of the fiscal year 26-27 budget cycle. So with that, staff is recommending that the City Council authorize the city manager to execute the contract amendment and find that this action is not a project subject to CEQA under section 15378. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. The consultant is also present this evening if you have any questions. Thank you.
Great presentation. Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate it. Any questions for Wendy?
I have one to follow up on something that Morris said. There is public input braided throughout this process, correct?
Correct. Our staff report really focused on the amendment, but the underlying like base contract is heavily focused on public outreach, and it's one of the reasons we selected de novo.
Right. Thank you.
And since we do have the benefit of having Ashley here, she can go give a little bit of detail if you want regarding the robust public outreach program.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for having me this evening. So yes, as part of the original contract, it includes, as Wendy and Matt were saying, a robust public outreach. It'll include a dedicated city webpage on your site that will have all the upcoming events, any links to documents, reference documents as well. We have already created a public outreach plan as part of it, and we met with the ad hoc committee, and they also had a chance to review that. It includes a pop-up event, it includes stakeholder interviews, as well as multiple community events. So anything additional in the amendment is on top of the community outreach that's already planned as part of this effort.
Can I just ask a question about the parking code require? So, I mean, for me, I feel like so it looks like it'll take a year for this. It seems like all we really need to do is just copy what we did in the downtown and just apply that and figure out how to do the right studies and everything. Does it really have to take a year? Or is there a way to expedite to make it easier to like get rid of, and maybe that's a staff question, I apologize, but how do we it seems like it's not rocket science that we're dealing with here, but so I guess what am I missing? And is there a way to make this faster?
We need to get real parking data and do parking counts.
Okay.
So it's defensible at Coastal Commission.
Agreed.
That's really where a lot of the time will be spent. I think it's 40 different unique sites that we'll be studying
Okay.
to provide us with that data, because that'll be something that Coastal will be expecting.
We can start that data collection now.
Yeah.
Didn't we
Correct.
already, but as part of our parking master plan, didn't we already had a study done? Remember, we did South Laguna too, remember?
Oh yeah, we have that data.
Yeah.
For the public parking though, right? Is this for private that we have to look at?
Well, I don't think we studied the change in the code. This is doing the 3 per thousand citywide in the commercial zones. I don't think we studied that. At least not to the level that you're saying we need to.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, so this would be looking both at public and private parking, similar to how it was studied in the parking actual demand study for the downtown specific plan area.
So couldn't we just take the methodology from the IBI study and just apply that to the rest of the town and, do the same roadmap that worked before with Coastal?
So Kittleson, which is the subconsultant with de novo planning group,
Okay.
they are aware of the IBI
Good.
group study, and they've referred to it. And as part of this expanded scope of work, they have modeled or kind of created that task
Okay.
in alignment with that prior study.
Good. I just don't want to reinvent the wheel. It seems like that was a really good policy document that got approval from Coastal, and I think it would just make such a huge impact for small businesses in this town, because I think the parking is like really what holds us back in so many respects. So I appreciate that's a focus here.
But I agree with your overall comment, Mayor. We need to move this along as quickly as we can. I mean, that's why it's prioritized on the front end. So
Yeah.
we can't cut corners on it, but we need to keep the ball moving
Yeah.
down the field on it.
Not reinvent the wheel, right? If we have a good wheel that worked for downtown, if it works. So anyway, okay. Other questions? No.
So just one, which I guess is probably for the consultant, because you'll be sending us the bills. So we have 192,000 in this year's fiscal already in this year's budget, and we're deferring the rest of it, which is like 500,000, 510,000 to next year. Is that going to work? It seems like a lot
was
of
gonna put the
seems like a
consultant
lot
on
of
the spot.
back end work, but
I think based on prioritizing the parking and the ODS, it's in line. And the worst case scenario is we might need a modest amount of money at mid-year, but at this point, I don't want to I'm hopeful we won't need to ask for that, and we would budget for next year for the remainder. Feel free to jump in if you disagree with that.
So we have done some of the work already, but a lot of the work, the heavy lifting will start in August. We do anticipate kicking off parking counts as soon as this is approved, getting those scheduled. Kettlestone's already on board and aware. We're taking 2 sets of parking counts, one in the summer and one during not summer months, since those are very different in the city. So we are looking at the work is going to be pretty distributed between now and the end of the project in September. So I think that it will be distributed throughout the time. And so we will also time invoices with deliverables. So as they come up, there's not going to be any surprises. Wendy and I have, as project manager, and I have bi-weekly meetings every other week. And we have a schedule that we go through with when the deliverables are. So we have an updated schedule as part of this that includes the new deliverables and when they'll be. So I think there aren't going to be any surprises of when things are coming in, because each of the budget items are tied to that deliverable as well.
But in case it does, need to revisit in mid-year in case we don't. So I think we just didn't want anything to slow it down right now. I'll keep you posted. We'll all keep you posted.
For further questions of staff? Then let's open public comment on this item. I see a very patient member of the public waiting.
Oh, I have to say right now, I kind of feel like a bully because everybody's so tired. It's just like, I feel mean. Sorry, everybody. Fortunately, hopefully this is not complicated because I also feel like everybody's brain, including mine, is fuzzy at this point. So I just wanted to make a couple of comments. You won't be surprised to hear largely about the inclusion of the M1A zone. So I am glad to see that the Laguna Canyon Planning Study, that the recommendation in the staff report is that that study be considered. Yay, because hundreds of people spent thousands of hours and we have a lot of detailed comparisons of M1A, M1B, et cetera. But the current proposals in the staff report include adding commercial, residential, and mixed use to the M1A, which is quite new and different from the assessments during the Laguna Canyon Planning Study. So I suggest that we need more than one community workshop. If we have one, and then we don't really have much chance to discuss whatever recommendations, right, the consultants will make as a result of that. Yeah, I get it. It'll go to Planning Commission where we'll have 3 minutes, or if it's really interesting, 2 minutes with nobody responding to any of the things we say. A quality workshop would be different and better, and we would like more than one. 1 to hear us out, 2 to tell us how you're responding to what you heard. So task 2.6, stakeholder interviews, says that it'll include developers, architects, landscape architects. It vaguely says organizations representing different interests. I would like that to be crisped up to say things like community organizations, like Can Do. Can Do should be getting stakeholder interviews. So I also just want to comment a couple. I know you're already adding stuff and you're already adding money and time, and that sucks. But I'm going to say anyway, if we're looking at a comprehensive zoning code update with the idea that when we get done with this stuff will be tidier and more complete, I would say while we are happy, that is the Canyon folks, to have the M1B zone protected by not being reviewed and changed, I do think it is important that the M1B zone be listed in section 25 of the city code. It isn't. Also, let me skip forward or I won't have time. Also, the Laguna Canyon Annexation Specific Plan contains different versions of the RHP, the R1, and the institutional zone than those that are in section 25. If it's a comprehensive zoning code update, and the idea is that staff doesn't need to have 25-year-old institutional knowledge, right, but could actually just look at the section and find what is appropriate for that zone, then we need to look at what's in the Laguna Canyon annexation area specific plan and update the zoning code to include that. RHP, institutional, R1 are different. And again, M1B is only in the Laguna Canyon annexation area specific plan. It doesn't even show up in section 25. I think that makes it hard for staff and homeowners. So, yeah. Thank you.
May I ask a question of Penny?
Go ahead.
Penny, apologies if I missed it. Did you submit these comments in writing to the council?
For tonight?
Yeah.
I did not, because you had so many juicy things tonight, and I had only so long to read staff reports. And it was actually while I was sitting here that I was reading tonight's and writing notes. So sorry about that.
I might request that if we could get those thoughts in writing.
I'm happy to
Yeah.
email that to the
Thank
council.
you.
And we're happy to follow up on those because you raised some good points. I was wondering why M1B wasn't in the title too. I was looking for it the other day and it doesn't show up, but.
Right?
So yeah, we'll go through each of your notes. If you want, we could just take your statement verbatim, unless it'd be helpful to write something down though, if you could.
I mean, it's written, right?
Okay.
It's, you
Good.
know,
Okay.
in cut and paste, correct any embarrassing typos.
All right. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Penny.
Okay, so let's bring it back to council. So I think I agree. I mean, I ultimately do think that there's a way to have some, housing mixed use options in the M1A zone closer to the downtown area. So I'm glad this is part of it. I think Penny makes a good point that is, I think she makes a lot of good points that will be related to the substance of the work that's produced, right, with the zoning and everything. But as it relates to the scope of work, I think it's fair to have two sessions with the Laguna Canyon area. I don't know that we need to specify this here, but I think that just sounds like, I think we have a city manager who's who has done a really good job with public input. So I don't know that we need to change this here, but I point well taken that there should be one, to hear the input, and then two, to show how the input was responded to. So I'd be open to that, but I don't know if we have to amend that right here. Bob, did you want to add something?
No, I agree with that. Unless staff thinks, you noted it, right? We don't have to.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think,
we're comfortable in worst case scenario, we have the staff and we
Yeah.
can make sure we have the outreach.
good. Okay, so I think, any further comments on this? I appreciate the work. I think the ad hoc committee and staff, and Wendy, you did the IBI, you oversaw that whole DSP stuff. So that was a great job on that. So appreciate that. And,
And also the Laguna Canyon Planning Study. So,
okay.
yeah.
And so we're grateful that you are a part of this, Wendy, and that, I think this is just all in the right direction in terms of how we can preserve local control and achieve our goals and make this city more, keep what makes Laguna, the character of Laguna, while still having some more common sense in how we do that. So appreciate the ad hoc and staff and everyone involved. Further comments? No? Mark, anything?
No, just good thing we
Okay,
have a super
Bob.
smart ad hoc committee.
I know, thank God. We can all just rest easy at night. Good?
I'd move the recommended action.
Okay, I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's our last item, right? Future items for council, I don't have any. No? Okay. So we will adjourn until our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is
August
August 12th.
3 weeks.
Oh, 3 weeks.
And then you have like a 6-week break. So
We only have
unfortunately, August 12th may be a long night too, but it's just
It's-
one night in August.
Thank you for sitting through. What's her name? Thank you for sitting through that.
Thank you for sticking it out with
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
I know.